Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 26, The Weight of My New Blade. Ichigo blinked. "Wait, you're real?" he said, in utter disbelief. Seeing those red locks, that staunch face, something long forgotten had resurfaced, a memory from a time when he was very young, when Princess Crimson had come in through a window, no fairy tale but flesh and blood, as real as he was. As usual, when his mother had mentioned it, she had got a funny look on her face, and dismissed it. Princess Crimson, the brave warrior hero who stood up to the evils of the kingdom. And then, a second later, reality caught up, and he saw the face of the new arrival clearly. "Aunt Erza," he said, his disbelief somehow climbing even higher, now somewhere in between Charles Darwin and Richard Dawkins. "What I mean, what?" was all he managed. She looked different, like a Westerner of some kind, and her hair was a bright red, like something out of an anime, but it was definitely her. Her voice, the same, her face different but unmistakably Erza Scarlet, his aunt, longtime babysitter and all-around fiercely protective pillar of support. "There is much to discuss," she said sternly. "More than we can cover in one evening, and you still need your sleep. Still, some things you must know." "Well, speak then," Ichigo said loudly, throwing his arms up. "Because this is just getting nuttier by the second. One moment I think I'm a lunatic who just sees ghost, the next I'm a monster-slaying soldier, and now you are a Shinigami too." "I have been since before you were born, yes," Erza said, nodding slowly. "More than a century, actually, but that's beside the point." "What the hell is going on?" Ichigo insisted. "How I mean, have you been one all along? Are you with Rukia? With the other Shinigami?" "I am not with the other Shinigami, no," Erza said firmly. Somewhat evasively, she continued, "You could say I'm a freelancer of sorts. It's a long story." "Well, what is it I need to know, huh?" Ichigo said, still reeling from the shock. "About how hollows are evil and scary." "Because I already got that part." Erza looked him in the eye. He was familiar with the stare, how harsh she could be, but she had always been soft on him and his sisters. Now, she looked cold and matter-of-factly. "You have been granted power, Ichigo. Great power unlike anything most souls see in a lifetime." Ichigo flexed uncomfortably. Yeah, Rukia's power. I know that. Shinigami must be really powerful." "Well, I guess you'd know." "No, Ichigo," Erza said, shaking her head. "It is true you absorbed her power, and that it won't last forever. But you have always had power. All she has done, in the end, was awaken them." "What?" Ichigo said confusedly, with a sinking feeling in his gut. "You have always had power," Erza repeated. "And once Rukia's powers drain away, you will need to find a way to manage it. It burns brightly now, and hollows will be drawn to it like a moth to the flame. I am here, because you need to learn how to fight, to defend yourself and your loved ones." "What?" Ichigo said again. You come here, out of nowhere, dropping all of this on me, and never mind that you've basically been lying to me my whole life, and now you expect me to just dash." There was a sharp pain across his left cheek, as Erza lashed out and slapped him. She looked furious, her eyes blazing with a cold and quiet rage. "I have not lied to you," she insisted. "Yes, you did." Ichigo spat, putting a hand to his cheek. She had never hit him before. What the hell? "For God knows how long, you've known I was strong, right? If you're a Shinigami, that means you can tell stuff like that, don't it? You've known, and never filled me in. Now you barge in here and expect me to just accept all of this? This is some crap, Erza." A look of guilt flashed across Erza's face. "I wanted to, believe me, but it was not my place. I have kept you and your family safe for as long as you have lived, not that you would know your place," Ichigo murmured. He was both angry and confused. This whole spirit world thing was confusing enough without this piled on top of it. Erza was one of his favorite people in the world, practically family, and part of his life for, well, all his life, and now it turned out she had hid this secret for so long. Yes, my place, Erza said. I won't say any more on that, but I had my reasons. For respect, and family. Family. Ichigo said. You mean mom and dad dash. Enough. Erza said firmly. I am not saying another word on the subject. What matters is that you have entered a world beyond your understanding, and there is no going back. Rukia may think you are an ordinary human, but believe me, you are not. One day you will be strong, Ichigo, but until then it is my job to protect you until you can protect yourself. I handled myself pretty well back there, Ichigo said, thinking back to the hollow he had just purified, only minutes before. No, you did not, Erza said bluntly. You are like a child playing with fire. You have no form, and while you have talent, you have no practice, no routine, no anything. You are a complete beginner, and likely to get yourself killed if you keep going this way. Rukia is truly desperate. Ichigo felt a bit like a balloon deflating at Erza's blunt assessment. He had beaten a hollow, he had done it well enough, and he had felt good about it. Of course, a seasoned Shinigami would think he wasn't good, but that was harsh. Whatever. He mumbled, unable to mount a comeback. If it were up to me, your training would have begun long ago, Erza said. But that was not my decision to make. As it is, your power is awakened. Starting tomorrow, I will begin training you until you have grasped at least the basics. There was no room for disagreement, and Ichigo was used to being ordered around by her anyhow. After school, then. He murmured lamely. No. Erza said. Call in sick. The whole week. 2 weeks, probably. What? Ichigo protested. But what about your kendo? I'll take a leave of absence. Erza said. This is more important. I am not letting you take another step like this. But. Ichigo tried lamely. Meet me here tomorrow at 700 hours. Erza said, completely ignoring him. Eat a healthy breakfast. We have training to do. If you are late, I will personally drag you out of bed, kicking and screaming if I must. Right. Ichigo murmured. What the hell had he got himself into? At the crack of dawn the next day, the two of them headed out. Erza had all but given Ichigo a heart attack, giving him a rough awakening in his very own bedroom. Things like modesty had never concerned his auntie, and he was only glad nobody had seen his outraged fumbling as she towered over him by his bed. She had ignored his protests, and handed him a small pill, something called a mod soul. At her insistence, he had swallowed it, and found himself catapulted out of his body, in Shinigami form. It really was a lot more convenient than Rukia's glove, as according to Erza, at least the pill contained an artificial intelligence that would look after his body while his soul was out of it. With that done, and a quick breakfast in the form of a sandwich to eat on the go, they sped out into the city. Ichigo would have asked where they were going, but was too sleepy to bother. They did not go too far, well, quite far, but not more than 15 or so minutes worth of running. It was fascinating just how fast you could go in this form, jumping across roofs in a single bound like it was nothing. He watched Erza from behind as he followed. Knowing she had hidden this truth for so long had made him hurt, angry, but deep down he was also impressed. He was a complete novice, but even he could sense her power, radiating out from her with the slow, steady thump of a heartbeat. It felt enormous, so much greater than anything he had ever seen, and she wanted him to have power like that. It was hard to admit, but the idea was appealing. As madly dangerous and scary as that first time had been, the rush of power had been incredible. The entire world had felt right, like he was awake for the first time in his life. It had been like, well, it was indescribable. The closest he could come was the times he had had to fight punks in the street, when his blood was pumping and adrenaline surged through his body. He was far from comfortable with this scenario, but at the same time he was much more accepting of it than he thought he should be. Power, strength. Unlike anybody else. Who wouldn't want that? Before long, they landed in front of a seemingly innocuous candy store, quiet and gray in the morning light. It was a strangely humble place, for where it was placed in the city tall buildings were not far off, yet here in the middle of town, almost hid away, was this one building. Ichigo began, is this Quiet, Erza said firmly, and marched up to the store. Fishing out some keys from a pocket, she unlocked the door and walked inside. Ichigo followed, knowing better than to disagree at this point. The inside was as unremarkable as the outside. Simple goods, packaged pastries, and candies, a small selection for a small shop. What was the idea here? Are we really supposed to train here? Ichigo said, letting out a yawn. I said quiet, Erza said, her voice level. You'll see soon enough. And see, he did. Erza went to the back of the store, and in a storage room she opened an inconspicuous part of the floor, a trap door. Confidently, Erza jumped down, ignoring the ladder placed just by it. Ichigo followed suit, and a second later, he had landed. What he saw was yet another surprise in this time of surprises. If this was the basement, then it was a basement unlike any other. From the gloomy shop, lit only by the early morning sun, he had ended up in an open landscape where the sun was beaming down brightly on what looked like rocks and dirt, stretching for miles, as far as he could tell. He had to look back up, toward the ladder and opening they had come to convince himself he hadn't been teleported to some strange, new world. The dirt under his feet felt real. The rocks which ranged between huge boulders to pebbles in size looked very real. The sun looked real. There was even a slight breeze, keeping a cool and pleasant temperature. Whoa! He said, looking around. This is where I go to train, Erza said bluntly. It is an artificially created environment, designed to withstand power like mine. If you wonder how, don't ask, because I don't know. It was created by an unsavory but industrious person, the same man who owns the store above. Well, crap, Ichigo murmured. I guess this isn't that big a stretch. I mean, if there can be ghosts and Shinigami and monsters, why not a place like this? Good attitude, Erza said, nodding. You'll learn to keep an open mind in this world. Now, let's get started. Wait, Ichigo said, knowing it was at his own peril, this whole thing, training, with you. I mean. He paused. What could you really say? I mean, what the hell? You have exactly 30 seconds to clarify yourself before I come at you, Erza said coolly. Look, Ichigo said, finally having shaken himself awake, you're asking a whole lot. And I know you'll say it's necessary, or whatever, but... I mean, you can't just spring this on me like that and expect me to be ready to do whatever this is, okay? To his surprise, Erza's face softened a little. I understand, Ichigo. You do? Ichigo said, a little surprised. For all this time, you thought you knew me. And you did, no matter what you may find out about me, not 1 second of the time I spent with you, with your family, not 1 second of that was fake. She said the words with conviction, and Ichigo believed them, but it was not quite enough. And now it turns out that there was more to me than you thought. A lot more. It's a lot to take in. If I had any other choice, I would let you take some time to breathe, to accept this. Slowly, she pulled her sword out from its sheath. But there is no time. Your power is awake, and until you learn at least basic control and skill, it is a potential danger to you and to everyone close to you. I do not have the time to hold your hand until your feelings are calm, Ichigo. You are not 5 years old. When I was your age, I had gone through things you cannot even imagine, so believe me when I say that you are strong enough, in body and in mind, to keep going. Ichigo said hesitantly, was that a really roundabout way of saying, tough break, suck it up? Just about, Erza admitted, and shrugged. Well. Ichigo said. This whole thing had left him all but speechless. What had she gone through? What else didn't he know about her? I want to know what the hell this is, okay? You know enough. Erza said. Shinigami, ghosts, hollows. Magic. An afterlife. A core of Shinigami working to send souls on their way and purify hollows. I will tell you the full story later, but right now. I am not wasting any time. Okay then, Ichigo said, figuring this was as much as he'd get out of her. He reached for its sword, and pulled it off his back, assuming a basic stance. So, how do we do this? What do you think you're doing? Erza said. She was holding her own sword down, at ease. Training. Ichigo murmured confusedly. You think you are fit to spar with me? Erza said dismissively. You learn to run before you learn to walk, Ichigo. First, I will test your endurance. Drop down, and do push-ups. Are you serious? Ichigo said with disbelief. All this power, a whole mystical world hidden from humanity, I'm supposed to train to become a freaking death god, and your idea of training is, push UPS. Once I know the limits of your strength, I can adapt. I need to know how far I can push you. Erza said resolutely, and Ichigo began to realize that training might look less glamorous than he imagined. Get down. Start. You're serious? Ichigo said flatly. Okay. Fine, I guess. You know, with this kind of power, I'm pretty sure I can do thousands of push-ups before I'm done. You're right. Erza said. Which is why I'll make it harder. Get down. Somewhat defeated, Ichigo dropped down, and began pushing himself up and down, not sure what harder would mean. He would not have to wait long, as Erza held her sword up. Before his eyes, it transformed, from a sleek Japanese longsword into an enormous, black hunk of metal, only vaguely in the shape of a sword. What? Ichigo said. Keep still. Erza said. Holding the sword, she sat herself cross-legged on his back, putting the enormous blade across her lap. She kept the balance remarkably well, although that was the last thing on Ichigo's mind, as he nearly collapsed under the weight. It was quite the shock that he did not, actually, fall flat on his chest. As it were, he let out a loud, pained grunt under the strain of the added weight. What are you waiting for? Erza said, knocking him on the head with her knuckles. Start doing those push-ups. I'll keep count. This is insane. Ichigo grunted, just barely getting the words out. Start. Erza said mercilessly, knocking him on the head again. Grunting angrily, Ichigo pushed up, and let himself go down, nearly collapsing again. 1. Said Erza. Keep going. What the hell even is that sword? Ichigo grunted, as he painstakingly pushed up again. Aren't they just supposed to be? He didn't finish, his sentence ending in a strained groan. That is advanced class, Erza said. 2. Shut up, and keep going. Ichigo had lost track of time when he finally collapsed. Erza's physical weight was not quite according to the regular laws of physics, he realized, even with the monstrosity of a sword across her lap. Her energy was overwhelmingly powerful, as he felt it up close, and it was like a mountain on his back. Finally collapsed, and barely conscious, Ichigo let out a whimper, long having lost the energy to even groan anymore. 356, Erza said, sounding pleased. Get on your feet. MMMMHRHFFFFFGG. Ichigo said, which, in his mind, translated to fuck off. His muscles were burning, and he'd have given up a long time ago if not for Erza's voice, constantly pushing him, constantly encouraging him to keep going against everything, against the pain, the strain, the common sense, his aching muscles that just wanted relief. Get on your feet. Erza said again. His every muscle screaming in protest, Ichigo just barely managed to push himself up to a sitting position. It took him the whole of 3 minutes to finally gain the energy to stand up yet, strangely, he found he could stand perfectly well, despite the exhaustion. He had been exhausted before, but this, spiritual form had far more energy, far more resilience, than his regular body ever had. What no-ow, he groaned, grabbing at his poor, aching back. You may rest for a bit. Erza said. Sit. I can sit. Ichigo said incredulously. You just made me stand. Sit. Erza said, and Ichigo simply did not have the energy to disagree, and slumped down to the ground. You need to learn to stand up, even when it feels impossible. Erza said. You will many times feel like you are at your limit, but that is a lie your body tells you. Your limit is not reached until you are physically unable to move. Well thanks, Mr. Miyagi, Ichigo said, and rolled his eyes. He huffed, and took in long, deep breaths. Sweat was running freely all over every part of his body, and he was sure he'd feel the hurt from this for weeks to come. Erza said. Never mind, he murmured, finally having the energy to groan and moan again. They sat there in silence for a while. Erza cross-legged, her sword now turned back to its original shape, and Ichigo just barely sitting up, rested on his arms for support. After a while, he said, "So, this place of Shinigami." He wanted to ask, to know more, but was half afraid of prodding where he shouldn't, and half lacked the energy to form a coherent sentence. "I was once a Shinigami," Erza said. "I still am." "It depends on your definition." "Definition? I have the powers of a Shinigami," Erza explained. "I carry a Zanpakuto. I know their techniques and their magic. Yet, most Shinigami would not consider me one of their own." "Why?" Ichigo asked, genuinely curious. "We come from the Soul Society," Erza said. Rukia might have said as much. "There are thousands of us. In the heart of the afterlife lies the 13 court guard squads, the 13 companies in which our core lies. To be a Shinigami is, to them, not just having the powers and skills of one, but to follow their laws, their culture, to be as they are and do as they do. And you didn't." "I was different," Erza said evasively. "I am powerful, I do not brag, but I tell you without hesitation that I was one of their very strongest." "Why did you leave?" The question was so obvious, so clear to ask, yet Erza seemed fazed by it. Her face was inscrutable, stoic, and she fell quiet. The silence might have gone on long enough to become awkward, except Erza's head suddenly snapped toward the opening they had come through which somebody could be seen climbing. Even some ways away, Ichigo recognized the figure. It was Rukia. And in her tow was Tatsuki and Orium, following behind her. "Oh, crap," Erza murmured. Slowly she stood up, and Ichigo followed suit. Rukia, it seemed as she got closer, was not in a good mood. At first, Ichigo thought she was mad at him for having disappeared like this, but then he saw the look of utter fury on her face, as she made her way toward Erza, toward her, not him. "Get away from her, Ichigo!" she cried. "Get away, she's dangerous." Ichigo, unsure what to do or say, stood still. What was going on? "You!" Rukia all but snarled, marching up to Erza. She raised her palm, and cried, "Yeah, Lord! Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, yeah, who bears the name of man? Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws." A blue energy formed in her palm, surging toward Erza. Before Ichigo was able to cry out, Erza had caught it, and with as much effort as she would put into swatting a fly, she threw it aside, and the spell Ichigo presumed that's what it was sizzled out into the air. "You are powerless now, Rukia," she said calmly. "And even if you weren't, you'd be no match for me. Let's not fight." "Traitor!" Rukia cried, and this time she really did snarl. Her hand shot out, slapping Erza across the face. Erza did not even react, just taking the hit. "Are you done?" she asked. "We are not nearly done, betrayer!" Rukia shouted angrily. "Well, that's a hell of a reunion," Tatsuki said with a grin, watching from the background with Orium. "What the hell is going on?" Ichigo said loudly. "She is a traitor to our organization, that's what." Rukia spat. "She is dangerous, and you need to stay away from her." "Traitor?" Ichigo said. "I don't understand." "And you wouldn't even if I told you." "Not yet, anyhow," Erza said. "For now, all you need to know is that our organization are no angels, and I had a good reason for leaving." "You stay away from him," Rukia said. "You ran away, there was evidence dash." "Listen carefully, Rukia," Erza said, her tone firm and cold, "nothing in the world will stop me from training him. Your desperate little idea only barely works, and is liable to get people killed. And think about it, if I were truly some evil traitor, then I could have killed any of you whenever I wanted to. I know you have no reason to trust me, but you are out of options. Be angry with me if you think it helps, but I am training Ichigo." "Erza, what happened?" Ichigo murmured. "Later," Erza said. Suffice to say I got involved in something very serious, and it went wrong. Wrong is one way of putting it, terrorist, Rukia said. Enough. Erza said. Ichigo, training. Now. And no questions. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am, he murmured. Today was confusing as hell, and he was almost grateful for the distraction of pain. Now then, Erza said, leading him off for a bit, let's start with the basic kendo stance. As Erza began teaching Ichigo the basics, how to stand and how to swing, Tatsuki walked up to Rukia. She and Orium had, after Rukia had gone asking them if they knew where Ichigo was, decided to skip school to go find him. For all they knew, he could have been hurt, or worse. The trail, such as it was, had led them here where, of all people, Erza was showing him the ropes. A very different Erza. So, what the hell was that? Tatsuki said. You seem like you hate her. What did she do? You heard it plain and clear, Rukia said, anger still in her voice. She was one of us. Now, she is not. That makes her a traitor. Sounds awfully personal, doesn't it? Tatsuki said. Or are all you Shinigami just frothing at the mouth whenever somebody blasphemes against your little Shinigami organization? She's right, Rukia, Orium said sweetly. You sound like you know her. That was a different time. Rukia said stiffly. Besides, you have no reason to know you are not Shinigami. Classified, got it, Tatsuki said, rolling her eyes. But in general. Rukia sighed. She was one of our best once. She said the words hesitantly, as if convincing herself to speak. And you're right. She was one of my friends. She was a friend to a lot of people. She seemed so dependable. She helped me through something hard. Rukia shook her head, a strange look on her face like she had just remembered something deeply unpleasant. And then she is arrested for conspiring against our organization. For terrorism and acts of sabotage. There's hard evidence. And somehow, she escapes and runs away. She left a lot of hearts broken that time. She's a criminal. Evidence doesn't lie. Tatsuki gave a whistle. Plan terrorism, then escape and be part of a family for over 15 years? Sounds like a diabolical master plan to me. That would be totally diabolical though, Orium said. Like, going into hiding. She shook her head. I mean, you're wrong, Rukia. Her voice was unusually calm and resolute. She's cared for me since I was like 12 years old. She loves his family, and she loves me. She's the greatest person in the whole world. Rukia shook her head. You don't know half of who she is, Orium. I'm sorry, but you don't. She's been alive for over a century. I believe in her, Orium said resolutely. A lot of people did, Rukia murmured. Sullenly, she looked at Erza, training Ichigo. Even in her state as it was now, she could read her Ryutsu. She was in fine shape, no doubt about it, stronger, perhaps, than when she had left. Her swordsmanship was impeccable. A traitor she was, but there was no denying she made a good teacher. 3 hours later, during which time Tatsuki and Orium had the time to go buy lunch and eat it, lazily looking on as Ichigo got thoroughly worn down by Erza, in one exercise after the next, Ichigo was finally as done could be. Unable to even walk by himself, Erza half supported, half dragged him toward his friends, and unceremoniously dumped him on the ground. Phew, but... Ichigo said, although said was a bit of a glamorization, it was more like a series of incoherent groans and huffs. He lay on the ground, oblivious of the harsh, uncomfortable pebble-filled dirt surface that it was, just deeply relieved to be at rest. For 5 minutes he lay still, letting out only the odd groan, while the rest kept silent. Rukia shot Erza vicious glares, Erza avoided responding, and Tatsuki and Orium took their time finishing their lunches. Finally, Tatsuki kicked Ichigo lightly, and said, Oi, sloth boy, get up. We saved you some dumplings, on account of you being a young Shinigami who's still growing and needs his vitamins, and stuff. Shut up, Ichigo groaned. I wish I was dead or something, he groaned melodramatically. 15 years of being sweet, kind, and supportive, and then she snaps and turns out to be a harpy. It was probably not the wisest of moves to insult Erza in her presence, but Ichigo was well past caring. Technically, you are dead, Erza said. What? Ichigo said, looking up. He was not nearly as exhausted as he seemed, Erza decided. In that form, at least. Death is really just the separation of body and soul. But I'm still alive, right? Ichigo said anxiously, still lying on the ground. I mean, I have a body and everything. True, Erza said. I don't know exactly how it works, but I'm pretty sure it will work as normal, aging and everything. Your soul, though, well, you'll probably have this look for decades. Maybe a century or more. Brilliant, Ichigo murmured. Hey, don't knock semi-eternal youth, Tatsuki added cheerily. Erza, Orium said, interrupting what was sure to be yet another not-so-friendly argument between Tatsuki and Ichigo. I think it's time you explained some things. Oh. Erza said, this time sounding quite guilty. Orium had that effect on her. Well. Yes. Explanations. This should be good, Rukia murmured, her arms crossed. I'm sure there's a good reason for all this, Orium said sweetly, but there seems to be a lot I don't know about you. So, please. Erza could do many things, face down impossible odds, slay giant monsters and fight the system at the cost of everything she had, but denying Orium was not one of those things. All right, she said, and sighed. I'll start from the beginning. All ears, Ichigo said, his voice a little muffled despite still being on the ground. He had accepted Tatsuki's offer of dumplings. Erza took a deep breath. I am a Shinigami. I have been dead for over a century. I was sent to the afterlife from another world, one similar but different to this one. For most of my afterlife, I served the Godai 13, the 13 divisions of Shinigami. I am Shinigami, and we are the guardians of lost souls, those who guide the dead to the afterlife, purify the monsters we call hollows, and protect the balance between worlds. It sounded more dramatic than she had meant, but there was nothing to it. Tatsuki gave a whistle. Well, that's a hell of a coming-out confession, she said with a grin. Don't worry, I'm sure everyone here will love and accept you for who you are anyway. Just don't flaunt your spirituality in our faces too much. Not quite sure what Tatsuki meant, Erza decided to ignore her. I believed in doing good. In helping others. But I came to realize that my beliefs were not the same as that of the people I worked for. I came to realize that the people I worked for had no interest outside the status quo, not a care in the world for the suffering of common souls. So eventually, I was forced to run away. That is a very short version of the story, but that's all you get. You would say that, Rukia said angrily. The Godai 13 protects the balance of souls between the worlds, and without that working, all three worlds would collapse. Our work is more important than anything else in all the worlds, and you turned your back on it because what? It didn't suit you? Because you had a moral high ground. You're a terrorist, no matter the excuse. Terrorists are usually idealists, Erza said, her voice unusually quiet. So yes, I think, moral high ground, was the issue. How exactly I left, or why, that's dangerous knowledge. Convenient, Rukia snorted. You have a good reason, you just won't say what it is. Enough, Ichigo said. With a long, loud groan he forced himself up into a sitting position. Now, she may just have whipped my ass so hard I'm not even sure I have one anymore, but she was there for me since I was a baby. If you're going to tell us she's secretly evil, that's going to be a no-sell for everyone here. Rukia balled her fists, took a breath, and said. I understand. One thing, Erza said, looking Rukia in the eye. Renji. Momo. Shihei. Nozomi, Rangiku, Isane, how are they all doing? Her voice was firm, but there was a noticeable undertone to it, loaded with emotion, far less stable than the cold, controlled tone she had kept today. They're fine. Rukia muttered. Making careers. Advancing. They moved on with their lives and they did well, no thanks to you. The only one who refuses to see what you are is Vice Captain Hinamori. I see. Erza said, and nodded. Thank you. I'm glad. You left a lot of people behind, didn't you? Orium said quietly. Were they important? Yes. Erza said simply. Yes, they were. Without another word, Orium walked up to her, and pulled her into a hug. Stupid Erza, she murmured, keeping that to yourself for that long? You shouldn't. I know, Erza murmured, awkwardly patting Orium on the head. But it was my baggage, not yours. It's complicated. I'm honestly not sure if I should join in on the hug, or if I'd ruin a moment between the two of you, Tatsuki muttered. But yeah. That sucks. And we don't think you're a terrorist, so there's that. I'd join, but I can barely move, Ichigo murmured. Erza smiled, feeling a bittersweet joy rising in her heart. When I was alive, I learned a few things, she said, fighting to keep her voice steady. That family's more than just blood. It's people like you, she said, putting her arms around Orium. I'm sad about what I lost, but I'm glad for what I have. Stupid onion-cutting ninjas, Ichigo murmured, not having been the only one to have been moved. You're not getting out of training, though, Erza added. We'll keep doing this until you get the hang of it. Well, son of a... Ichigo grunted, and Erza let out a laugh. And despite herself, Rukia could not believe any of this was fake. Traitor she was, but she had made real bonds here that, or she was an outstanding actor. The pillar of light was astonishingly large, a symbol of how far she had come. Momo's mind was one of total focus, the kind only determination could bring, as she built it higher and higher. It was risky, even with the barrier of invisibility her sensei had put up, it was large enough that no amount of caution could completely mask its presence. Risk, though, had been part of the arrangement from day one. This, here in the Rukon, was where she spent her free time now, always under the excuse of visiting her home village. Her sensei was an ornery and difficult man, the polar opposite of charismatic, but his skill was undeniable. In the years that had passed, she had learned much more than she had ever thought possible. She had learned that the formal school of Kido, the one she had been taught, was just one option, one of many ways you could work and master magic skilled and artful in its own right, yet so narrow and limited in its scope. Unlearning it had been the hardest part, in many respects, although the demanding training and the strain it put on her body was a close second. She had many times considered giving up, for nearly a year she had thought there was no progress. Then she had created her first spell, a pathetic attempt compared to where she was now, but so amazingly innovative compared to anything she had ever done. She really had come far. As it was now, she was sitting cross-legged, levitating mid-air with her eyes closed as the tower grew. It was a complex exercise, building a tower simply out of magical energy, snaking upwards like vines growing out of the ground. Complex circles were aglow on the ground, the anchors of the power she called upon imperfect, she knew, but well made. Glowing tendrils of energy were rising from them, looking almost like a mist of yellow light, forming the alien-looking spire before her, a complex mass of vines, pillars, and walls. To master magic, there were no shortcuts. On that point alone, her sensei was in agreement with her instructors back at the academy. It had seemed silly at first, just stapling energy on top of energy, but this new form of Kido had turned out difficult to control. Her first attempt had been no taller than 3 feet before it had collapsed, and her sensei had chided her for her arrogance, believing herself capable of that much control. Now it stood tall, over 30 meters, and Momo had had to learn levitation to keep track of its growth properly. It was like a direct representation of her progress. She had slowly begun to make her own spells, to learn some of her sensei's work, and the better she learned to control it, the better she could raise the magics. She could not be sure, but she suspected it was not unlike the Quincy method. Her magic, unlike typical Kido, which was created from the user's own Ryotsu, drew energy from everything around her, utilizing it perfectly, with more power than anything she had been able to create before. But power had no shortcuts, and this method, while dangerously powerful, demanded an equal amount of control. It was dangerous, not just in the sense that it could explode in your face, or backfire and send you into a feedback of energy that drained your life until you died, but dangerous because power made you feel powerful, and when you felt powerful, you felt self-assured. When you felt self-assured was when you made mistakes, her sensei had insisted, and he had turned out right. Humility before your own power was vital, because without it you might well die. Finally, having reached her limit at 36 meters, Momo paused, huffed, and looked at her work with some pride. The tower was, of course, not really physical matter and would shatter easily if attacked, but she could maintain its ethereal state without too much trouble. Enough, you, her sensei said down from the ground. Let it go, and come down. Yes, sir. Momo said, letting the energy structure dissipate. She felt she could perhaps have gone a little further, but the old man didn't take well to being contradicted. She had learned that early on. What he said was law, and if that did not suit her, she was welcome to hit the road. So, smoothly Momo descended to the ground, letting the magical construct dissipate and crumble, stood up, and gave her sensei a bow. Master Jekun, she called him, although the locals seemed to know him only as Jek the Loner, which was how he preferred it. That was the biggest un yet. Jekun said matter-of-factly. Not so shit as it used to be, I suppose. Thank you, Master, Momo beamed. Praise came hard with the misanthropic old man, but Momo had learned to read between the line. Don't think you're ever done, pup, the old man said sternly, pointing at her accusingly. Nobody studying magic ever is. You could put 1,000 people like me to work for 1,000 years, and still have just an iota learned out of all there is to find out. Yes, sensei, Momo said, and nodded. But I've come pretty far, I think. Walkin' instead of crawlin'. Her sensei said dismissively. You ain't runnin' yet. Could I learn, that spell? The one you told me about the other week. Momo said hopefully. As much as she had learned from him, he still kept much from her, including some ancient, truly powerful, and complex spells of destruction. Shoulda kept my mouth shut, Master Jekun grumbled. That one's a 5-step full incantation, and you're looking at citywide destruction if it goes right. Worse, if you get it wrong. You ain't ready for that till I say you is, so keep your mouth shut and don't ask. Yes, sensei, Momo said. She was a little disappointed, but she could never feel too sad with this much power coursing through her body. It made her feel strong, in awe of the world, like she was standing on a cloud, above everybody else. All for Erza, also that she could one day see the woman she loved most again, to be useful to her. It was a long road to walk. But one day she would be there, ready to join Erza again. The training eventually concluded, Erza having pushed Ichigo as hard as she dared. He was still new to this, and she had to be soft on him until she was sure of what he could handle. Well, comparatively soft. The next day, training continued, Ichigo feeling the ache from yesterday. Yet, Erza would not give him time to recover, because strength never came easy. After a quick breakfast, it was 5 hours worth of basic kendo, strength exercises, and basic ryutsu control. He blazed with power, but just like herself once, he had no control over it. Life was funny that way. Once the learner, she was now once more the teacher. She would be his master, and he would be her apprentice, and that was a tremendous responsibility, because he would live or die based on what she could teach him. She never showed it, not for 1 second, but it hurt to push him so hard, to force him to go through pain and hardship. He was still the little 5-year-old boy who wanted a bedtime story, in her mind, the little boy who depended on her almost as much as he depended on his parents. But unlike Masake, she could look past that, because if she didn't, it would be he who paid for it, not her. Eventually, they broke for lunch. Ichigo was trembling with effort, sweat trickling down his face and chest, and gratefully collapsed to the ground at her command. Erza had bought simple lunch boxes. No time would be wasted on cooking, and they ate together, in silence. So, Ichigo said after a while, slowly chewing down a rice ball, how long is this training gonna be? As long as necessary. Erza said evenly, knowing that answer would be far from satisfying. I can't be away from school for too long, he murmured tiredly. Shinigami business and all, I still have to get an education, right? He sounded afraid, Erza realized. But of what? Because, he said lamely. Forget it. Erza sighed. Yes, Ichigo, you will get back to school eventually. Your life as a human isn't over just because of this. Oh. Good. Ichigo said, nodding, and Erza heard a hint of relief in his voice. Let me tell you something, Erza said, deciding to let this break go on for a little while. Back in the Soul Society, the 13 court guard divisions train their recruits in an academy. It's not that different from a normal school, actually, aside from the magic and spiritual techniques. Ichigo let out a small smirk. Sort of like magical afterlife Hogwarts. Erza couldn't help but grin. A sense of humor was a good sign. Not that cool. We didn't have hippogriffs or magic potions, just hard work and all the techniques you need. We did have a Dumbledore-looking person, though, only much harsher. Erza said, staring off into the distance. Anyway, point being, in the afterlife, very, very few people have the spiritual potential to become Shinigami. Most souls just exist, and they don't need more than a bit of water to sustain themselves. And among the few who have that potential, only the best of the best have a chance to become truly strong. It's fair to say the vast majority of recruits will never become high-ranked because they lack the power. Huh. Ichigo said. Doesn't sound fair. Life's not fair. Erza said, her voice being the equivalent of a shrug. The afterlife is no different. Point being, I used to teach there, a long time ago. For 2 years, I never saw a single student who had nearly as much power as you. You don't know what this means, but I'd say your power is near that of a 10th seat, that is to say, a very highly ranked officer. You have been granted an enormous amount of power, more than any regular soul could dream of, and when you get Shinigami powers of your own, you have the unique opportunity to one day rise to the very top. I am not sure how or why, Ichigo, but you are exceptional. Oh. Ichigo said simply, and blinked. That was rather overwhelming to hear. He hadn't figured he was much stronger than their rank and file. Me? Really? I have no doubt. Erza said firmly. Which is why it's so important you be trained properly. You have been granted power, enormous power, and you're just a kid still. I'm not a kid, Ichigo grunted. Yes, you are, Erza said firmly. You are a kid, and with this power of yours, you are a kid who has been given a machine gun. But unlike a machine gun, you can't put the safety on and lock it away until you are old enough to handle it. It's part of who you are now, as much as your brains, your blood, and your skin, and hiding it isn't an option. That's why I am going to push you, and push you, and push you, because if I don't then you could die. Or somebody else. There are so many things that could go wrong, and the only way to stop them from happening is to act now, to prepare you for it. Is that clear? Yes ma'am, Ichigo said tamely. She sounded completely serious, this was no joke. But look, what if there's a hollow attack while we train? Then I'll deal with it. Erza said. But dash. Let me be clear, Erza said, and there was that hint of cold in her voice, I am responsible for you now. You didn't have a choice in that, but I didn't either. You are my responsibility, and I will not allow you to use your powers outside this room until I say you can. Even if there's an emergency. Ichigo said defiantly. Without a word, Erza stood up, took a few steps back, and stood herself astride. Pick your sword up, she said. Okay. Ichigo said, and slowly got to his feet, hoisting up the massive blade. Now cut me. What? Ichigo said, with disbelief. Cut me. Erza said simply. That's an order. You can't be serious, Ichigo said. Yes, I am, Erza said. Hit me. Put all you have into it, and hit me, or so help me, I will break your arms. You really mean that? Ichigo said, sounding puzzled. Was she crazy? Now. Erza barked. Taking a deep breath, Ichigo raised his sword, took a step forward, closed his eyes and brought the blade down, as hard as he could. Horror images flickered across his mind, Erza bloodied, cut in half, badly injured. Then the blade connected, and it was like smashing it against concrete. Opening his eyes, he saw the blade rested on her shoulder, seemingly with no effect. Again. Erza said firmly. Even more confused, but quite relieved, Ichigo hit again, putting as much effort as he could into it. His eyes were open this time, and he felt baffled as Erza brought it to a complete halt, with nothing but her index finger. There was no blood, and no matter how he pushed, he could not make her budge. "Here is a lesson," Erza said calmly, maintaining her position effortlessly. "Ryotsu works nothing like normal physics. It's all about strength. Every ability you ever use, every special move or ordinary strike, will be effective relative both to your strength and the strength of your enemy." "The hell does that mean?" Ichigo grunted, finally letting up, putting the tip of his sword in the ground. There wasn't even a mark on her skin. "It means that two people of roughly equal power and skill will fight not unlike two humans, in a sense," Erza explained, "but when one is much stronger than the other, there is no chance. You cannot cut me, because you cannot even muster the power to overcome the basic flow of Ryotsu in my body. In essence, the power I let out unconsciously is greater than the best you can put out consciously. That is the difference in power." "Great," Ichigo murmured. "You're way stronger." "Got it." "You're not listening," Erza snapped. "What do you think will happen when you run into a hollow stronger than you, one you can't cut very well, or cut at all? One that's cunning and vicious? You have power, Ichigo, but unless you can harness it, you are wheat for the Reaper's scythe." "I see." Ichigo murmured. "You are part of this world now, Ichigo," Erza said firmly. "There is no turning back. One day, you will lose Rukia's power, and when that happens you will have to find powers of your own. It's the only way you can protect yourself and your family." I understand," Ichigo said. "I won't talk back. It's just a lot at once." "Yes," Erza said, grabbing her sword. "Before you learn anything special, any magic, any special move, you must learn the basics and learn them well. You should fear the man who has practiced one move 1,000 times more than you should fear the man who has practiced 1,000 moves once. You will learn how to move in a sword fight, how to push your body, how to hold your sword and hit with it. You will learn to crawl before you learn to walk, and sometime, far from now, you will run." "To protect my family," Ichigo said, nodding resolutely. "It is good to have a reason to fight," Erza said, nodding. "But my first family, from when I was alive, taught me that protecting other people is good, but it's even better if they can protect themselves. Before you protect anything, you need to realize you can't protect anything. Not all of the time. Your sisters, Tatsuki, Orium, they may all need protecting at some point, but they can't be dependent on you." "I understand," Ichigo said resolutely. "So, shall we continue?" "Yes," Erza said, nodding with a pleased look on her face. It was late at night, not long from midnight, when the two of them found themselves back at the Kurosaki residence. Erza had only intended to see him to the door before heading back to her place, but when they got back, Ishine was waiting for them outside. Having a smoke outside, the butt of his cigarette glowing like a firefly in the dark, he gave them a knowing look and said, "She knows." Ichigo just looked confused, but Erza felt that sinking feeling, the kind any first-time bungee or parachute jumper gets when they make the leap, and see the earth coming at them 1,000 miles an hour. "Shit." "What?" Ichigo said. "Look, if it's about me being late, it's not what you think. I wasn't out getting drunk or doing drugs or anything, so dash. Boy, you'll wish that was all it was." Ishine said grimly, sighing. "What?" Ichigo said. "Erza. It may be, just may be, that your mother is spiritually aware," Erza croaked, trying to muster the energy for what was to come. This was no surprise, of course. Years of inactivity aside, Masaka was a Quincy, and reading spiritual signatures was second nature to her. "It just may be that she sort of explicitly forbade me from doing, what we've been doing." "Wait, Mom knows," Ichigo said, with the horror of a teenager who, with the honest naivete that came with his age, believed there were things you could hide from your mother. What the hell is going on?" "We'll get there," Ishine said. "Best get inside for now. You too, Erza. She'll hunt you down if you don't." "Oh, crap," Erza murmured. "All right then. Better to just take the bull by the horns." Masaka was one of her best friends. Surely it couldn't be that bad? Well, it totally could, and she had probably just jinxed it. In silence they walked in. Still in Shinigami forms. The idea had been for Ichigo to sneak in. Masaki had not been expected back for another day or so. Feeling confused, in Ichigo's case, and feeling like she was marching up the scaffold for her beheading in Erza's case, they walked into the kitchen. Masaki was sitting at the table. She had a frighteningly calm look on her face, the only hint of anger being her furrowed brows. Quietly, they both took a seat, Ishine being the last to join them. For half a minute, they sat in silence, Erza feeling monstrously awkward, afraid, and more than a little defiant. "Look, Mom," Ichigo began awkwardly, we can explain. Let's just talk about it dash. Before we start, Masaki said, ignoring him, her voice quiet and noticeably restrained, I'm just going to lay down the ground rules. Ichigo, Ishine, be quiet. Erza, well, we'll see about you. Knowing nothing she could say would make it better, Erza just nodded. So, Masaki said, in her best judgmental, son I am disappointed kind of tone, you just couldn't stay away, could you? Masaki, I didn't dash, Erza tried, but she was cut off. You shut up, Masaki snarled, her voice rising with anger. I put this much effort into protecting him, all his life, and you just ignore everything I say, because you think you know better what's best for him than his mother? You arrogant little dash. Her voice had risen to a shout by the last sentence, and Erza simply kept herself quiet. Masaki was angry, very angry, and nothing she could say at the moment would calm her down. For 5 minutes, Erza kept quiet, stared into the table, and let Masaki lay into her. It was a flurry of insults, mixed with motherly self-righteousness and protective instinct, and more than a few guilt trips. It was stressful, hurtful, and more than a little unfair, and Erza had to keep reminding herself that she was her friend, that she was only looking out for her firstborn, that she was doing what she was sure was right. I mean, did you even think about what this meant? Masaki snarled. You've pulled him into your world now, Erza, and he can't go back. You put him right in the way of all these monsters, all these. She ran out of breath to scream with, and paused only to take a breath. I mean, how long before one of your asshole Shinigami pals get their eyes on him and make him a target? Did you think about that, Erza? Did you think at all? You stupid, reckless, worthless dash. Mom, wait, Ichigo said, trying to cut in, it's not fair dash. Quiet. Masaki snarled. I don't know how she roped you into this, but don't think you're off the hook, young man. Ichigo shut his mouth, caught between his loyalty to Erza and the undeniable force that was his mother. Right. Masaki said. You came crying to our doorstep once, Erza, and we took you in. We made you part of our family. You helped raise the kids, even. I know those fascists back in the Soul Society left their mark on you, and you can't help that, but not everyone has to be a soldier for your cause without a cause. I thought you respected my judgment. I thought you respected this family. Clearly, you don't. Listen, Erza mumbled, just let me say dash. I'm not done. Masaki said, a wild look in her eyes. You're not welcome here anymore, do you understand? I don't need a backstabbing by dash. Enough. Erza cried, slamming her palm into the table. She stood up, a fire in her eyes. Masaki had had her time, and Erza was not about to let her continue unopposed. I respected it when you raised your children ignorant of all the threats around them. I respected it when you lied to them about the spiritual world. We all make decisions, hard decisions that might seem wrong but aren't, so I never told him a thing. I never told him his dad was a Shinigami once, and I never told him his mom was a Quincy. Masaki gasped. You did now. You're unbelievable, Erza. You are a Quincy, Masaki, Erza said fiercely. Sensing energy is nothing to you. So look at your son. Feel his ryotsu. Feel for even a trace of my energy in him. Don't try to distract dash, Masaki began, but Erza was not letting go. Do it. She insisted. See for yourself if it was by my hand that this was done. That's the least you can do. You can call me a backstabbing bitch if you must, but you owe me at least this much. Fine, Masaki growled. She looked at Ichigo, viewing his energies carefully. Her furious glare turned into confusion, frustration, then anger again. I don't understand, she murmured. It's not me, Erza said gravely. It was another Shinigami, somebody I haven't seen since I left. I only picked up on it when he got back from that tournament with Tatsuki and Orium. Somebody else's power, not mine, and all I am doing is teaching him how to handle it. It's true, Mom, Ichigo said eagerly. Erza didn't do this. Her name is Rukia, and she was the one who dash. Quiet, Masaka said, her voice having sunk below the level of a shout, at least. I kept quiet because I knew you were angry, and you don't listen when you're this angry, Erza said, keeping her voice calm, if not friendly. You needed to shout. You needed somebody to blame. That's fine. But the truth is this was inevitable, always was. If not now, then later. Your son is strong, Masaki, too strong to go unnoticed in the long run. At least now I can train him. Just like you always wanted, right? Masaka said bitterly. For his sake, yes, Erza admitted. He's extraordinary. His sisters don't even come close. I don't want to hear it. Masaka snapped. All I wanted was for him to go to school, get a normal life, find some girl to settle down with, maybe grandkids eventually, you know, have a life. Without having all of this hanging over him. I know, Erza said, and nodded. And I understand. You said those fascists left a mark on me, but don't you think the Quincy's left a mark on you, too? Masaka flinched. They did. Erza said, so I don't blame you. You just wanted a normal life. But we don't have that choice. It's not an option anymore. And whether you like it or not, I have to teach him, or he'll have no way of protecting himself. You know, I'm still here. Ichigo tried. Quiet, Erza and Masaka said in unison. God damn it, Masaka mumbled. I will make him strong, Erza said resolutely. I will teach him everything I can. He will be ready to take on anything. I will make him strong, Masaka. That's what I was afraid of, Masaka mumbled, sounding like she was on the verge of tears. I think we need some time to calm down, okay? Said Ishine, finally daring to speak up. A good night's sleep will do us some good. We can discuss this in the morning. Sound good? Masaka just nodded weakly, and Erza nodded with her. Tomorrow, she said. We'll talk tomorrow. Fine, Masaka said. And I'm sorry. That could not have been easy, not with so much self-righteous rage built up, and Erza appreciated that. There's nothing to forgive, she said simply. I'll see you later. With the worst of the drama having died down, Ichigo snuck away from the table. After getting his body back, he went outside. He needed some fresh air, and badly. He hadn't seen his mother this angry since 2 years ago, when he had got into a fight with a couple punks twice his age. He had won, but that hadn't mattered. His mother, love her as he might, could be a bit bullheaded. He stared up at the night sky. As much as training made him ache, this whole ordeal had made him feel much worse. The two women he loved most in the world shouldn't be fighting like this, and he hadn't been able to do much about it either. He would think to himself that life was funny, weird, crazy, but it seemed superfluous by now. Crazy was everywhere, no escaping it. After a minute or two, his father joined him, lighting a cigarette. He had that haunted look on his face, the one he always got when Mom was on the warpath. She had always been the one in charge at home, something his dad never seemed to mind, but he also knew when to get out of the way. Want one? Ishine muttered. I'd tell you not to smoke, but shit like this is what made me start smoking in the first place. You're not likely to die of lung cancer the way you are now, anyhow. No. Ichigo muttered. He looked at his dad, then back up to the skies. Hey, Pop, he mumbled, is it true? What part? Ishine said, blowing out some smoke. The whole afterlife thing, us keeping this from you, leaving marks. Were you a Shinigami? Ichigo said bluntly. Oh. Ishine said, sounding guilty. Yeah. A really strong one, too. Lost my powers, decided to stay behind, and that's a long story for another day. But yeah, I was. So I get it from you, huh? Ichigo muttered, and sighed. Don't be so sure, Ishine said. Your mom is plenty strong, too. I guess you don't know what a Quincy is. Nope, Ichigo said, shaking his head. Well, son, let's just say there's humans with powers too, Ishine said. You got this from both your mom and your old man, I'm sure. He took another puff of his cigarette, then dropped it to the ground, and put it out with his shoe. To be honest, that makes me kind of proud. He said solemnly, sounding so different from his normal, goofy self. I always knew you'd go places, son. If you turn out to be a chip off the old block, that's not so bad. Ichigo frowned. Hang on. I come home, and aside from mom shouting at Auntie Erza, she acts like I'm some. I dunno, like I had come home saying I just knocked a girl up, and I'm also gay and a junkie, but you're cool with this. Dunno about cool, Ishine said, but being a Shinigami teaches you things. Your mom's got good reason to be angry at the people she came from, but me. I was a soldier for a long time, and I can tell you it's better to have power than not having it. You're better off with M than without M, at least. I ain't asking you to go and be monstrously strong like your aunt, but having enough of it to protect yourself, that's good. Ichigo nodded. Thanks, Dad. Don't mention it, Ishine said, and nodded. And don't be angry with your mom neither. She had her reasons. I'm not, Ichigo said, shaking her head. I never could. Good lad, Ishine said. Hey, Dad. Ichigo said ponderously. Erza. Did you know her back then? I did, Ishine said apprehensively. What was she like? That's dangerous territory, son, Ishine said, lighting another cigarette. Even I don't know what happened to her. But, suffice to say I used to be her boss back in the days. She's a good person, and that's what matters. So she betrayed the Godi I-13, then. She told you that much? Ishine said. Rukia did. Kukaki Rukia. Ishine said. She was the one. You know her? Ichigo said confusedly. Long story. Her family's a big deal back there. As for treason, I don't know. But I don't see your aunt doing nothing if it wasn't the right thing to do. That's all I need to know, and that's all you need to know. Sure, Dad, Ichigo said, nodding. Thanks. Twice in one night. Ishine snorted. Watch yourself, boy, or people might think you have manners. You'll keep a secret, won't you? Ichigo said with a grin. Can't have people ruining my bad reputation. My lips are sealed, Ishine said. Now, head inside and get to sleep. If I know Erza, you got a hell of a week ahead of you. Don't I know it? Ichigo murmured, and headed back inside. This week had been a Congo line of dramatic reveals, and somehow his parents being in on this didn't even surprise him. In a way, he was even grateful for the training. At least he'd have something to take all of his focus. Quietly he went to bed, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 27, Road to Hell Paved with Good Intentions. Ichigo was not able to get much sleep that night, which was why, on the universal principle of fuck it, that he got up quite early. After a quick shower, he found himself munching quite slowly on a bowl of increasingly soggy cereal, lacking the drive to actually cook anything. After a little while, his mother came down, and wordlessly joined him. She seemed worse for the wear, looking drained, even exhausted. Last night had to have been hard on her, and he wondered if she had gotten any more sleep than he had. Probably less. Looking at her, it was like seeing somebody new, somebody who had lied to him, deceived him, even to a point where it had endangered him. But it was also the person who had sat in with him when he was 7 years old and sick with fever, who had made him cocoa and read him stories. It was the person who had listened to him when he was angry, comforted him when he was sad, and told him off when he had been a brat. It was the person who still worked the same part-time job so her family could make ends meet. His dad was well-meaning, all right, and not a bad doctor, but his clinic turned a very small profit. In short, the person who sat across him at the breakfast table was a liar. and also the person he loved the most in the whole wide world. No matter how angry it had made him, no matter how justified that felt, he couldn't be angry with her. It was just impossible. Hell, somehow the bags under her eyes, the messy hair, the weary look, somehow, it made him feel guilty. Which made no sense. After all, he was the wronged one here. She wasn't even trying to manipulate him, just chewing down some toast. But somehow, just seeing her like this as less than the happy, loving mom she always was made him feel wrong. So, he began, not sure where to go. Yes. Masaka said, her voice just above a whisper. He said, trailing off for a bit. We should talk. Right. I know you're mad, Masaka said quietly. Just please don't shout at me. Yuzu and Karen are still asleep, and I don't want them to hear us fighting. And no, I won't scream, Ichigo said. Either his mom was the most deviously cunning manipulator in existence, or she knew how to twist a knife without even knowing that she did it. Which made no sense. But nevertheless, she was doing it. It's just. I mean, there's stuff I wanna know. Masaka nodded. Such as? Ichigo blinked. Where did you even begin? It's not every day you find out your mom and dad are like, spiritual superhero people, or something, he murmured. He said, realizing there was a lot of ums in his words at the moment. What about your family? These, Quincy's. Masaka sighed. I don't know all of the history myself. The short of it is, once upon a time there were a lot of humans who could manipulate spiritual energy just by drawing on it from their surroundings. Quincy's. They date back, at least 1,000 years. Then there were wars with the Shinigami, and almost all of them died out. Some of them went to Japan, and began thinking in ways that would have made Adolf Hitler proud. Your cousin Ishida's grandmother was one of them. I was supposed to have married Ryukin, you see, but your dad came along. Ichigo swallowed. That was a lot of information to process all at once. He managed at last. So you're like, a not Nazi version of these people. That's good. There's a lot more details, and I'll tell you more when we have time, Masaka said, gesturing toward the clock. She had work soon, naturally. For now, ask away. Yeah. So what about Dad? A big shot among the Shinigami, Masaka said. He lost his powers, and decided to fake his death and start a new life here. I don't really know a lot about the Shinigami. Your aunt and your father are the only ones I've really known, and they mostly keep quiet about their past. Ichigo nodded. And Auntie Erza. Much the same as your dad. Exiled, new life. We took her in a couple of months after your dad and I became a couple. Ichigo took a deep breath. It was time to ask the big question. Mom, why did you hide this from us? There was a slight twitch at Masaka's eyebrow, a small tremble, and somehow Ichigo felt like a bastard. You know, growing up under the Quincy's. She said, sighing. It was duty this, duty that. Superior this, inferior that. My great-aunt wanted me to essentially be a baby machine for Ryukin. To have pure children. Gross, Ichigo mumbled. Yes, Masaka said, and nodded, but it wasn't just that. For the longest time, no freedom, no respect, no anything. I was expected to do nothing but serve the Quincy cause, which was whatever my aunt said it was. It was awful. Everything was so full of hate. Everything we did was colored by who was inferior, who we were better than, how we needed to stay pure. It was like a cult. No, it was a cult. I never met any Quincy's beside my family, not ever, and as far as I know they might all be dead. Well, almost all. But then came your father, and he was so different. We were supposed to think of Shinigami as monsters, and he was anything but. He was, you could call him my rebellious phase. Except it wasn't a phase, and he made me happy. But as far as I knew, from what he and Erza told me, the Shinigami weren't much better. All my life, I went around thinking that the spiritual world was nothing but trouble, nothing but angry, hateful people, monsters, and... She sighed, and shook her head. I just wanted a normal family. I just wanted so badly to be normal. I wanted my kids to grow up and be whoever they wanted to be, without this whole thing hanging over them. It's not fair. Nobody should have to live their childhood with, "There's a hidden world full of monsters out to get you," hanging over their head. Well, also, I guess I didn't like the idea of being wrong. You don't know it, but you will one day when you have kids. You'll do anything to protect them, and when somebody else say you're not doing it right, you won't like it. Ichigo nodded. I understand. I guess. Masaka shook her head again, slowly. I think deep down I always knew she was right. But I just kept pushing it away, acting like I could just protect you all the time, but I can't, huh. The way she looked at him made something in him ache. Auntie told me, he murmured, that protecting others is great. But sometimes, you have to let them protect themselves. Because you can't move forward when you're dependent on someone else. Masaka nodded. Stupid Erza and her simple wisdom. She muttered. Yeah, I was wrong. That's about it, I suppose. She sounded quite defeated. You did great. Ichigo said firmly. You're the best mom I could ever ask for, and don't you ever forget it. Thanks. She said simply, and smiled. Well. I have to get to work now, and I think I sense Erza coming our way. Good luck, Ichigo. Ichigo just nodded. He was still just 15, still just a boy, and saying the right words when there was emotion running through you was just not his strength. He knew what mattered, though. Masaka was his mom, and she cared about him and his sisters more than anybody else. Before they knew it, 2 weeks had passed, although they sometimes felt like 2 months, 2 years, 2 eternities to Ichigo. He ate, he slept, and above all else, he trained. There was kendo form. There was ryutsu control. There were basics of everything. More than everything there was fighting, because Erza turned out to be a very practical, hands-on kind of teacher. Hands-on meaning that his fingers, arms, legs, constantly ached, that he even had a fractured rib or two. The training was hard, and no doubt. She was an experienced mentor though, Ichigo noticed. She constantly pushed him, but not too hard but almost. She always kept her level of fighting just slightly above his, enough that he had a chance to fight and learn. When he had lost a bout, she would retrace the steps that led him there, force him to work out why exactly he had lost, make him repeat it until he knew it, before starting all over again. Where before his head had been filled with questions of mathematics, literature, science, culture, and everything else he might have been thinking of in his free time, it was now violence. Structured, carefully measured violence in so many shades more than Ichigo could ever have imagined, all day, every day, not even Sundays off. Because as Erza put it, danger doesn't take a vacation and neither will you. 2 weeks after his training he was something else. It wasn't nearly enough, Erza said, and Ichigo believed her, but at least now, he swung his sword without leaving huge openings. He charged forward with a plan in mind. He knew his limits, if only because they had been thoroughly beaten into him. So it was that Sunday of the 2nd week, by evening, Ichigo finally collapsed onto his ass, sweat dripping off him, having been thoroughly tired out by one of Erza's training regimens. He took a moment to breathe, and Erza sat down cross-legged across him, bringing out a couple of snack boxes, prepared by his mother. Wordlessly, Ichigo sunk his teeth into a sandwich, and a couple of minutes passed as he ate, breathed, and let himself relax. Erza ate too, although Ichigo could tell she had barely broken a sweat. So, he murmured at last, taking a couple of deep breaths, how am I doing? To be honest, I'd prefer to train you for at least 5 years. Erza said. And by prefer, I mean, you can kiss your free time goodbye. Ichigo groaned. Can I at least go back to school? In that regard. Erza said, and nodded. You are passable. I trust that you have the strength to not be overrun by simple hollows, and if you listened, then you also have the brains to not take on something beyond your level. Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. Passable was not much, but somehow that simple word made him feel proud. His auntie, the great big Shinigami, thought he was okay. It was uplifting. Don't you worry, he murmured, resting himself on his arms. If it's too big, I'll let you handle it. Erza nodded. Or you'll be sorry. Yes, yes, as in I'll wish the hollow got to me first, Ichigo said, waving off the implied threat. Not that she wouldn't make good on it, not that she didn't make a convincing bully, but the threats had lost their edge just a little. We'll have to work on your control, Erza said, ignoring his comment. By that I mean your spirit power, and nothing else. It is probably your biggest weakness. I'm crazy strong, right? Ichigo said. That's what I keep hearing. You are, Erza admitted. But most of it goes to waste. Let's say. She hesitated a little, thinking for a short while. When you want to make toast, you set the toaster to the exact heat and time you want. Actually, that's a terrible analogy. Spirit energy is more like. She grumbled, and rummaged her mind for an appropriate analogy. Screw it. She murmured at last. Your output is much bigger than you need. You have power, but you use too much energy for everything you do. You blaze it away, which means you tire out much faster. It's like doing the dishes with a high-pressure hose. Yes, that's it. She said, nodding proudly to herself, finally having thought of the right analogy. High-pressure water, she continued, when all you need is an even stream. Learn to control your power, and you will be very powerful indeed. Right. Ichigo said. I'm a rookie, I get it. But I think I'm doing pretty well, all things considered. Right. No, you're a scrub, Erza said casually, shooting Ichigo's confidence down bluntly. You're stronger than most normal Shinigami, but most of them would still beat you. In almost any case, skill beats power. Control is a skill, and it needs to be learned. So how long did it take you to learn? Ichigo asked, feeling like he wouldn't like the answer. Aside from the 5 years in academy, it took me decades to perfect, Erza said casually. I'm still not happy with it, to be honest. Great. Ichigo said, sighing. But I can fight hollows. I'm that strong at least. Yes. Erza said flatly. Well, whatever gets the job done. Ichigo murmured. Erza looked at him with steel in her eyes. Listen carefully. You must never let yourself be the idiot with a lot of power who just runs in and hopes for the best because he's that strong. That's how you get yourself killed. I've been there, and it's stupid. You already have the passive benefits of a strong energy. You're durable. You could endure serious injuries and keep going, wounds that would kill a human. But with focus, with training, you could learn to fight literally for days if you had to. Rather than being able to go on despite a serious injury, you could learn to avoid it in the first place. If you are in control of yourself, you could rise to the highest level of Shinigami, and I don't say that lightly. Gotcha. Ichigo said, and nodded, knowing better than to contradict her. Skill beats power. Almost always. Erza said. Almost. Let me tell you about the Godii, Erza said slowly. Ichigo couldn't help but feel a pang of excitement. This was a subject she had said precious little about. Their highest tiers of fighters are the captains and their vice-captains. Erza began, and despite her serious tone, there was something wistful about her as she began to explain. The vice-captains are giants in their own right. Fiercely trained, veteran soldiers who would floor somebody like you without effort. But the captains, they are titans, Ichigo. There are 13 of them, and they are the fundament of the Godii's strength. That good, huh? Ichigo said, listening intently. You have no idea, Erza said. What makes them so strong is not just their raw power, their experience, but their expertise. These are the people who have developed their Zanpakuto to its final stage. It is a technique of unsurpassed power. Huh? Ichigo said, looking at his own Zanpakuto. Final stage. Another discussion, Erza said dismissively. Suffice to say there's a lot more to the sword than meets the eye. Among them, these titans, is one man they call the Demon of Zaraki, a vicious thug from the most hellish district in the afterlife. He is Kenpei, the foremost fighter. Their champion, if you will. She began undoing her shiakusho, and slid it off, leaving her only in her chest wrappings. Puzzled, Ichigo looked at her, while at the same time trying to not linger too long anywhere inappropriate. Thoughts of modesty, however, were superseded by what he saw. Scars, large and small, littering her arms, her shoulder, her stomach. Some almost faded, little more than a white line, other being marked by a thick, red scar tissue. There was no doubt about it, his auntie had seen her share of fighting. Demon, right? Ichigo mumbled, as he eyed her scars. He gave me this, she said, gesturing at her left shoulder, where a red mark ran down her chest, down her side, disappearing under her belt. It goes down to the hip. The demon of Zaraki gave me this, for no reason other than he wanted to, because he lives to fight. Skill almost always trumps power. He is the exception. I see, Ichigo mumbled. What had she been through? She had had a whole life, it occurred to him, before she came here. Why do you show me this? Because this demon, Erza said, distaste in her mouth, is everything you shouldn't be. Not because he's a bastard, or because he's a psychotic monster, although those are bad things, don't be those either, but because he wastes all of his talent because he is addicted to the thrill of fighting. He is fiercely powerful, but he could be so much more if he put his back into it and trained. You could go far on raw strength alone, Ichigo, far enough to even rival a captain, but you wouldn't be half the fighter you could be. She put her coat back on, and tied it together neatly. There is no excuse for that kind of sloppiness. We fight to protect ourselves and our own, and because of that it's our duty to be strong. Not for ourselves, but for our family and friends. I understand. Ichigo mumbled, not sure how to feel. You don't, but it's nice of you to try. Erza said matter-of-factly. Train. Fight. Find a goal to do it for. Never stop. Do that, and you will become truly strong. There are no shortcuts. You're strong and you have potential, but it takes hard work and focus. Yes, sensei, Ichigo mumbled. It's been a while since anybody called me that, Erza said. I mean, the kids at the dojo do, but it's not the same as this. Is that a problem? No, she said dismissively. I like it, actually. Ichigo nodded. You've come far, actually. Erza admitted. Most of it is ahead of you, but you've done all right. Thanks, Ichigo said. So I was wondering, while we were training. Yes. Who looked after the town? Hollows and all. The shopkeeper. Erza said. He's a former Shinigami himself, and powerful at that. He might seem like an idiot, sometimes, but that's a complete and utter lie. For now, he helps us, no doubt keeping an eye on us in the process. Ichigo nodded. All right. Anything else I should know? Not till I tell you so, Erza said. Training is done for the day. Monday you go back to school, and after that is done, you come right here. Understood? Yes, sensei, Ichigo said. He just sat, and relaxed himself. His muscles burned, just a little, like they should after a good workout, and it struck him how far he had come in just 2 weeks. Erza had started to cultivate his power, and it had already made him stronger. The first day, Erza on his back with that enormous sword had been exhausting. Now he could do it for an hour before he started to get tired. He could spar for hours straight as he often had without doing more than sweating. This kind of endurance was amazing. This body, it felt so much like a human body in so many ways, yet it was so obviously inhuman. Superhuman. Contemplatively, he looked at his hand. He made a fist, opened it slowly, feeling each finger move, then made a fist again. Power. So much power, so much that it was almost scary. He was almost one of a kind, his aunt had told him, unlike anything she had ever seen. Why? How? Why was he this much stronger? Well, wondering why did him no good. He'd find his answers in due time. Till then, the most important thing was mastering this strength. For family. For responsibility. And just a little for himself. Hey, Ichigo. A cheery voice interrupted his train of thought, and Ichigo looked up to see Orium walking up to him, carrying a bottle of water. Orium. He said. You're here too. I brought you something to drink, she said, and held out the bottle. Not one to question water after a heavy workout, Ichigo took the bottle and drank greedily from it. I watched you train, Orium explained, as he took swig after swig of water. I hope you don't mind. NNNHNN, Ichigo said, holding up one finger. Finally having drunk half the bottle, he took a long, satisfied breath, and looked up at her. After a pause, he said. No problem I guess. It's not like this is a big secret or anything. It's just so cool, Orium said, sounding a little like a 7-year-old who had just seen her first dinosaur skeleton. Erza is so strong, so fast, a real Shinigami. And you're keeping up with her, too. More like getting my ass kicked, Ichigo muttered, and took another sip of water. I'm learning all right, it's just that it hurts. Didn't think anything could hurt worse than math, but my aunt takes the cake. Orium giggled. You're making jokes. You can't be in that bad a shape. Or maybe it's just how I mask my cold, dead inside, Ichigo snorted. Hiding the pain that's eating me alive, and all that. Orium laughed this time. You'd need pale white makeup and black hair dye to make me believe that. Come to think of it, that would make for a great addition to your superhero costume. You already wear all black, and then you'd look like a real Reaper. She had that tone on her that she always had when she was drifting off into imagination. It's not a superhero costume, Ichigo said, and groaned as he stood up. It's a shiakusho. A uniform. You're right. You really need a cape, Orium said, nodding as if it were obvious. You could be the Ginger Reaper, stalking the night in pursuit of great justice and protecting the innocent. That is a horrible nickname, Ichigo protested. It'd be something way cooler, like the Flaming Eye. Orium suggested cheerily. Because of your hair, and how your name begins with an I. Or maybe the Bat Reaper. Or the Giant Sword. The Atomic Nuke. No, and that last one doesn't even have anything to do with my powers, Ichigo grunted. Maybe it'd be Dash. Hey, Ichigo. He was interrupted by Erza, who was walking up to him quickly. You can socialize later. We got work to do. Hey, I thought training was done. Ichigo protested. You slave driver. Hollow attack, Erza said simply, in that hard, direct tone. Ready up. You're about to get your first proper real-life experience. Oh, man. Ichigo mumbled, and went to retrieve his sword from the ground. Hollows don't care about your schedule. Erza said. Go on, hurry. Can I come? Orium asked. No, Erza said sternly. Seeing the look on Orium's face, her tone softened somewhat. It could be dangerous. Maybe if you learn some powers of your own. Well, I'm good, Ichigo grumbled, sword leaned over his shoulder. Where's this hollow? The two of them exited the shop's basement, to find Rukia waiting for them on the outside. She looked less than pleased, as had been her expression for most of these 2 weeks, although Ichigo was hesitant to judge her. He had no idea what sort of grudge there was between her and Erza, aside from what he'd been told, and for all he knew she could have some point. Besides, losing your powers and being dependent on somebody else couldn't be too fun. I see you got the alarm too, she said curtly. Correct, Erza said neutrally. We are heading out now. You wanna come? Ichigo blurted out. It seemed only right, given that he was borrowing her powers. Are you sure you're ready? Rukia said. 2 weeks of training isn't a lot. Well, your idea in the first place was doing this exact thing only with no training, Erza said. So, you can hop onto Ichigo's back, or you can stand here arguing about it. Don't think I trust you, Rukia said grudgingly to Erza, as she climbed onto Ichigo's back. Actions speak louder than words, Erza said, and shrugged. You'll see. Come on, Ichigo, and don't fall behind. Instantly she sped off, Ichigo just barely matching her pace. He suspected that she could move much faster, but decided to focus on breathing and running rather than beating himself up. Following Erza and her senses, they were led to a back alley a mile or two away. As they got closer, Ichigo could feel it too, the malignant, thick presence of a hollow, like a foul-smelling syrup in the air. He was still an amateur at sensing Ryotsu, but even so it was hard to miss. It was like a stench, like a rotting carcass on the roadside. The trio landed on a rooftop, just above the monster. Rukia hopped off his back, and Ichigo's first instinct was to jump down, sword out, and confront it. However, his second thought held him back, a thought of his training. Don't rush in. Look first. So he looked, and saw Erza nod approvingly. From the rooftop, he looked down and saw it. It was ugly, as they all seemed. There were black markings around its mouth, like some perverse kind of lipstick, and its head was long and almost rectangular, and there was a coat of fur around its neck. It had a mostly humanoid shape, and most curiously, it was towering over a teenager, who was holding what looked like a telephone pole. That's extraordinary, Rukia said, almost gasping. A human. She watched as the young man swung the pole like a gigantic club, somehow driving the beast back a step. He has power, Erza mumbled. Real power. Spiritual energy. I think I know him, Ichigo mumbled. Yasutura Chad. He transferred over here a couple of months ago, came from Mexico of all places. Pretty good guy, actually. Well, he can't keep this up, Erza said. Ichigo, you've identified the threat, and you've got the drop on him. Go. Yes, sensei, Ichigo said firmly, holding his sword out. The monster roared and finally swatted aside the telephone pole, ripping it out of Chad's hands. Defiantly, the boy stood his ground, fists balled, and as Ichigo dropped down from the rooftop he was reminded of himself, just a couple of weeks ago, standing up to something he couldn't beat, only he had been scared shitless. Chad had guts, you had to give it to him. Just as the hollow surged forward, arm raised to smash the young Mexican, Ichigo landed between them, catching the monster's arm with his blade. He could feel the asphalt crack under his feet, and felt the rush of power as his Ryotsu began to blaze, his power fully activating. The monster pushed with a tremendous force, and Ichigo flexed his muscles, pushing back. It was strong, but he was stronger. It was nothing at all, compared to his aunt. What the hell is this? The hollow snarled. Shinigami? Out of my way, scum. Pot, kettle, black, Ichigo grunted, and pushed the hollow back, 1 steps, 2 steps. Partly to get the monster away from Chad, and partly because he enjoyed it, the feeling of strength as he began to overpower it. Stop lollygagging, Ichigo. Erza shouted from the rooftop. Finish it quickly, don't drag it out. Yes, sensei. Ichigo shouted, not willing to brave Erza's anger. He dodged under a vicious swipe from the hollow's free arm, and cut it across the chest. The monster staggered back a few steps, and roared with anger. Furiously, it brought both its arms high, and brought them both down to crush him. Quickly, Ichigo thought of a plan he could dodge, take a step back, but the arms came down, and Ichigo blocked it, putting one hand far up on the dull side of his blade. He felt the strain, felt the ground under his feet protest as it nearly cracked. It was hard, but he only needed a second. Quickly, he lashed out with one foot, connecting with the forwardly placed knee of the monster. It cried out, surprised, and sunk to one knee. Having lost its balance, its arms slid off Ichigo's blade, and caught the ground to recover. For just an instant it was down, on the ground, its larger frame completely pointless. Quickly Ichigo raised his sword, and brought it down. Just once, across the mask. But at the last second, the hollow twisted to the side. Ichigo's blade glanced off the mask, and cut into the monster's shoulder, straight through it, leaving a vicious flesh wound. Bleeding, but far from done, the hollow got to its feet and let out a shriek. You filthy little rat bastard! It snarled. You're not worth risking my hide for. Bye, Shinigami. It raised its arms, and a couple of bat-like wings extended from them. Instantly the beast flapped them, and took flight. No you don't! Ichigo shouted, and jumped forward, up on high. His blade almost hit home, scratching the monster's underbelly, but it was not enough. As Ichigo landed he felt angry, frustrated, but before he could so much as swear, Erza had moved. In an instant, or so it seemed, She had jumped from her rooftop and to the ground, and as she landed so did the hollow, its wings clipped. It was amazing just how quickly she had done it, and Ichigo stared at her in awe. "What are you looking at?" she said sternly. "Finish it. Now." "Why yes, sensei," Ichigo said, and charged forward, holding his blade low. "There's two of you." The hollow shrieked, raising its arms in defense. "That's not fair. Life's not fair," Ichigo shouted as he brought his sword down, viciously striking the hollow again and again. It was guarding itself just barely with its thick, strong arms, but it was on the defensive now. Methodically, remembering his training, Ichigo wailed on the monster with hard, evenly paced strikes, looking for any opening, for any counter-attack. It couldn't keep this up for too long. Chunks of flesh and bone were beginning to litter the street. "Enough. Enough." The hollow snarled, and jumped back a good 20 yards. "You will rue the day you crossed me, Shinigami." "Your first instinct was to run away," Ichigo said, making ready to charge again, "so I'm not exactly afraid." "You'll see." The hollow snarled, its shriek sounding desperate. Opening its mouth wide, suddenly something flung from its mouth. Ichigo couldn't see what, until it hit his sword. It looked like a slug, or a leech, emitting a foul smell. It looked revolting. What Ichigo began, but was cut short. It exploded, the shockwave sending him reeling back. "See? See?" The hollow shrieked, its desperation turning into gleeful superiority. "My living bombs will be your end, you pretender." It opened its mouth again, and a veritable shower of little leech slugs flew out, toward Ichigo. He had to move, now, but they were too quick. Then he saw her move. He could just barely follow her movements, graceful, elegant, completely experienced and so far above anything he could even imagine. In the course of 1 second, Erza was a blur of motion as he saw her cut 1, 2, 3, 4, a dozen times, catching each bomb midair. They fell limp to the ground, 1 or 2 exploding half-heartedly. "Finish it," she demanded, not even turning around to look at him. Ichigo didn't even reply. He simply sprang forward, as fast as he could, sword held high. The monster squealed, snarled, took a few fearful steps backward as if unsure whether to run and fight, and Ichigo came down on it. The beast feebly tried to guard itself, but Ichigo's sword bit deep, slicing clean through its left forearm. The monster screamed, and Ichigo mercilessly continued, jumping up to face it. His sword was held high, and came down with all the strength he could muster, cracking its white skull mask open like it were an egg. It screamed, roared one last time, as it staggered back while Ichigo landed. Desperately, the hollow clawed at its broken face, and Ichigo could see as much as feel its energies unraveling. It was not evaporating though, not like the ones he had seen before. "Well done," Erza said, and walked up next to him. "You made a lot of mistakes, but we'll talk about those later." Ichigo said. He felt like protesting, but knew better. "Well done was good enough." "Do they usually do that?" he said, pointing at the thrashing hollow. "No," Erza said. "Look carefully for what comes next. Remember it." The hollow's power was stripped away, evaporating into the air, and behind it he could see a man, an ugly-looking, balding person. Then there was a haze in the air, and suddenly the shape of a gate manifested in the air, half again as high as a house. Taking form, the gates were fire and rock, perpetually aflame. The man looked at them with terror in his eyes as they opened, quite ominously. Ichigo could see only darkness and fire inside, stretching into a far distance. Quickly, from inside, a giant arm reached out, carrying an enormous blade or a knife, for its size made purely out of flame. The man desperately tried to run, but as if chasing down an insect, the hand lunged forward, pinning the man through the chest. He screamed as, with deliberate slowness, the arm began to pull him inside the gates. Just a minute later, the gates had closed, disappearing as if they had never been there in the first place. What the hell was that?" Ichigo murmured, breathing heavily. "We all go to the Soul Society when we die," Erza said gravely, "except for the truly wicked. The murderers, the rapists, the swindling thieves. The scum who spread suffering in their life, are dragged into hell when they die. This man was evil, and did evil in life. Now he paid the price. There is a hell? Ichigo said incredulously. I mean, of course there is a hell. Why wouldn't there be? Holy shit. Shit has nothing to do with it. Erza said. There is an afterlife, and while it is no paradise, there is still some form of justice. Wickedness is punished. Oh, okay, Ichigo said, nodding. So much for Nietzsche, huh? Let's go. Erza said simply. Rukia watched from above, with something like awe. Even at this minimal power she had, she could sense Ichigo's strength. It thrummed, coming out in strong, even pulses like a heartbeat. It was positively enormous for what was supposed to be a human being's, bigger than her own. It was absurd. Erza was a good teacher, but there was no way he would gain that much strength so quickly. Just what sort of an anomaly was he? It was more than any recruit she had ever seen. More, even, than most ranked officers. It was easily on par with any Shinigami of a single-digit seat. His form, though somewhat refined by training, was rough, and he had poor control of his movements, but even with that factored in he fought like a natural. Just 2 weeks with Erza had given him this, a sense of not just basic swordsmanship, but the philosophy behind it. In just 2 weeks he had come farther than most academy students did in 3 years, and she could barely even imagine where he'd be with years of training. With Erza watching over him, he'd go far. Erza herself was almost impossible to read, particularly with Rukia's powers being so limited. Her control was excellent, and it did seem like she had gotten stronger since she had run. But just how much? She would have to report her, Rukia knew. When she got her powers back, when she returned, it would be her duty, her obligation, to report the whereabouts of this traitor. There was no choice in the matters. Undoubtedly, Erza knew this too. She would run or she would fight, but in the end there was no way she could prevail, not against all the captains of the Godii. Not against the likes of her Nii-sama. And for some reason, that made her feel guilty. It really shouldn't. Why should it? Erza was a traitor. The evidence had been clear. She had done nothing to exonerate herself, giving half-hearted, vague excuses that could not be confirmed, that sounded every bit like the lies of a defector suffering from a guilty conscience. Not my fault, never my fault, always somebody else, the mantra of a coward who gave up her principles. But when she looked at Erza, she didn't see a coward. She saw the same warm, loving individual she had known in the Soul Society. Either Erza was the most devious, cunning deceiver known to Shinigami history, or she had genuinely been a good person all along, misguided and treasonous, but well-intentioned and genuine. The way she looked at Ichigo, like a little brother, that harsh tone she kept because she cared if you did well or not, she was still the same. That wasn't a lie. Could it be? But no, that was inconsequential. Justice did not care if you were a good person or not. A crime was a crime, and crime had to be punished whether the criminal was a saint or a demon. This was a mess. A confusing mess. Hey Rukia, you coming? It was Ichigo, having jumped up the roof along with Erza, interrupting her troubled ponderings. Yes. Rukia said, carefully keeping her tone neutral. Well, let's go then, Ichigo said. Come on, get on my back. Rukia nodded, and obliged. This was a strange place to be, and for some reason she found she did not actually look forward to getting her powers back. The next day, after training was done, Erza noticed Tatsuki standing by the sidelines, having watched them intently. Both she and Orium had taken to doing that every now and then, seeming interested. In Orium's case it could be just her typical fascination with all things cool, or perhaps something else altogether, but Tatsuki, there was a look in her face, Erza saw, one that seemed familiar to her. She wanted something, even if she was not prepared to say it. Well then, Erza said, marching up to her. Enjoy the training. It's pretty crazy, Tatsuki said evasively. The stuff you can do. Out with it. Erza said bluntly. You stood up to say something, so say it. Oh. Tatsuki mumbled, a bit taken aback. Well. Thing is, take a breath if you need to, but don't waste my time. Erza said. She was being harsh, she knew, but sometimes people needed a push. Could I learn to do that? Tatsuki said. What exactly? Erza said. She was fairly sure she knew, but it was better to be precise. Jumping all over the place with swords. Tatsuki said. It's just. I've seen Ichigo do it, and you don't like being second best. Erza stated. A bit of competitive spirit was good, it motivated people. He could never beat me at karate till he hit puberty. Tatsuki said. I'm not gonna make it about some childish I need to beat him rivalry, but I don't want to need to lean on him for protection, alright? There's all these monsters out there, and I don't want no knight in shining armor to have to come and rescue me each time. Erza nodded. A good and admirable attitude. To be your own, to have the strength to look out for yourself. That is a natural desire. Yeah. Tatsuki said, and nodded nervously. So, is it possible to become a Shinigami? Erza said ponderously. I don't know. It is possible in theory, but it requires more energy than most humans have. I have some, right? Tatsuki said eagerly. Hanging around Ichigo all the time, and such. I heard somebody say it rubs off. You do, and it does, Erza conceded, wondering who this somebody was. It's complicated, though. It requires not just power, but a specific method. I do not know how that would happen. I am not a scientist or a learned person, only a soldier. Oh. Tatsuki said disappointedly. You and Orium both definitely have potential, Erza said firmly. Your power is far above that of the typical human. Can I make you a Shinigami? No. However, there are other paths to power. There are humans who learn to manifest it themselves. Special abilities some would call magic if they did not know better. Such individuals exist. If cultivated, your power could perhaps do that. You definitely have what it takes. But how to make it happen, that, I do not know. Okay then, Tatsuki said, nodding. So, do you know somebody who knows? I do, Erza said, and resisted the urge to grimace. That shifty little bucket hat would definitely know a thing or two, and likely be all too happy to help. Then Orium and I can learn to defend ourselves. Tatsuki said. Well, Erza said, do we have to drag Orium into this? Orium was kind, sweet and innocent, and Erza really had to wonder if she was suited for this. Suddenly, she wondered if this was how Masaki had felt. Oh, come on, Tatsuki said, putting her hands to her sides, don't tell me you want her to stay on the sidelines. It's dangerous work, Erza said stubbornly. I have seen the worst of it, and believe me, it's not for everyone. Funny, said Ichigo, walking up from behind, looking sweaty as usual. I remember somebody telling my mom I was better off knowing how to defend myself, rather than being, you know, walking hollow bait. I don't think I ever said that specifically, Erza said defensively, knowing he had a point. You know, Auntie, nobody likes a hypocrite, Ichigo said with a grin. I'll show you hypocrisy, Erza growled quietly, balling a fist. Look, she deserves the same chance as I do, Tatsuki said diplomatically. And if I do find a way, I'll teach her myself if you won't. Erza grunted. Fine. If you two insist on ganging up on me like this, if you two should both find a way to develop powers of your own, I'll help. But I'm not helping you get there. Because you can't, Ichigo said smugly. Drop down and give me 200, right now, Erza growled. Oh, come on. Ichigo protested. I was just kidding dash. Now. Erza said firmly. Ichigo sighed, and obeyed. It's a deal, then, Tatsuki said with a grin, and for a moment, Erza wished grins were illegal. Life was work, studies, and training for Momo, but even so she sometimes found the time to relax. Erza had been dedicated but she had still found the time, so Momo didn't see why she shouldn't do the same. At the moment it was a day off, and one of those rare times when she was out with Rangiku simply to enjoy themselves. They had gone to a bathhouse, gotten themselves pampered with manicures and massages, they had gone to eat lunch together, and had finally ended up having drinks at a bar that specialized in serving officers. Being vice captains, their faces were well known, and the barkeep made sure to keep their glasses filled. And I told him, he better shape up because he's 100 years too early to ask me out, Rangiku said and laughed. Honestly, where would I find the time for a boyfriend, with the captain hounding me day and night? She was more than a little drunk, although not out of it. Momo smiled solemnly. This sort of extravaganza was not her style, not really, which was one reason she did not often do it. Even so, it reminded her of old times, when they had all been together. Erza, Rangiku, Isane, Nimue, Nozomi. What are you looking so sad for? Rangiku said, downing another cherry-flavored sake like it were a glass of water. I take you out for a night out, when you got your head in a book all the time, and you look this down. Oh, no, Momo said quietly, her voice barely reaching over the buzz of the bar's patrons. I'm glad, actually. In a melancholic way. That makes no freaking sense, Rangiku said, raising her hand for a refill of drinks. But if you say so. I just remembered something. Momo said cautiously. But I know you don't like me talking about that stuff, so. It's Erza, isn't it? Rangiku said. Momo had soon learned that she was quite alone in her belief that Erza was in the right, and none of her friends appreciated it, and from their perspective, Momo could understand. No hard evidence, nothing, just one woman being too stubbornly dedicated. They were wrong, but there was no point in discussing it. We could just talk about something else. Momo suggested. No, it's fine, Rangiku said dismissively, just a hint of despondency in her tone. Remembering the good old days, right? Momo just nodded. I don't blame you, Rangiku said, and shrugged. She was good company. Hell, I even miss her sometimes. But at the end of the day, you have to face the facts. You have to move on, Momo. You deserve better than her. Don't you think it's strange, though? Momo said, emboldened by Rangiku's accepting words. First Captain Shiba goes missing in Karakura. Literally days later, Erza goes away too. Sweetheart, I say this as a friend who wants the best for you, Rangiku said, taking another drink. You're grasping at straws. I'm not saying that has to mean anything, Momo insisted, but I think they closed the investigation too quickly. Karakura is an odd place, what can I say? Rangiku said dismissively. Well, I've looked into it, Momo said. Well, color me surprised, Rangiku said, and rolled her eyes. The more I think about it, the more I look back, the more I think she was unhappy underneath it all. Momo said firmly. She joined here to help people. She told me. She even sent money out to her home village. But for all that, what if she couldn't do enough? Honey, she was guilty, Rangiku said firmly. That's a done deal. Sorry. Maybe she was. Momo admitted. Who knows? But I don't think she was this evil terrorist. Well, you admitting she was guilty is progress of a kind, Rangiku said soberly, which was ironic, given her semi-intoxicated state. Do I think she was a bad person? I don't know. But she'd have to be the most cunning liar I ever saw. Maybe she was. Maybe she wasn't. But either way, you can't keep living in the past like this. I think there was more to it, Momo said stubbornly. Something she never told us. You know how bad it can be out there in the Rukon. We both come from there, don't we? That is true, Rangiku said. But that doesn't mean I can go breaking the law. She fought the law, and the law won. It always does. Maybe she thought it was all wrong. Maybe she wanted to do more. And the answer to that is treason. Rangiku said, and her tone had sharpened a little. Wanting to save the world is no good if it gets you committing crime, Momo. This is a big world and there's not a lot we can do. If she wanted to make a difference, she should have started a charity, not do that. Something fierce rose in Momo's chest, partly brought out by the liquor, but she stopped herself from saying something angry. I know how it looks, she said meekly, after a short pause. And all I'm saying is I think there's more to it than we're seeing. Like, how did she escape? Wasn't it a bit crazy how we suddenly found all that evidence all at once? Cases usually take weeks to assess, but this was done in less than 2 days. Evidence, judgment, imprisonment. It's as if somebody wanted her gone. Momo, I'm your friend, Rangiku said, taking a sip from her drink, but I can't say I think this makes sense. I'm too drunk to get into an argument, and I don't want to end this night like that. So let it go, yes? I know I started it, technically, and now I'd like to end it. Sure, Momo said quietly, and began to slowly down her drink. Hey, we all got our quirks, and that's fine. Rangiku said, and shrugged. Renji's carrying a grudge against basically everything. Shihei practically worships his high and mighty captain. I'm pretty sure Isane is a lesbian, and me, I like to slack off and get drunk. We're all imperfect in some ways. Don't mean we can't be good friends. You're right, Momo said, feeling oddly comforted although a little agitated still. It was night, and Erza was training in the basement, alone. Sometimes, running through basic exercises was just the best thing to do to clear your mind. Orium getting involved, being responsible for not just Ichigo, the looming threat of being found out by the Godai, she had a lot on her mind, enough that an extra training session was just the thing. Running through the motions over and over, thrust, stab, swing, thrust, stab, swing, she lost herself in the movements, focusing solely on perfecting herself. It was a surprise when she sensed Rukia, having walked up on her, standing maybe 20 yards away. Her Ryotsu was quite small, but even so it was irksome to have been so lost in thought that somebody could sneak up on her so easily. She kept swinging, moving herself around, and for a few minutes Rukia just stood there in silence. Erza wanted to turn around and tell her something, anything, in that typical harsh tone, but she couldn't. Deep down, despite it making little sense, there was that guilt. The guilt of having had to run away from all of her friends, to leave them all behind. There had been no choice. Yet, telling her conscience that did nothing. All right, Erza said, stopping at last, sheathing her sword and turning to face Rukia, did you want something? Why? Rukia said. Her tone was neutral, mild even, a far cry from the anger she had carried the first time they had reunited. Erza felt taken aback, and stared at her blankly, opening her mouth, then closing it again. Rukia took a few steps closer. Why? Erza mumbled. You mean why I left? Of course you do. What else would you mean? Why? Rukia repeated. I told you already, Erza mumbled. I explained it all. I don't want to repeat myself. No, Rukia said, shaking her head as she slowly walked closer. No, you didn't tell me anything. Not anything real. It was all vague. Look. Erza said, trailing off. She wasn't sure what to say. Maybe I want to believe you are innocent, Rukia said. It's not likely, but maybe I do. What if I did? But I can't. Not like this. Let me tell you something, Erza said fierily, every day, every hour, every minute, millions of souls suffer for no reason out in the soul society, and we don't lift a finger to help them. Every day people get raped, murdered, robbed, live their lives at the whim of tyrants, asking why there is no help. Some stopped asking for help altogether because there's no hope. That is the truth, Rukia, that's the injustice of the afterlife and you know it. She paused to take a breath, every bit of anger and outrage coming back to her. I used to believe in something. She continued. I used to believe that serving the Godai meant serving the common good. I used to think being a Shinigami made me a good person. I believed, but I was wrong. You're not answering my question. Rukia said calmly. There was something devastating about how she said it, so matter-of-factly pointing out the truth. You're right, Erza said. She took a deep breath, and looked Rukia in the eye. I'm not. So here it is, then, I am a traitor. I have betrayed the Godai 13, and I am not sorry I did. I am very sorry I had to leave you all behind, but turning my back on the Godai? I would do it again. So you finally admit it? Rukia said flatly. No nonsense about conspiracies, or vague excuses. You're a traitor. There's a lot more to it still, Erza said, but yes. I confess. Are you happy? Why? Rukia repeated. Injustice. Erza said firmly. I remember being alive. I remember being very powerful, and doing right by my family. I was raised to do what's right, by a very large family. They loved me, and I loved them. I came into the afterlife with principles, Rukia. With beliefs. If you see somebody being bullied, you stop the bully. If you see somebody who needs help, you help them. When they first drafted me, they threatened me into accepting. But even then, I grew to believe I could make a difference. I believed the Godai was a force for good. It is a force for good. Rukia exclaimed. Without us, the balance between worlds would collapse. It's not enough, Erza said, shaking her head. And for such a supposedly righteous place, they seem awfully corrupt. Do you know that one time I went to trial? Because I will remind you, I was put on trial because a petty-minded, rich man was insulted that I stopped him from being a bully. For that, I faced a lifetime in prison, and I only won because I had influential friends. There is no justice in the Godai, only the illusion of justice. What it is control. Order. But not justice. The nobility does. Rukia said. Does what? Erza said firmly. Provide us with money? Live privileged lives because their fathers were rich and important? Because tradition dictates it should be so? The nobility corrupts us. But even without them, we are corrupt. Our so-called wise leaders approve brutal, psychotic murderers like Kenpei, or flat-out monsters like Kuratsuki Mayuri. Look at these people, our supposed finest soldiers, and tell me that is a well-adjusted society. I am a Kukaki, Rukia said firmly. Are you telling me my family has no place there? They should have the same place as anybody else, Erza said. We are led by corrupt men and women who obey the word of even more corrupt people, supposedly wise, all to keep this ridiculous status quo going while we ignore those who need our help. That is the Godai 13, Rukia, and I could not stay there and think of myself as a good person. You were selfish, then, Rukia said. There is a bigger picture. All that you mentioned, is insignificant compared to our task, because without us there is no world left to save. They have the power to help, and do nothing, Erza shot back. If you walk past a man hanging off a cliff and do nothing, even turn to look the other way because his problem is an inconvenience to you, are you really a good person? When you can help, and don't. Rukia stared at her quietly. I don't blame you, Erza continued. You did not choose for things to be this way. Changing it is hard. But that is why I left. I could not stand this blindness, this corruption, not while being true to myself. I can't keep this secret, you know, Rukia said, her voice having gone harsh. I have to report when I get back. You'll do what you think is right, Erza said, and nodded. There was a sinking feeling in her gut, she'd have to run again, run away from all these people she cared about. And you won't kill me to keep me quiet? Rukia asked. I have killed before, when I had to, Erza said. But I am not a murderer. That is not who I am. You can believe whatever you want of me, but I will not kill somebody who cannot fight back, much less somebody who is my friend. Or well, was. Rukia shook her head. I don't know what to believe when I look at you. She said quietly. I am Erza Scarlet. Erza said simply. I do my best to do the right thing. Sometimes that difficult, but I still try. Good night, Erza, Rukia said, and turned around. She began to walk out, several emotions burning inside her: anger, guilt, sadness, mixed in a way they should not be. Traitor. A self-admitted traitor. And still, she felt a hesitance she should not. What would her brother think? Elsewhere, in the bleak, palely lit world of Hueco Mundo, Aizen was busying himself in a laboratory. He made a point to come here every now and then, his Zanpakuto maintaining the perfect illusion that he had never left. It was one of the few places he felt at home, unraveling the secrets of the universe, secrets nobody else knew. Such as his hollow research. Although a secondary priority in his schemes, it was still decades ahead that of the 12th divisions. They would love to sink their grubby little teeth into his data on hybrids, he was sure, especially since such research was banned in the Godii. Abomination, it was called. Not that the petty little half-wit scientists wouldn't investigate it if they were allowed hypocrites that they were, they would gladly take any data on the subject regardless of its origin. Right now, he was reviewing the latest batch of raw data on his most successful project so far, Kurosaki Ichigo. His agents had failed to retrieve it, and they had both been lucky to die in the attempt. Still, it was hardly an obstacle. Placing probes in Karakura, particularly around the young man's home and school, had been child's play. And as of late, near a seemingly inconspicuous candy store. He would like to have full access to what happened inside it, but it was not worth revealing himself to that little fly Urahara, not for a secondary priority project. As small-minded and lacking in resources as that man was, he was intelligent and crafty. It was no matter. The second-hand inference from the still-settling Ryotsu patterns told him more than enough. Kurosaki Ichigo had finally bloomed, and rapidly at that. The experimental hollow he had once thought wasted a shame for such a marvelously crafted specimen, free of the natural flaws the typical hollow had actually bonded with Shiba Ishine. In an unexpected turn of events, its energies had clashed with the Shinigami captains, causing both energy sources to drain. It had been designed to bond parasitically with the Shinigami, using the Shinigami's power as the source for a drastically more powerful transformation, a hybrid where the hollow was dominant, yet had the knowledge and power of a Shinigami. Clearly, a captain's energy had been much too strong for that. But unexpectedly, the hollow had survived. Somehow, it had bonded with the now drained Shiba, and passed over to his son, probably as early as in the womb. Perfectly bonded to an already powerful source of Ryotsu from before birth, it had become a symbiotic relationship, creating a near-perfect hybrid in the process. It was a fascinating prospect. The subject was already remarkably strong, with exceptional potential. And now it was being trained by Erza Scarlet. Although inadvertently, he had created something of a super soldier. It was a triumph of his most intelligent designs, spiritual bioarchitecture on a level beyond anything anybody else had ever accomplished. Now under the tutelage of an experienced master, although far from the best, he would grow rapidly. As for Erza herself, she was just barely worth a thought. She had escaped, somehow, and survived among these petty humans. She had gained some level of skill and power since, although less than she would have among other Shinigami similar to her in strength. He had kept an eye on her, naturally, because he was not one to ignore loose ends, but in the end, both she and Ichigo were inconsequential. Like everybody else, they were in the palm of his hands. His plans were coming along exactly as he had prepared them, and soon it would be time. Kukaki Rukia. Urahara Kisuke was clever, but not nearly as clever as he thought. In a little while, not quite yet, the alarm would go out and she would be brought back. Till then, he would allow her, and the people around her, the illusion of happiness. He was not without mercy, after all. Chapter 28, Shopkeeper Fishing with a Strawberry. Life was funny. It was a line of thought, so overwhelmingly understated, that had often come to Ichigo as of late. While amazing at first, the extraordinary had started to become the expected. One week you were a normal teenager, and the next you were fighting evil-minded, soul-eating monsters whilst transformed into a black-robed spiritual knight. And that had only been page 1. Then had come your family being knee-deep in the whole business, your aunt eating up all your free time with grueling training, the existence of not only an afterlife but hell itself. Magic, enchanted weapons, spirits and monsters. Funny was completely inadequate. But at this point the extreme was starting to become mundane, and Ichigo was suspecting, as he pondered this during a lunch break at school, that at his young age he was becoming jaded. He was, he suspected, probably unique. By all he had heard, teenagers did not typically receive the powers of a Shinigami, let alone develop this kind of strength. But the thing about being unique was that he didn't really feel special. He just did his best, and apparently that was enough. He would have expected a bit more entitlement to go into this, but somehow, his life felt oddly normal. It helped that his mother, father, and aunt were all there. It would have seemed far more dramatic without them. It was not without some marked changes, of course. He felt tired and worn, all day, and each night he would fall into his bed like a tree cut down by a woodsman's axe. After school was training, and the same went for weekends. When he did not train, Erza guided him on hollow hunts, instructing him carefully each time, yet having him do all the heavy work. It was somewhat distressing to realize that he thought of the hunts as a relief. Hollows were far less demanding, and far less dangerous, than his ante on the warpath. This was his life now, and he was lucky to get just the one day off on any given week. It was yielding results, of course. Tired though he felt, he was feeling stronger. Not just physically, but mentally as well. He was sharper of mind, more focused, and he was learning to control his body. It was deeply surprising to realize, really realize, how much further it could go compared to how far he had thought it could. Your body lied to you, Erza had taught him. It wanted you to give up long before you were done. It was an instinct, and you had to be greater and stronger than your instincts. His human body was still weak, comparatively speaking, but his spiritual body could crush rocks, walk on air, and leap enormous distances in a single bound. It was an amazing feeling. That was the crux of it. As tired as he was, as much as his social life was suffering, as demanding as Erza was, he liked it. He liked the rush of power. He liked hunting the hollows. He liked being strong and using that strength for something. It was for the sake of others, Erza insisted, and it was true. But being honest with himself, Ichigo could not honestly say it was not for himself, too. His mother had adapted surprisingly well. After a few days of quiet sulking, she had thrown herself into it fully. Shinigami in training he might be, but she absolutely refused for him to fall behind on school work, and tutored him after school to make sure his grades wouldn't take a dip. Not one to deny his mother, Ichigo obliged her. He had a life outside of this too, even if it did not feel like it right now. Ichigo. It was the overly cheery, somewhat grating voice of his friend Kigo, ringing over the schoolyard like the cry of a mentally challenged duck. Annoying though he was sometimes, a lot of the time they were still friends, and it made Ichigo feel guilty, because he knew what was coming. So Kigo said casually, walking over to Ichigo with what he probably thought was a confident swagger, Mizuru and me are gonna hit up a real cool party this weekend. There's gonna be beer, lots of cute girls, and literally everyone who is cool is coming. So you know what that means, no blowing us off, or you're totally uncool. The cool party was probably going to be a bunch of awkward teenagers posturing like awkward teenagers did, for a full evening, while drinking small quantities of smuggled-in beer, but it was also likely to be what people would talk about for the next week or so, because chasing social status in school meant nothing if not low standards. He wouldn't have wanted to go even normally, but he'd already rejected Kigo over a dozen times since this whole thing had begun. He'd have to do it again. Sorry, Kigo, he said dismissively, keeping his voice level. I got studies to do. Parties are lame, anyhow. Technically he wasn't lying. But then again, technically not lying was still deceit, and deceit left a bad taste in his mouth, even though he knew there was good reason for it. Traitor! Kigo cried out dramatically. Bookworm. Nerd. Four-eyed geeky trekkie. I bring you an invitation to the coolest party all year, nay, all decade, and you turn me down. For school work. You are a traitor and a nerd. Nearer dash. Here, Ichigo clamped his hand over Kigo's mouth. His antics were well familiar to him, but there was only so much he was willing to take. Okay, first, Ichigo said irritably, if this party is actually run by cool people, then it wasn't you who got us invited. Mizuru, right? He's popular with the girls. Secondly, you know I don't care about being cool, and those parties are stupid anyway. My mom's been coming down on me about my grades recently, so I gotta study. No choice in the matter. We clear. MMRFFRRR. Kigo growled, and pried Ichigo's hand off. But we never see each other anymore. You just hang out with that Rukia girl. I mean, we all know that dash. Imply that I'm involved with her romantically or sexually and I will break your pinky finger. Ichigo said bluntly. I'd never imply that, of course, Kigo said reassuringly, too reassuringly. But you still hang out with her, and Orium, and Tatsuki, Damn it, you get all these cute girls and you blow us off for that. You're an idiot, Ichigo grumbled. I told you, I got extra work. Remember how I was sick? I have catching up to do, that's all. But Ichigo. Kigo whined. Go bother somebody else. Ichigo said heartlessly. There was a strong sense of guilt as he watched Kigo walk away defeated, although there was an exaggeration to his sloping posture that made Ichigo believe that he hoped for him to come after him, and apologize. It sucked, it really did. Not that Kigo had been his best friend before this had happened or anything, but he was alright. Now, he was just one of many he couldn't share his life's biggest secret with. His life had now divided people into two categories, those in the know, and those not in the know, and there was an inevitable barrier between him and those in category 2. One that required him to lie, to hide who he was. It was perhaps this grating line of thought that inspired what came next. Walking across the schoolyard, he could see the bulky, muscular frame of Yasutara Sato, standing a head taller than even the tallest people there. If not for his boyish features, Ichigo, and anyone else for that matter, would have mistaken him for a grown man. With his brown hair and dark skin, he didn't look the least bit Japanese, although Ichigo knew he was. He hadn't seen him for over a week, not since that attack Ichigo had saved him from, and he had half wondered when he would confront him about it. Part of him had wondered if he had not seen his face all right, but it had been broad daylight. Well, it would have been confusing it had been for Ichigo. Hello, the boy said, towering over Ichigo. He was a quiet sort, the kind you had to drag the words out of, so if he came to speak first then he likely had thought about it. Yo, Chad, Ichigo said. The nickname seemed appropriate, and Sato didn't seem to mind. I was wondering what exactly is going on. The half-Mexican said directly, his voice quite deep, but perfectly calm. In a small way, something inside Ichigo snapped. He had seen it. He had the power inside him, and he might be attacked again. The truth was too absurd to believe for any normal person. So why not tell him? Well, Chad, Ichigo said casually, almost flippantly, you know the question about an afterlife, the one that wise men have been pondering about for all human existence. Turns out to not be a matter of faith at all. It exists. Objectively and empirically measurable. Nobody seems sure if there's any kind of deity involved though, so the Dawkinses of the world might still be right, for all I know. There are ghosts, and they go there when they die. Except the ones with regret in their hearts, which turn into hollows like that big, nasty monster I finished off for you before. I couldn't see it, Chad said. Only vaguely. Blurred, like a haze on a hot summer day. But since then, I have begun to see these things. Monsters. Spirits. Well, welcome to a whole new world, Ichigo said bluntly. There's ghosts, hollow monsters, and Shinigami to take care of both. The Shinigami slay the hollows and help ghosts pass on, and that's about it. They're not actual spirits though, not in a mystical way. Are you one of them? Sorta, Ichigo admitted. It's like a part-time gig. My whole family is knee-deep in this business. My aunt's training me to be one. Spirits, monsters, soul reapers, it's all real. As for you? You've got energy in you, and plenty of it, so you may well be attacked again. I'm still human, but I'm learning to use this whole new power from Rukia. Got all that? Chad nodded. I see. If he disbelieved it, he gave no sign of it. Ichigo looked at Chad, who seemed completely unperturbed by this news. Ichigo didn't know him too well, on account of not having known him for very long, but in a strange way he supposed they were friends. He had first met him a couple of months ago, tied up with steel cable by a bunch of punks who were about to rearrange his face with a couple of steel pipes. Ichigo had caught the hoodlums off guard. There had been a dozen or so of them, but after he had effortlessly pummeled 3 of them in a matter of seconds, the rest of them had been too demoralized to really put up a fight. It had got him a few bruises, but in the end he had got Chad out after each and every punk was thoroughly beaten down. Chad had offered a simple thank you, and that had been it. They didn't talk much, because Chad was about as talkative as a rock, and they didn't hang out much, but they were still sort of friends. It was a guy thing, he guessed. You're taking this pretty well, you know, Ichigo said, feeling slightly disappointed that he hadn't induced more of a shock. This was a radical change of perspective, after all. Couldn't Chad at least have the decency to, well, raise an eyebrow or something? The eyebrow remained in its utterly indecent, perfectly normal position, as Chad said. It explains a lot. Oh, of course you take it easy, Ichigo grumbled. Me, I freak out and nearly die, and I'm this close to an identity crisis dash. He made a gesture with his thumb and index finger, to indicate a very, very small amount, but to you, it makes sense. I noticed things for a long time. Chad said stoically. Even more after I moved to Karakura. Now that I can see them, they make sense. I am relieved. Good grief. Ichigo said, and sighed. I assume Orium and Tatsuki are well endowed as well. Chad said innocently. Endowed? What? Ichigo said. With power. Chad said. I noticed that despite the distance you have put as of late, you still act familiar with them. Are they two Shinigami? Well, nothing escapes you. Ichigo said. Answers no. They ain't. But they know all about it, and my aunt says they got power, too. I see. Chad said, and nodded. Thank you. This has been an enlightening conversation. Not sure if you should be grateful for any of this, but suit yourself, Ichigo said. Anyway, let's go back. I think lunch is ending soon. Chad nodded, and together they headed back to class. Somewhere, Ichigo thought he could hear the distant howl of Nerd. Later that day, after school had ended, Ichigo made his way to the candy shop, where his aunt would be waiting for another session. It would be a good time to bring up Chad, although he wasn't sure how she'd react to bringing in yet another human into the group. Still, he had to try. However, when he opened the door, expecting nothing there except perhaps the shopkeeper or one of his weird assistants, he was met by Erza, who nearly ran him over on her way toward the door. Something urgent had to be happening. Her face was steely, determined, and grim, and she marched past him without even saying hello. Erza. He said quizzically. What is it? What about training? Erza turned to look at him, and practically barked the words out. Not today. Hollow infestation 2 miles outside Karakura. I need to get there now, and maybe I'll be able to contain it. Wow. Ichigo said sincerely, part of him wishing he could come along. So. You stay put. Erza said, as if having anticipated his question. No training today. Take the night off. And if you try and follow me, I'll beat you senseless in the event that you survive. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am, Ichigo said dejectedly. An infestation? He had no idea what that would look like, how many there would be, only that he very much wanted to see one. Still, if there was one thing he had learned, it was that rules were there to be broken unless it pissed off his aunt, in which case you obeyed the rules like your life depended on it. As Erza headed out, Ichigo sighed, half with disappointment and half with relief. She was almost gone already, having taken off at breakneck speed. It was downright amazing, the things a full Shinigami could do. Well, a free evening was a free evening. He could go home, catch up on his homework, maybe watch some TV, read a bit of Jane Austen, all very relaxing things. But, as his tired body reminded him, zero-effort efforts would be far more preferable. The park wasn't far from here, maybe half an hour's walk, and a relaxing stroll among the trees with the sun shining down on him seemed quite all right. Said and done, Ichigo headed out, leisurely steering himself toward the park. From the back of the store, with an interested look on his face, Urahara Kisuke watched him leave. He hadn't gone very far before Rukia joined him, casually walking up alongside him. Are you stalking me now? Ichigo said, although his tone was light-hearted. He was in a fairly good mood, all things considered. Oh, please, Rukia said dismissively. I make it my business to always know where you are. You are my responsibility, after all. What if you were caught all alone without a way of leaving your body? Reassuring. Ichigo said dryly. For your information, I have a perfectly good soul pill in my pocket. Always carry one. Well, you've adapted, Rukia said. Even so, I think I'll follow you around for a bit. Suit yourself, Ichigo said, and shrugged. Enjoy the earth scenery, or whatever. It's a beautiful park. Rukia admitted, looking around. The area was mostly deserted, commonly visited on weekends, a landscape full of lush, leafy trees, and grass, the chirping of birds running through the air. We have areas like these in the Soul Society too, of course, but it's nice. Ichigo said, and shrugged. He had a hard time figuring Rukia out. All he knew was that she had a problem with Erza, and apparently they had once been friends. Other than that, she seemed a mystery. Is there any particular reason you come here, anyway? Rukia said. I've never seen you go here before. Then again, I've only known you for so long. I dunno, Ichigo said, and shrugged. It's nice, I guess. That, and... He said hesitantly. What? Rukia said curiously. I have a memory from here, Ichigo said, realizing he very well could have more than one reason for having come here. When I was a kid, maybe 5 years old or something, I remember, well, I don't remember a lot. It was raining, and I was scared. Crying. My mom was bleeding, and she was fighting a monster. Not far from here, actually. I always thought it was just my imagination running wild, but now I'm not so sure. I know Mom went to the hospital, but that's it. He took a deep breath, forcing every bit of memory he could back into his mind. It had been so long ago, but it had always seemed so real, because it probably was. She was fighting. Ichigo said hesitantly, and their walk slowed, as they came up a hill. Just down it was an empty grass field, with a tree line not far behind it, and a few large rocks to the side. It was here. She was fighting with a bow, I think. Against a big, scary monster. A bow. Rukia said curiously. Yeah. Ichigo said. Damn. I mean, I know I already had that whole my life is a lie epiphany already, but, this is, surprising, I guess. Or maybe I was right the first time, and I dreamed it all up. It could certainly be real. Rukia said affirmatively. Karakura has one of the thickest concentrations of spiritual energy in the world, and you see a high frequency of hollow manifestations here. Well, I can't be sure, can I? Ichigo said. And here I was supposed to just take it easy, not run down memory lane and question my existence. Ichigo grumbled. God is dead and we have killed him. Rukia said snidely. You have a whole afterlife where you mainly work as a soldier, and you still know to quote Nietzsche. Ichigo said with distaste. I know I'm just 15, but I'm not quite ready to give up on life having meaning and all of us being insignificant in the face of the infinity of space. Where do you think Nietzsche went when he died? Rukia said, and Ichigo couldn't be sure if she was joking or not. Whatever, Ichigo mumbled. My head is screwy enough without adding shallow interpretations of mainstream philosophies to it. I'll sort out myself, then consider pondering the meaning of life and everything. 42. Rukia said innocently. Just how much pop culture do you people import? Ichigo said. Oh, that is what you want to know. Rukia said with a small, sarcastic smile. Not how many famous historical figures are there, or how the deceased live in the afterlife. Forget it. Ichigo mumbled, and took a seat by a rock near the dirt road they had been walking on, leaning his back against it. Have you always been able to see it? Rukia said, and joined him by the rock, sitting up straight and staring up at the sky. The spirits. Far as I can remember, yeah, Ichigo said. That's exceptional. Rukia said. Few ever develop that skill. I'm a special snowflake, I know, Ichigo said dismissively. They keep telling me that, and then my aunt makes me feel like I'm a special piece of dirt mashed into even smaller pieces of dirt. Rukia laughed. It hurts, I know. She taught me to. Really? Ichigo said curiously. I think she mentioned being a teacher, but she didn't say anything about that. I think she's trying to respect my privacy, Rukia said. That, or she feels guilty about something else. I won't get into the problems I have with her, but she did teach me, along with an entire class. She was an academy instructor back then. She accepted no slack, gave no special treatment, and half of us were terrified of her. Sounds like her, all right. Ichigo said. She was hard, but fair. Rukia nodded, sounding almost appreciative. Just like an instructor should be. She took dumb, ignorant rookies and made them into soldiers. She only stayed for 2 years, but she did a great job back then. Many admired her, and she even formed close bonds with some of her students. They became her friends when they graduated. You really liked her, huh? Ichigo said, looking at Rukia. She had a wistful expression, a far cry from the spite and anger she had always had otherwise. It was more than just having a good teacher. Rukia confessed solemnly. There was a time in my life that was dark. She helped me through it. Forced me through it. That meant something to me. Huh? Ichigo said. He had always figured there was history between them, but knowing about it in theory and hearing it were two different things. So, I guess that makes sense, then. That you'd feel angry. I'd rather not, really. Rukia said quickly. Talk about it. But yes. She was a good person back then. Still is. Ichigo said firmly. Yes, probably. Rukia said quietly. Their moment of peace and quiet was not to last, though. As one they felt a rumbling through the air, the disturbance of negative energy rippling through the air, followed by the distinctive signature of a hollow and a strong one, at that. Portal. Ichigo said out loud, quickly getting to his feet, and Rukia nodded in confirmation. One of those things just popped shit. What can you feel? Rukia said urgently, standing up and looking around. I can't sense it properly. You have to do that. Ichigo said, and reached into his pants, fumbling after the Jikengan pill. After a few seconds which felt like minutes, which felt like hours, he managed to get it out, and quickly swallowed it. Neatly, he popped out of his body, and stood tall as a Shinigami, feeling the weight of his sword on his back. It's strong. Ichigo mumbled, with a sense of dread. It was close by, he could feel, and it had a ripe, rich spiritual signature, like the stench of carrion. It was a foul, great mass of energy, far above any hollow he had exterminated before. Ryotsu didn't smell, it didn't have that kind of physical property, but if it could, it would have reeked of death and decay. Ichigo felt a sinking feeling, like he was standing in front of a steep drop, about to take a plunge while not really knowing if he dared. Fighting hollows was what he did. He was strong. But there were lots of things much stronger than he. Erza had beat that into him and she was nowhere near here. If this went wrong, it could go very badly. He could die. Where is it? Rukia asked. That way, Ichigo said, pointing toward the tree line. He could almost see it, the trees rustling as it moved. It's strong. Very strong. We could go back to Urahara's shop, Rukia suggested. We could run there, get help and let it have free reign over whoever happens to be in the area? Hell no, Ichigo said firmly, that sinking feeling dampening somewhat. Scary as it was, he knew what he had to do. There were people here. Not a lot, but there still were. Nothing stopped it from going out of the park, either. Erza was away, but if that thing went on a killing spree and he didn't even try to stop it, well, he couldn't have that. It wasn't very smart, the voice of rationality insisted in his head as he took a step forward. You might be ashamed to face Erza if you do nothing, but if you're dead then you're dead, and how do you think she will feel then? She told you not to get in too deep. She'd tell you to run away. Dying heroically gets you dead, nothing more. But some things you just had to do. I'm going. Ichigo said. Keep your head down and don't get dragged into it. Be careful. Rukia said, and nodded. Ichigo took another step forward, and another, steps that quickly turned into a run. It hadn't been a minute since the hollow had materialized, but he wasn't about to give it a chance to run away. He headed toward the tree line, and there it was, emerging from the woods. It was big, all right. Nearly twice as tall as Ichigo, it was the size of a small bus. It looked like a grotesque, oversized, and misshapen hamster, its bone-white mask leering at Ichigo with the eyes of a predator eyeing its prey. As Ichigo pulled out his sword, it began creeping toward him slowly, nimble on its feet like a cat, surprisingly agile for a creature so fat and so huge. "Shinigami," it said, letting out a chuckle, a low rumble deep from its throat. "It's been a while since I had such a fine meal." "Come eat, then," Ichigo said, with far more confidence than he actually felt. "I've eaten 3 of your kind before," the creature said smugly, continuing to pace to the side. Knowing it was looking for an angle of attack, Ichigo carefully matched its steps, keeping his sword pointed directly at it. "Low-rank trash like you do not impress me." "You sure talk a lot," Ichigo shot back. "If you're so strong, why haven't you pounced on me yet?" "No hurry," the hollow said lazily. There was some hope to this, Ichigo realized. It was clearly taking him seriously, which meant he probably had a decent shot. He just had to avoid running in headlong. Erza would have his head for doing something that stupid, even if he survived. The hollow stopped, for just a second, and then on it came, leaping forward with a savage quickness far greater than Ichigo would have expected. But his training wasn't for nothing, and Ichigo took a step back, braced himself, and quickly parried its first strike. The hollow viciously struck again with its other front paw, not a moment later, but Ichigo had already jumped back. He tried to bring his sword up for a strike, but the hollow was too fast. All he could do at the moment was defend. Finally, after parrying another 3 strikes, the palm of the hollow's paw clashed with Ichigo's blade, and he could see blood seeping out. It was pushing down on him, hard, and it was a tribute to the fantastical workings of Ryotsu physics that Ichigo was not overwhelmed by its sheer mass. Ichigo grunted and pushed back as hard as he could, aware of the hollow's other arm, knowing it could strike at any moment. "Impressive," the hollow rumbled, with a malevolent glee in its voice. "You're the one bleeding, so don't get cocky." Ichigo snarled. "Let's see about that." The hollow cackled, and suddenly its fingers extended like spears, 3 of them stabbing right into Ichigo's chest. Ichigo gasped, and stood as paralyzed for a second, completely caught off guard. To his surprise, though, the hollow did not pounce, instead taking a few steps back, pulling its spear-like fingers out. The wounds were shallow, Ichigo realized, and while it hurt it did nothing to wear him down. "Was that it?" Ichigo said, feigning overconfidence. If it underestimated him, then that was all the better. "That was nothing. My aunt hurts me worse than that every day." The hollow let out a low, rumbling cackle, laughing gleefully. "Allow me to introduce myself, boy," it said, glee in its voice. Ichigo could see something stir at the top of its mask, just where the mask itself ended and its body began. "I am called Grand Fisher. I have lived and hunted your kind for 100 years, and you are all just as arrogant. The 3 Shinigami I ate before were all sure of themselves, and they all made me stronger when I gobbled their guts, their bones, their flesh. All I needed was a bit of your blood." "Yeah," Ichigo said. Boasting as it was, Ichigo figured it might leave an opening. It was worth the try, at least. "I remember now," it said, its red, evil-minded eyes fixated on Ichigo's face. "This place. Years ago. Here, I sampled your kin." Oh, she would have been a treat. Ichigo, deciding that listening to him talk was doing him no favors, chose to make his move. Quickly he dashed forward, his sword held down and sideways, going for an upward slash. But then the growth on Fisher's head moved, extending like a tendril from a plant, and suddenly Ichigo saw his mother standing right in front of him. Ichigo came to a screeching halt, his sword falling from its ready position, and he stuttered. Mom." "Ichigo, please don't hurt me," she said. It looked like her. It sounded exactly like her. At the back of his mind, Ichigo realized it had to be a trick he tried to sense for his mother's unmistakable signature. And then Grand Fisher's claws hit him in the side, digging deep into his flesh and sending him tumbling. Ichigo let out a pained wheeze. The air in his lungs had left him, and he felt a burning pain as the sensation of blood wetting his shiakusho crept upon him. Desperately he got up to his knees, struggling to stand. It could pounce at any moment, and if it did, he was done for. Despite the pain, despite the burning and the blood flowing freely down his side, he stood up. Grand Fisher laughed, looking at Ichigo like a cat making ready to play with a mouse. "You are all the same, you arrogant Shinigami scum," he rumbled, and laughed again. "You trust your sword to carry through, never once expecting that your enemy would hit somewhere your sword could not parry." "That's a dirty trick," Ichigo said. He was feeling faint, a little dizzy, and knew that he had to focus. "Your body lies to you, Ichigo," he remembered his aunt lecturing, "even as a human, it tells you to stop long before you've given it your all. As a Shinigami, you can go that much further. See the life for what it is. Fight. Don't give in until your body cannot move a muscle." This was it. This was what she had trained him for. Alone, against a strong, cunning enemy, bleeding and struggling to stand, let alone raise his sword, this was a trial by fire. He was not done. Not by a long shot. This was where Erza would force him to keep going, show him that yes, you can raise your sword and fight. Resolutely, Ichigo raised his sword, ignoring the pain in his side, and took a stance. "You are in charge. You are not done until you have given it your all." The words echoed through his mind, as he readied himself. "Oh," Fisher said, cocking its head to the side, as if he had seen something quaint. "You will attempt a bit of valiance after all." He chuckled again, and stepped forward, making ready to pounce. "Good. It is always more fun when they struggle." Ichigo forced a focus on himself. There was the pain, but it was dull, as if existing somewhere else. There were the trees, the rocks, the grass, but they were of no consequence. There was the smallest breeze in his face, but it didn't even register. There was only him, his sword, and the bulky form of Grand Fisher, about to pounce. And from somewhere within him, he felt a power rise, force of a kind he had only felt a few times when Erza had pushed him long and hard, during his very best sparring sessions. Grand Fisher pounced, but it was almost as if it happened in slow motion. Waiting 1 moment, 2 moments, Ichigo let it come closer. Then, as it was almost upon him, poised for what it surely thought was a devastating blow, Ichigo dashed to the side and then forward, raking his sword across Fisher's side. Its thick hide and fur bore most of the cut, but Ichigo could feel it pierce the skin, blood splashing on the ground. "What?" Fisher snarled, turning around quickly. "You little brat, I'll make you suffer for that." Ichigo did not reply, once again readying himself. Part of him noted how easily he had been able to ignore the pain. He had been cut deeply, and he was bleeding profusely still. If he had been human, several vital organs would have been ruptured, and he would likely be dead or dying already. But as a Shinigami, it was more of a nuisance. It hurt, but not nearly as much as it should. Still, he would not get cocky. Fisher was angry now, and that was another advantage in Ichigo's favor. Coolly, he took a stance again, waiting for the monster to attack. Again it came, snarling, crashing down on him with tremendous force. But power without finesse is meaningless, Erza's voice echoed in his head. Raw strength loses to technique in almost every situation. Ichigo was smaller in size, and couldn't hit quite as hard, but that needn't mean a thing. The Hollow's claws came down, raking at him furiously, but Ichigo parried them, anticipating their movement. He took 1, 2, 3 light-footed steps backward, then, as the claws came at him again, he dodged under a wide, uncontrolled slash, and cut deep and hard into Fisher's chest, immediately rolling away as the monster lashed out with a counter-attack. It was furious now, and let out a roar, charging again. The process repeated itself 3 times, Ichigo reading its movements, evading its attacks, and seeing an opening to cut deep into its flesh. Part of him felt amazed at how easy it was. The monster's movements seemed slow, clumsy, painfully predictable. All he had to do was know where to be at what time, and it seemed unable to touch him. Compared to the furious speed Erza had made him used to, this only just barely came close. It charged again, abandoning its bullheaded, direct approach, instead trying to jab at Ichigo, find an opening of its own. There was a problem here. Not only was the monster smart enough to change its strategy, but it was too big, too huge for Ichigo to get a good crack at its mask. One hard hit across that would mean the end of this fight, and the Hollow knew it well. The pain was still there, and while Shinigami physique was extraordinary, Ichigo was not keen to find out just how much he could bleed before he collapsed. He was the one who had been hurt the worst for all the cuts he had made into Fisher, its blood staining the grass plentifully. None of the cuts were all that deep relative to its size. He had to find a way to end this, not just dance around surviving. Frustrated with its lack of success clawing at Ichigo, the young Shinigami in training parrying or evading his every strike, Grand Fisher took a step back. He stood up on his hind legs, towering over Ichigo, and once more extended the lure, taking the shape of the boy's mother. It had worked like a charm the first time, and he was too strong for Fisher's liking. The lure went down, hanging by his tentacle, and Fisher waited for its effect. His mother no, it's a trick, damn it came down again. Even knowing what it was as if a blanket folded itself over his mind, almost like it were hypnosis. Everything in his brain told him this was his mother, his beloved mom who had raised him lovingly all these years, and he would never want to raise a sword to her, would he? It's a trick. Part of him snarled inside his mind. It's not real. Wake up, he's going to use it to strike at you again when your guard is down, do you hear? Ichigo felt dull. The awareness he had felt, the sheer focus, was fading away, and he felt calmer. It was his mother. He sensed for her riot and found none. But it had to be her. Right? No. With a sense of victorious glee, Fisher let his claw come down. He would crush the boy's skull this time, ending him immediately. Playing with him would have been more fun, enjoying his screams of pain as he bit off one limb at a time, but it would be too dangerous. One strike, quick and easy. And then he felt the sharp edge of a sword blocking his strike, cutting into his palm. He had put quite some force behind it, and it cut deep into his skin. What? Fisher hissed. That's impossible, you can't dash. Because nobody saw through this before. Ichigo hissed, a rage slowly building up in his chest, rising from his toes to his head. Letting out a snarl, he pushed Grand Fisher back, and before the best could recover, he lunged forward, viciously cutting its left forearm off. The limb fell to the ground, bouncing once, and Fisher staggered back, feeling the pain as his blood splashed plentifully to the ground, staining the grass a deep red. I bet you think you were so damn special, Ichigo spat, flinging blood off his sword. You have that cheap-ass special ability, and you like catching people off guard with it, because you're too damn weak to fight anybody strong head-on. My mother. You used my mother against me, you horrible, cheap piece of offal. Fisher opened his mouth to retort. He didn't understand. The Shinigami had not seemed that strong, and what was worse, his trick had never failed before. This was shocking. You little... He snarled, collapsing down on three legs. Fiercely, Ichigo charged forward, taking the initiative for the first time. You know, he spat, as he swung his sword in long, hard, methodic swings, which Fisher just barely could catch with one hand. I've purged monsters like you before. But you went and made that personal, Fisher. He dodged a counter-attack with contemptuous ease, and shot forward, his Zanpakuto burying itself in Fisher's chest. The hollow roared with pain as Ichigo twisted the sword and ripped it free, spraying fresh stains of blood on the grass. Fisher, having run out of condescending words, viciously clawed at Ichigo, with the singular focus of an animal with its back against the wall, bent on survival. It was fast, desperate and vicious. It was not enough. With a furious swing, Ichigo cut once more, severing the right arm, and Fisher collapsed on the ground. It's pretty pitiful, being a hollow, Ichigo said coldly, raising his blade like an executioner. You don't choose becoming a monster, after all. But you really earned this one. Fisher cried out one last time, and Ichigo's blade came down. The mask was sturdy, thick, and heavy, and for an instant Ichigo thought the one blow would not be enough. But the blade cut through, cracking under the weight of the blow, if a bit slower than usual. It took a second, but then the process began, Grand Fisher dissolving. Ichigo looked at the monster, pitiful, bleeding and broken, as it began to break down into tiny, glowing particles, flowing away like dust in the wind. He had very nearly died. But there he was, still standing. And, he became aware as the adrenaline or whatever equivalent there were for Shinigami began to wear off, he was in a significant amount of pain. The immediate danger gone, he was now aware that he had 3 sizable holes in his side, and that most of the left side of his shiakusho was soiled with blood. Letting out a cough, he let his blade sink into the ground, and he fell to one knee. He felt nauseated, not from the pain so much as from the experience itself, the brush with death. But despite himself, he had to admit it had been a thrill. To fight, to really fight with real stakes, to find a challenge and overcome it. He could do without the pain, but, dear Lord, he had enjoyed it. He stood like that for 1, 2 minutes, maybe 5. He had no clue, really, only the forced breaths and the dim view of the blood-stained grass in front of him reminding him that he was still in reality. Then, he heard a clapping from elsewhere, a slow, appreciative clap getting a little louder as its source came closer. "Mr. Kurosaki," said a cheery, carefree voice, and the claps ended as Ichigo raised his head. The world was a little blurry, but he could still make out who it was: the blonde hair, the bucket hat, the white and green striped coat. It was Urahara, the shopkeeper, the one Erza relied on but didn't like. "A job well done, I must say. Excellent, in fact," he said cheerily, as he kneeled on the ground, collecting samples of blood in little phials, his and Fisher's both, Ichigo noted. "I'd shake your hand," the shopkeeper continued, "but I suspect you are not in any condition to even stand up at the moment. Which is perfectly understandable, of course. What are you doing?" Ichigo mumbled, exhaustion setting in. "Gathering material for scientific analysis, naturally," Urahara said, as if it were obvious. "If it helps, I should clarify that you were never really in danger. I was watching close by. If things had got out of control, I would have intervened." "You what?" Ichigo said, mustering the energy to be surprised. Yes, it must seem awfully callous," Urahara said, stuffing the files in a pocket of his jacket, "but we all make sacrifices. Besides, you rose to the challenge admirably. Now, why don't I escort you back to the store? We will pick up Miss Rukia and your body along the way, and see to treating your injuries. You will be up and about in no time, I assure you." Ichigo wanted to protest, wanted to ask what the hell was going on, but found himself lacking the energy. He was exhausted, mentally more than physically, and relying on somebody else for treatment felt deserved, at the very least. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when he woke up, but he felt surprisingly pleasant when his eyes opened, blinking a few times. There was no daylight, he realized, so he had to have been out for a good few hours, assuming this was even the same day. Cautiously, he tried sitting up, anticipating a sharp jerk of pain. To his surprise, the pain was dull, reduced and distant, and combined with the somewhat blurry way he saw the world, he deduced he had probably been put on some sort of drug. He blinked a couple more times, and as his vision cleared a little, he looked around. He was in a simple room with a sliding door, lying in a comfortable futon, stripped down to his underwear. Thick bandages were wrapped around his midsection, with even thicker paddings underneath. There was the sense of some kind of spiritual energy, residue of something he couldn't recognize. Judging from the comparative lack of blood and pain, he guessed it was some sort of mystical healing art. He had at least heard of it, though he had not witnessed it directly before. He blinked again. The last he remembered was, well, he was being led somewhere by that Urahara guy. Rukia had been there, too. He was obviously still in his Shinigami form, which meant he'd needed serious healing before he could get back in his body. He had beaten a strong, dangerous hollow all on his own. As the realization sunk in, he heard muffled, distant voices talking, arguing. One, he realized after a few seconds, he recognized. It was his aunt, sounding upset, and well, she probably would be. Cautiously he tried standing up, grabbing a simple robe lying next to the bed, probably placed there for him to use. He ached, but not so bad he couldn't walk, and carefully slid the door open. Slowly and carefully he walked out, toward the front of the shop. "And I am telling you, if he suffers any lasting injuries there will be hell to pay," came the voice of his aunt. "I get out of town for a few hours, and this happens? He's my responsibility, Ichigo," she said, turning her head toward him as she saw him in the doorway. Urahara stood there behind the counter, presumably the focus of Erza's venting process, and looked at him with a content smile. "Ichigo, you should be in bed," she said firmly, and marched toward him. "Come on, what room were you in?" "Auntie, I'm fine he protested. "What room?" Erza said, and there was no room for disagreement in her voice. Lamely, Ichigo pointed, and with caution, insisting on supporting him every step of the way, Erza marched him back to the room. Impatiently, she helped him into bed, and Ichigo dared not say he needed no help at all. Once tucked back into bed, a blanket pulled up to his chin, Erza sat cross-legged by the futon, looking down on him. Ichigo looked up at her, and a feeling of dread rose inside him. He had not been careful. He had been reckless, which was the opposite of careful, and doing the opposite of what Erza told you got you your ass kicked. She probably would not physically beat him, not in this state, although she likely would when he had healed, but he was in for a hell of a lecture, he was sure of it. "Are you all right?" Erza said quietly, not sure how badly hurt Ichigo was. "I'm fine," Ichigo mumbled. "I don't know what the bucket hat did, but it worked real nice. I barely even hurt you," Erza said, taking a deep breath. "You'll live," he said. "Full recovery. Apparently it was only 3-foot-long claws puncturing your torso." Ichigo took a deep breath. "Here it came." "Ichigo," Erza said, looking him in the eyes, her gaze steely, "what were you thinking?" Ichigo said hesitantly, knowing there was no right answer, "I could have run for help, but then he might have gone for some innocent people who couldn't defend themselves." Erza made a fist, and looked at him with a vicious glare. "Kurosaki Ichigo, that was utter foolishness. That was idiotic. It was dangerous, reckless, stupid, nearly fatal, that was a catastrophic mistake I'm sorry," Ichigo mumbled. "Shut up. I'm not done yet," Erza said firmly, and Ichigo swallowed. "That was completely idiotic, dangerous, and I am incredibly proud of you." Ichigo blinked, this time out of surprise. "What?" "I've never talked much about my old life," Erza said, "but when I was alive, in a whole different world from this, I belonged to a guild. We did things like these, all of the time. Risking your life like that is very, very stupid, but it's also the right thing to do. Act first, think later, go with your gut and screw the consequences." That was, well, sort of an unofficial motto. "You know, that is a really mixed message compared to everything you said so far," Ichigo said, in his confusion resorting to a sarcastic tone. "Oh, don't expect this to mean you can freely charge in like an idiot every time you please," Erza said firmly, almost angrily, and scowled. "But, there is a time and a place. Sometimes you have to try the impossible. Sometimes you go against the odds, when it would be rational to back out, because screw the odds. A time and a place, Ichigo, and only your best judgment can tell when. But if you take that to mean you can choose when not to listen to me, I'll make you wish for this sick bed again." "Gotcha," Ichigo mumbled. "So what happened?" "Well," Ichigo said, and recounted the whole of the fight, the walk in the park, the sudden appearance of the hollow, its strength, how afraid he had been, that special ability, and how he had risen to the occasion. "It's funny, you know," Ichigo mumbled, feeling puzzled as he reflected on the event. "It felt almost like a dream, thinking back to it. It was like something just kicked in after it got me the first time. It was like, I don't want to say time slowed or nothing, but I could read everything better. I knew what was where. I knew where I needed to be and when. That hollow, it was fast and vicious, but it felt slow to me. Is this some sort of special Shinigami ability?" "No, Ichigo," Erza said, shaking her head. "It's nothing special, but it is vital. You were faced with danger, and you kept a level head. It's not a magic trick. It's awareness, the kind that only training and hard work can give you. Humans can attain it as much as any Shinigami. It's just concentration in its most important form." "Huh?" Ichigo mumbled, almost disappointed. "So the real deal came along, and I just remembered my training, that's it." "Don't say that like it means little, because it doesn't," Erza said, her voice serious. "It means everything. Shinigami may have magic, a supernatural strength and endurance, but 99% of it comes down to hard work. You trained. I trained you. It had an effect where it mattered the most. It makes me proud, and it should make you proud, too. Yeah, Ichigo said, his spirits rising. It was not often he was praised like this. Yeah, I can do that. Feel a bit of pride. Now, rest. Erza said. I still have to notify your mother, and there is a conversation I do not look forward to having. Oh, yeah. Ichigo muttered, feeling faint again. His mom, yes, she'd have words for him. Might as well rest, then. Erza watched over Ichigo, and once she was sure he had fallen asleep again, she quietly got to her feet, and walked back out in search of Urahara Kisuke. She still had some choice words for him. The man was gone from the store's front, the desk being manned by one of those mod soul children. Erza did not spend much time here, aside from the cellar, but she knew he had a personal laboratory in the back. Heading right there, she almost ripped the door off its hinges as she pulled it open. Careful, careful, Urahara said, sitting bent over a table, with a microscope, several petri dishes and pipettes on it. Doors aren't cheap, you know. I don't give a damn about your door. Erza said. She was calm now comparatively after speaking to Ichigo, but looking at Urahara, she felt the anger rising again. We will have words, or I will wreck this miserable room. Oh, you wouldn't. Urahara said. Surely you'd never compromise such precious knowledge. That tone, at the same time flippant, dismissive, and disinterested, as if she was just a nuisance, was enough. You think I'm kidding? Erza snarled, and slammed her fist onto the table, rattling his experiment. Careful, Urahara said urgently. He took a deep breath, sat up straight, and swung his chair around. You wanted to talk. Let's talk. If it's about my experiments, I assure you I had the boy treated first. You know, I'm not a super genius, Erza said coldly, and looked him right in the eye, but I'm not an idiot either. The stare, which terrified most people she knew, seemed to have no effect. He didn't budge. It was infuriating. Oh, I would never deign to underestimate you, Erza, Urahara said, sounding serious enough but you could rarely tell with him. I know exactly how intelligent you are. I know where you stand. I'm not an idiot, Erza repeated. There is a hollow infestation. A massive one, just enough to keep me busy for a few hours. Conveniently situated well outside the city where it might hurt people. And then at the same time, Ichigo just happens to run into a powerful hollow, one just in line with his level of strength. Convenient, isn't it? Ever heard of coincidences, Miss Scarlet? Urahara said innocently. They do happen. Given your history with manipulation, I can't blame you for being a mite paranoid, but an infestation while he happens upon a hollow is coincidence. Erza said, her voice like cold steel, but him running into the exact same hollow that attacked his mother when he was little? That just happens to manifest on top of Ichigo. She clenched her fists. You can deny it all you want. Likewise, I can burn down this entire laboratory with a bit of keto. Don't be hasty, Urahara said. His voice was smooth, in control, but there was an urgency to it. It sounds as if you accuse me of, well, having deliberately set up a distraction only to summon a very specific hollow to test Ichigo. That is a very serious accusation, and say I'm hurt and I'm going to break your nose. Erza said bluntly. And it is one for which you have no evidence. Urahara said, smooth as a well-oiled machine. Really, all you have is assumption. But, he added, seeing Erza's progressively darkening expression, if one were to orchestrate such a set of events, in such a genial and almost flawless manner, then surely you would see that it was masterminded to perfection. That I, were I behind it, would have taken every necessary precaution to assure young Mr. Kurosaka's safety. Surely you can see that. He is in bed with severe mauling injuries. Erza said flatly. And I am this close to rearranging your face. Give me a reason not to. Let me put it like this, Urahara said cautiously. You are close to the boy. As you should, having been part of his life for so long. But even with your legendary harshness, you go a bit soft on him. This was the first time he had to face serious combat, and he held up brilliantly without the slightest need for help. I determine when he's ready. Erza snarled, and grabbed him by the collar, hoisting him up from his seat. That is my call. I am his sensei, and he is not your test subject to use as you please. Well, technically I've been testing him since first you started training in the basement, which is my property, by the way, that I graciously have let you use free of charge. Erza raised a fist. Aren't you even a little curious? Urahara added anxiously. Haven't you considered there was a reason for this? I don't collect data just for the fun of it, you know. Talk, and make it good. Erza said, her fist still raised. His power, Urahara said. You're 100 years old. You've been through the academy. You have taught at the academy. You served with the best. Have you ever seen anybody with such raw potential? So much strength with so little age? You say he's 1 in a million, but that's not even true. He's unique, and you know it. What of it? Erza said dismissively. The normal cannot exist without the abnormal, naturally, Urahara explained as best he could, all but lifted from the floor by Erza, but unique phenomena demand an explanation. Have you never asked yourself why he is so strong? His father is a captain and his mother a Quincy of considerable power. Talk about winning the genetic lottery. That accounts for some of it, yes, Urahara nodded, but that's not nearly enough. Now, with this new data, I am onto something. Finally, Erza let go, and Urahara shot her a smile. I have a preliminary analysis, preliminary, mind you, because there is a lot of data to analyze and verify, but the core of it is. Ichigo is not really human. What? Erza said, and frowned. You mean dash. The DNA supplied from the Jigai I made expertly, I might add made him human enough, that's not what I mean, Urahara said. No, it's, here, look, he said, pulling out a few papers, with charts Erza couldn't quite understand. Observe, the Ryotsu pattern of a normal Shinigami. Every pattern is different, like a fingerprint. Yes, Urahara said, but they all behave in such a way that you can identify them as Shinigami, or a regular plus soul, or a Quincy, and so on. Do you see how the pattern runs? He held up the papers, eagerly trying to demonstrate it. Now, he said, holding up another paper, whose curved waves and figures looked radically different even to Erza, despite her lack of knowledge of the science behind it, look at this. Ichigo's Ryotsu pattern. Fluctuating wildly, and enormously powerful. Preliminary assessment, and I do repeat, it is preliminary. Just say it, Erza said impatiently. He has the spiritual structure of a hybrid. Urahara said. Ryotsu has its own equivalent to DNA. It mimics the human anatomy fairly well, since it is the blueprint from which it evolved. In yours or mine, you would find regular DNA, cells, molecules that you would find on any Shinigami. In him, it is different. As if merged with a whole other source of power. Hybrid. Erza said. Hybrid of what? That is the question, yes, Urahara said, and grinned widely. I do not know yet. For all I know, it could take years to analyze. I am a genius, but data takes time to sift through, and we do not have the glorious funding that the Godai does. But know this, he is absolutely exceptional. In all my time as a scientist, I have seen nothing like it. And, he added hastily, this could prove vital. My little experiment, if I did perform it, and I'm not saying that I did, is totally justified, ethically and practically. And what about when Rukia takes her power back? Well, we'd have to find a way around that. He has grown explosively since then, and it's not going to stop. Urahara said, sounding intrigued. There is no known limit to how far he could go. He could surpass you eventually. In a few years or a few decades, who knows? You had best teach him to handle power, because it's part of him now. He was right, Erza knew. She only wished he didn't sound so happy about it. I won't forget about this, she said, and scowled. I am sure you won't. And when you one day thank me for it, I'll be gracious enough not to hold a grudge. But till then. Erza growled, and turned around. The thought of breaking his nose, and a few other things, was still tempting, but it was a strange thing, and as shifty as he was, he valued his science. Knowing where this power came from could prove vital. Ethically and morally justified? In his dreams. But as usual, he managed to make himself useful enough that she needed him. What was with Ichigo? She had to admit, she did want to know. But if he overstepped like this again, no amount of slippery talking would get him out of a thrashing. Chapter 29, Quincy Archer Hates You? Deal with it. School had ended, and Tatsuki had made her way down to that spacious, magical basement, as she had done on and off for the last few weeks. Mainly to watch Ichigo train, because there was no denying it, it looked cool. Moving at the speed of lightning, swinging great big swords around, wearing those black kimono, it was like something out of a movie, but with the added advantage of being real. Ichigo had reacted to the supernatural with surprise followed by stoic acceptance bordering on apathy, but Tatsuki's reaction was one of continued awe. Sure, it did fly in the face of everything she had learned about the physical universe, but then again, cars, vaccines, airplanes and the internet would have had the same exact effect on somebody from 400 years ago. It was a wondrous, frightening and mysterious world, and she was glad to be a part of it, even as a sideliner. Knowing this, that most of everybody else did not, had its appeal. But as wondrous and awe-inspiring as it was, there was an aftertaste to each experience. It was childish in its roots, and Tatsuki knew it. When they were kids, Ichigo had never been able to beat her in karate. She had been faster, stronger, better in every regard. Then puberty had started to kick in, and she couldn't really win anymore. It had infuriated her for a time, but she had come to accept it. Nature had equipped males with more muscle mass and larger size, which was a natural advantage in any kind of martial art. There was nothing to be done about it. She had thought that childish grudge gone. But now, with Ichigo having grown all this power, so much strength and skill that literally nothing she had could compare, there was no denying it. She was jealous. Jealous, and frustrated, because she hated the idea of dependence, that if a hollow popped up she would have to rely on him to protect her. Japanese culture had its ideas about what women should and shouldn't do, and Tatsuki had spent most of her life flying in the face of that. Girls should be girly. Girls should rely on boys to protect and care for them. She had heard it enough times to want to snap the necks of the people who said it. She kept her hair short, because she liked it that way, and she kept on doing karate, because it made her feel strong. It kept her fit. And now she had gone from knowing that she could beat the snot out of almost any potential robber, pervert, or rapist out there, to knowing that these predators were small fish in a large pond, nothing compared to the real monsters, the ones that ate you alive, flesh and soul both. And Ichigo was the one who could fight them. Not her. What was worse, he didn't even have the decency to be smug about it. His sensei would never have that. It wasn't like he had asked for this either. There was no rational reason to be jealous, frustrated and angry with being left behind like this. Objectively this was nobody's fault, just the way life pans out. But emotion was anything but objective and rational, and each time Ichigo left for a hollow hunt with Erza, she felt a little pang of anger, of jealousy, and guilt that she felt these things in the first place. It wasn't fair. Life wasn't fair, but damn it, she wanted it to be. The best way to work off negative feelings, she knew, was physical. Reflection and self-realization was effective for some people, probably the kind of pricks who were actually mature, but not nearly as effective as a thorough release of adrenaline and the various endorphins a proper workout added. So she took a stance, and threw a punch. Going through the various forms of karate she knew, over and over, she soon worked up a sweat. Fancy moves were alright, but it's the punch you practice 1,000 times that really works. Her instructor had hammered that one home, and Tatsuki had largely found it to be true. As she let her muscles work, as little beads of sweat formed on her back and forehead, sure enough she felt her feelings take the backseat to the task at hand. She had practiced for a little less than an hour when she noticed a purple-haired figure sitting on a nearby rock. She wore an orange jacket of sorts, she saw, and tight-fitting black pants. She didn't recognize her, but she probably had reason to be here. She had dark skin, so she was definitely not from around here. "Your form is all right," the woman called out, sounding a little amused, and there was the suggestion that it was all right, not great. Thanks. Tatsuki muttered, and continued. Being watched made her oddly uncomfortable. She had assumed she was alone, entirely alone, what with Ichigo and Erza being out on yet another one of their hunts. She had thrown a few more punches and kicked high, when the oddly colored stranger chimed in again. I think you might have overextended a little. She was right, Tatsuki knew her kick had been a little more committed than it should have been. Still, she was in no mood to be criticized by a stranger. Grunting something intelligible, but unmistakably hostile, she continued. There it was again, the woman said. Her voice was teetering between amused and relaxed, and Tatsuki got a sense of why Erza despised that shopkeeper so much. It would be fairly easy to catch that punch, grab your arm and break it. Not that it would matter anywhere outside a very high-level match, but you seem like a serious young lady. Aiming high, aren't you? I'm a regional champion. Tatsuki said sourly. I'll be a national champion someday, too. That's the spirit. The woman said, shooting her a grin. Look, Tatsuki said, huffing a little as she stopped her practice, standing up straight, do you have something to say? Oh, nothing, the woman said flippantly. I shouldn't criticize, really. You are doing excellently for your age. True as that was, Tatsuki could not help but feel like she was being condescended. Well, I could do better, apparently, she said irritably. Since you seem to have all these opinions, why don't you show me, huh? Really? The woman said, sounding even more amused. Go on, spar with me, Tatsuki said irritably. This was probably stupid, she knew, because if she was involved with Urahara Kisuke then she was probably one of those empowered freaks of nature she could never win against, but Tatsuki was more like Ichigo than she'd care to admit, and a sense of stubborn recklessness was not alien to her. Really, you're doing fine, the woman insisted. Had she not sounded so amused, so supremely confident, Tatsuki would have guessed she was afraid. Go on, Tatsuki said. Don't talk shit if you can't back it up. Well, maybe just a bit, the woman said, and shrugged. Smoothly she hopped to her feet, moving with grace and elegance. She wasn't very tall, but she moved with confidence. Her hair was purple, looking as if it were her natural color, and her eyes had a yellow, almost golden tint. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and there was a sly smile on her face. She looked alien, entirely different, and looking at her Tatsuki felt sure she was not a normal human being. But there was no backing out now. Deciding to take the initiative, Tatsuki rushed forward, throwing a punch. It was a good, solid move, well practiced, and for a second she could swear it was hitting home. Then, at the last moment, the woman pulled back, the punch falling less than an inch short of its target. Tatsuki could almost feel the skin of her opponent, almost. Not deterred, Tatsuki threw a roundhouse kick, a punch, a set of quick jabs. The process kept repeating itself. No matter how hard Tatsuki tried, no matter how much she focused, she couldn't hit the dark-skinned woman. Every time she would get close, at the last second she would dodge, move out of the way, Tatsuki's attacks striking thin air each time, by the thinnest of margins. It was infuriating. The woman didn't have a longer reach than Tatsuki. She wasn't taller than her. There was no visible natural advantage. She was simply that much better. But even in the face of total adversity, Tatsuki refused to yield. The dance continued, one punch and a kick at a time, until sweat ran freely down Tatsuki's back. It had been maybe half an hour, maybe more, and going at it the best she could, she was growing tired, sluggish, her movements slower and more erratic. All the while, the dark-skinned woman wore a content smile on her face, one that to Tatsuki read like concentrated smugness. Emotion was bias, after all. You know, Tatsuki huffed, drawing in ragged breaths in between punches, it's not a spar if I'm the only one hitting. I'm trying to save you the embarrassment, kid, the woman teased. This isn't embarrassing already. Tatsuki growled, missing yet another punch, this one going wide over the woman's shoulder. Hit back, damn it. You want to hurt for no reason? She asked. Stop talking and take me seriously. Tatsuki shot back. I don't care how much better you are than me, fight back. I don't care if you floor me dash. In an instant, Tatsuki felt a punch to her solar plexus. It was rather light, all things considered, but it felt like a mule's kick. The next second, without knowing exactly how it happened, Tatsuki was flipped onto her back, slamming into the ground with enough force to almost knock the air out of her lungs. Drawing long, ragged breaths, she closed her eyes for a bit, just recovering, her arms down at the ground as she lay still. Is that enough? The woman said bemusedly. Just a second, Tatsuki muttered. She ached, both from her strained muscles and from the hits she had taken, but inside she burned with the desire to get up and fight. It was just that the rest of her body hadn't quite gotten the message yet. Just a second, and I'll get up, kick your ass. You're stubborn enough to be a man, the woman said, and Tatsuki saw a grin on her face as she opened her eyes. Forcing herself up onto her elbows, Tatsuki glared at her defiantly. You're not normal. Nope, definitely not, the woman agreed. Are you like Erza? Let's say she isn't unique, yes. The woman said, and extended a hand. You may call me your Yuaki. Tatsuki took her hand, and was swiftly pulled up to her feet. Your Yuaki. She murmured. And you already know who I am, don't you? Your Yuaki nodded. So, want to show me what I got wrong? Tatsuki said hopefully. Just for a little bit, your Yuaki said, and shrugged. There is usually a set number of first times in a boy's life, as he transitions from boy to young man. There is the first time you notice girls, or in some cases, other boys. There is the first time you try an alcoholic beverage. There is the first time you view porn, be it in the form of your father's dirty magazines, or on the internet. There is the first time you fall in love. There is the time when you first learn about human reproduction, which for Ichigo, having been born into the online generation, happened long before his parents thought to broach the subject. There is the first time your mother finds your sexy magazines in your room even though you could swear you hid them perfectly. Teenage years are full of first times. It is an inescapable fact of life, because moving out of the naive ignorance of childhood into the terrifying territory of adulthood makes for a lot of new experiences. It was not a common first time, Ichigo suspected, for your mother to join you on a hunt for vicious, soul-eating monsters. When Masaki had first suggested it, only hours ago after school had just ended, Ichigo had cringed a little, if only inwardly, for a variety of reasons. His mother, as much as he loved her, had a way of telling him what to do, almost dominant. Part of him had quite liked having this separate thing going on with Erza, and adding his mother to it felt weird. That, and there was a brutality to what he did that he'd rather she wouldn't see. In all likeliness she had seen worse, but that had not yet occurred to Ichigo. So when she had first suggested it, just as he and Erza were on their way out, Ichigo had cringed, kept his mouth shut, and quietly hoped Erza would use that authoritative voice of hers to say no, thank you. But to his semi-horror, Erza had simply shrugged, nodded, and said a word or two of approval. His mother wanted to see how he was doing, the reasoning had gone, not that she doubted Erza's tutelage, no, she was just concerned for her little boy, actual words used, and Ichigo's cringe had grown twofold when she said it, and the best way to know was to see for yourself. Besides, she was getting out of shape anyhow, and a run might be good for her. She wouldn't get in their way, just act like I'm not here. At a loss for legitimate reasons to deny her, and he was fairly sure that, it's just weird, okay, would not be considered legitimate, no matter how much he thought it was. They had headed out, all three. So far, it hadn't been all that bad, although it was certainly distracting. 2 hollows had been exterminated so far. In between speeding across the city at a considerably slower pace than usual, for his mother's sake, who seemed to be a bit out of shape, she would drop optimistic, supportive comments that, despite their positive nature, did not do much to encourage Ichigo. He knew there was such a thing as backseat driving, but backseat slaying was an entirely new concept to him, and one that his mother sometimes veered dangerously close to. What was worse, Erza seemed to mostly agree with her or not disagree hard enough to voice it. Fortunately, their third target had seemed more powerful and dangerous than the previous 2, and Erza had directly ordered him to speed up, instructing Masaki to catch up when she could. The idea of serious danger appealed to Ichigo, because hollows might try and tear you apart, eat your insides and gloat about it, but at least they didn't make you feel awkward. To his surprise, though, when he and Erza arrived, landing quite dramatically in the backyard of an industrial complex slated for demolition, the source of Hollow Ryotsu was gone. He could still sense its energy, although dissipating rapidly, so he was sure he was not mistaken. Confusedly, he looked around. "What's going on?" he said, trying to sense for whatever might have caused this. "I think I might have an idea," Erza murmured, nodding at a small building, just large enough to be some form of storage. On its roof, a white-clad figure stood, with a stern look on his face, black, straight hair framing his bespectacled face. "Shinigami," he said, and Ichigo could see a white bow dissipating around his arm, the Quincy cross hanging from his arm. "I've been watching you. Cousin Ishida." "What a pleasant surprise," Ichigo said flatly, his voice lacking any kind of sincerity. "I was afraid your clumsy methods might put people in harm's way." Ishida Urayu said, elegantly jumping down from the roof, and landing flawlessly on the ground. He was blood, Ichigo knew, but like a lot of family, also quite insufferable. "It is fortunate, I suppose, that you fell right into the lap of an experienced Shinigami." Ichigo said. "Well, since you're already done here, hey Erza, wanna keep going?" "Don't think I'll let you off so easily," Urayu said, and glared. "I have protected this town for years before you and your amateurish methods came along." "Yeah, Ichigo said, and pointed with his thumb at Erza. "And she protected it since before you were in diapers." "Your point being?" "That dash." "You know," Erza said, interrupting him, "I really don't have time for this. If you two want to bark at each other like a couple of little puppies, do it on your own time." There was a thoughtful expression on her face. Should we get a puppy?" Ishida sneered. "This is the Shinigami you apprentice under." "No wonder dash." His teen tirade was cut short, as Masaka landed, not quite as gracefully, and a little short of breath. She took a few quick breaths, huffed, and then her face lit up as she saw Urayu. The boy's face, which had carried a very concentrated expression of superiority, quickly went into something far less dignified. "Urayu," she said cheerily, and walked up to him, giving him a hug. Urayu attempted to resist, but much like Ichigo, knew better than to try very hard. "How are you these days?" she said cheerily, as she ended the embrace. "Are you doing well in school?" "Why yes, Aunt," Urayu said, nearly stuttering. It's fine. I'm getting A's in almost everything." "Well, I'm sure your dad is very proud," Masaka said, and without even realizing it, a smug grin formed on Ichigo's face as she ruffled his hair. "Are you eating properly, though? Look at you, you're practically a stick figure." "Yeah, Urayu, you look like a skeleton," Ichigo sniggered. "Eat a sandwich, why don't ya?" "I'm fine, Aunt," Urayu said, glaring daggers at Ichigo. "Really, I am. I keep telling you to come over for dinner," Masaka said enthusiastically. "When was the last time?" Urayu said. Ichigo remembered the last time, over a year ago, he had not exactly been sociable. "We simply must fix that," Masaka said enthusiastically. "You know him?" Erza said. "I mean, I know you know him, but..." "Of course I do," Masaka said, nearly huffing. "I practice archery with him on Sundays. It wouldn't do to fall entirely out of practice, you know. You should see him, he's really talented." That much, Ichigo hadn't known, although it did explain the hours or so when she would go out. The Quincy boy was practically blushing, and while his mother's positive comments had been torment when he was on the receiving end, the sadist in Ichigo found no sympathy whatsoever for Urayu. "Yeah, wow," Ichigo said, laughter barely held back. "You sound really cool and talented, Urayu." "Shut up." Urayu snapped angrily. "You shut up, you dash." "That's no way to speak to family, Urayu," Masaka said strictly. Urayu glared at Ichigo one last time, then said. "Yes, Aunt. Of course." "Ahem," Erza said, clearing her throat in the least subtle way possible. "We're out on patrol, Masaki. Remember how you said we wouldn't know you were there?" "Oh, right, Masaki said. "Still, it's not every day you run into family. And look at him, protecting the city just like my Ichigo." This time Ichigo's snigger was loud enough to be heard, and Uriah's ears went a visible shade of red. "Shut up," he began, but Erza cut him off. "Look," she said, "we don't have time for this domestic stuff. We certainly don't have time for you two." At this she nodded at Ichigo and Uriah, butting heads because of old grudges other people did, or because you're young, male, and full of yourselves. You both fight hollows. You're on the same team." "What?" Ichigo said innocently. "I haven't done anything." "Kurosaki Ichigo, if you tell me this wouldn't have escalated if I hadn't been here, you are a dirty liar deserving of a beating," Erza said sternly. "You're right. Totally would." Ichigo mumbled. "At least you respect your master," Uriah mumbled, putting a certain emphasis on the word master. "Hey!" Ichigo snarled, "You stuck-up little dash." "Quiet!" Erza called out. "This is exactly what I'm talking about. Boys. Hormones. Utter idiocy. I swear to God, if I catch you two going at it even once. Maybe we could work this out some other way." Masaki said innocently. "Like you said, they are on the same team. They should work together." The words hell no did not exit either Ichigo's nor Uriah's lips, but their faces said it well enough for them. "What do you propose?" Erza said. "A contest, perhaps." Masaki said. "Whoever slays the more hollows win. Afterward, you shake hands. Not to rain on your parade, but hollows don't pop up at our convenience," Erza said. "In fact, we should be grateful they don't pop up often enough that we can hold a contest on it." "Oh, I think we have a way around that," Masaki said. "Uriah, you don't carry any hollow bait on you, do you?" "No," Uriah said, looking uncomfortable. "Uriah," Masaki said firmly. "Yes," Uriah said quietly, his voice almost inaudible. "Hollow bait," Ichigo said. "It's a spiritual cocktail that attracts hollows in their dozens, even hundreds, when activated," his mother explained. "Sounds perfect, no? Wait, you carry around something like that?" Ichigo said, sounding alarmed. "What the hell for?" "None of your business," Uriah growled. "What were you going to do, activate it on purpose to prove a point on who's better?" Ichigo said. "That's freaking dangerous." "Now, Ichigo, it just happens to be what we need," Masaki said in a soothing voice. "Let's go somewhere with less people. Settle this part for good." "I haven't agreed to that," Ichigo grumbled. "You have now," Erza said, crossing her arms. "Not a bad idea. Challenging, direct training. I like it. I don't get a vote, do I?" Uriah said glumly. Ichigo looked him in the eye, and for the first time thus far, felt a pang of sympathy. "Don't look that way, Cos. Let's get this over with." In the distance, two figures watched, figuratively speaking, as they were too far away to see anything with the bare eye. Quietly, they followed, keeping far away from the vision of the two Shinigami and two Quincy's. They said nothing to each other, only drinking in the sensation of volatile riot so breaking loose as the hollow bait was broken, setting loose dozens of hollows within a minute. Had these figures had any fear the situation would get out of hand, they would have soon been reassured by the swift action of the two young apprentices, one Shinigami and one Quincy, slaying one hollow after another with swift, unrelenting ease. But they knew no fear, and only listened, only sensed. Erza had not been wrong, Ichigo had admitted to himself. Whether you acted like you were above it, like Uriah, or only pretended without much effort, like himself, there had been a lot of ego going on back there. It was strange, though, to turn from one pissing contest into another, much larger one. Because this sucked. Even when the first hollows had appeared, after the hollow bait had cracked, it had become apparent that he had about a snowball's chance in hell of winning. At first, he had been enthusiastic, charging forward, cutting down 4 hollows in a matter of seconds. He had felt good about himself for a second or two, until he had seen the smug look on Uriu's face, as he fired his seventh arrow, each one having crushed the mask of a hollow with vicious accuracy. No matter how he tried, no matter how fast he pushed himself to hit and cut, Uriu had cut down twice as many already, and at this rate he was likely to kill 3 times what Ichigo could. A little voice in the back of Ichigo's head reminded him that he was cutting through hollows large and small, weak and strong, like a knife through hot butter, and this was definitely a testament to his strength, a sign of how far he had come, that he should focus more on taking pride in what he actually could do rather than compare himself to his bitch of a cousin. But at the end of the day, Ichigo was a young man, stubborn and stupid, and patently refused to not compare himself to Uriu, despite knowing that his second cousin in all likeliness had years of training that Ichigo did not. Growling irritably, he jumped through the air, raising his sword to carve through a hollow, only to find his blade cutting through thin air, as Uriu's arrow had hit home several seconds before Ichigo could connect. Under his breath, Ichigo swore, and Uriu smiled smugly. "That's poor form, Uriu," Masaka chided him. "There is plenty for the both of you. Now, steady your arm. I think you might be firing just a little too quickly." "Yes, Aunt," Uriu said, keeping his tone neutral. "Use your feet, Ichigo. Don't overwork yourself, just keep going, and try to anticipate where the next cluster of hollows will come." Erza shouted loudly, so that Ichigo could hear where he was up in the sky. Portals would appear and close at random, but there seemed to be a set number. 7 usually, never more than 9. There was a pattern to it. Ichigo noticed a few would open, a little larger than the other, instantly spilling out a huge pack of hollows, which would surely have scattered all over the place if they were not cut down so fast. Uriu's shots rang out, quick and precise, but not each one was an instant kill. Hitting a speeding target from afar was still a challenge, it seemed, and some of the monsters were too tough to die instantly. Up close, though, Ichigo's blade was certainly at a disadvantage. Sensing a disturbance just close to him, Ichigo abandoned the fight he had charged toward at first, Uriu's arrow cutting down his intended prey just a second later. The blink of an eye later, a large portal opened, just by Ichigo's side. As hollows began spilling out, Ichigo cut down hard, sending himself into a spin, instantly killing nearly a dozen hollow, dozens more falling the coming seconds as they ran through a virtual meat grinder. After 10 seconds or so the portal closed, and Ichigo found himself covered in gore and ichor, bits and pieces of hollows still in their death throes falling to the ground. That ought to even the odds some. Erza watched Ichigo's progress from afar. As she had expected, Uriu far outstripped him in this contest, his long-range skills and superior experience reigning supreme in this situation. But even so, Ichigo was making him work for it, doing his best to anticipate where the hollows would come up. Up close, sensing the portals coming would be easier, even when your competitor was a Quincy. Just like that. She bellowed, putting a hand to her mouth, to carry the sound of her voice further. "No slacking off. Stop overextending, don't hit harder than you have to." She looked over to Masaki, who had a surprisingly pleased look on her face, something she never would have expected from the ex-Quincy just a few weeks ago. "So, what do you think?" said Erza, keeping her voice neutral, but feeling slightly nervous. Masaki was her friend, Ichigo her responsibility, and to fail in either regard was something that would hurt. "Look at him go, eh?" Masaki said thoughtfully, as she watched her son dash back and forth, his energy fluctuating wildly as he grew more tired. "Careful now, Uriu," she said, turning back to her nephew. "Clear, straight shots. You do not have to make that kind of effort, so missing has no excuse." His voice was oddly authoritative, Erza noticed, and she realized that as much as Masaki might have hated life at the Quincy Manor, perhaps she hadn't hated everything about being a Quincy. She was weak, comparatively, being a full-time mother and working a part-time job, but Erza could tell she had once been quite good at it. "Yeah," Erza murmured. "I did my best. And it's not bad," Masaki said, nodding. "He is pretty good at it, isn't he?" "Exceptional," Erza said firmly. "He's a stubborn student, and it took some punching to get through to him, but he's naturally talented. Were he in the academy, I have no doubt he would be slated to be an officer as soon as he graduated." "That's good," right? Masaka said. For a moment, Erza's eyes darkened. In a way, yes. Masaka smiled. Well. I'm glad he's getting strong, at least. Erza said, feeling a little awkward. I'm a little, surprised. What for? Straighten that arm, and breathe. She said, turning quickly to Uriah for just a second. Well, with how you were, back before. Erza said cautiously, not wanting to bring in any negativity. Things were going well, and the last she wanted to do was remind Masaki how much she had hated what happened to Ichigo in the first place. But it was a bit late to backtrack. Oh, that. Masaki said, and shrugged. It is what it is, I guess. What's done is done, and you have to adapt. Besides, she said, gesturing with her arm toward Ichigo, Uriah, and the rapidly dying hollows, look at them. Working together. I'm here. You're here. It's been ages since we had a family gathering like this. A family gathering based around exterminating monsters. Erza said flatly. You take what you can when you're a mother, Masaka said, with a small smile. Before you know it, they're all grown up, going to some university or other, and they have no time for mom and dad anymore. That's one way of looking at it, I suppose. Erza said, not wanting to disagree, now that Masaka finally seemed on board. Hold it properly. She shouted at Ichigo again. It's a sword, not a club. Did I teach you nothing? Quickly, and with a little bit of fright, Ichigo adjusted his stance. The fight continued, for nearly 2 hours, and it was clear both boys were getting tired. Erza had to wonder just how potent that piece of hollow bait was. The tide of hollows sometimes waxed, sometimes waned, and she estimated they had to have killed hundreds. Ichigo had at this point cut through more hollows in an hour than he had his entire career so far. Just how long does this keep going? Erza asked. It should end soon, Masaki assured her. The bait uses certain energies to draw in hollows, and once they disperse, they will stop coming. You can't tell, but it should be over soon. Taking her word for it, Erza nodded. Very well then. I think the two of them could use a rest dash. She cut herself short, as she felt the tremor. The portals had stopped appearing, and the two boys were catching their breath, both of them sweating. The last few pieces of hollows fell to the ground, quickly dissipating, and Ichigo and Uriah both looked relieved. But it wasn't over. There was a tremble in the air, a ripple as yet another portal begun to form, wide and huge, almost massive, well over 10 yards across. What? Masaka said, a nervous look on her face. Erza just kept quiet, sternly observing. From out the portal, a bulky, four-legged, frog-like monstrosity heaved itself, radiating power well and far above that of the trash they had been exterminating. It was tall and large, at least 10 feet high on all fours, and it looked at them with a malignant glare. "Aunt Erza!" Ichigo called out, breathing heavily as he landed on the ground. That thing is pretty fucking big." "What is that?" Masaka said. "A Minos." "No," Erza said, shaking her head. "Huge class. Old, powerful. Very dangerous. Well, relatively speaking. You have to step in." Masaka said firmly. "This is too much for them to handle." The hollow was not moving just yet, standing still, looking toward the city, then to the four of them, then back. "Is it?" Erza said. "You'll find that people can do quite a bit more than you think if you only push them." "Why isn't it moving?" Ichigo said. "It's afraid." Uriah said. "Most likely of Miss Scarlet." Erza nodded. "Most likely. It certainly wants a piece of the city, though." She looked at Ichigo and Uriah. "Go. That monster threatens your city and your homes. Defend it." "You gotta be kidding me," Ichigo said. "That thing is huge." Erza said. "You're bigger. Go ahead and show it." "It's going to be very resistant," Uriah said. "Work together," Erza said firmly. "United we stand, and divided we fall. The two of you are family, and the sooner you start acting like it, the better it is for me, for Masake, for everyone else and right now, for the city. And if we can't do it? Ichigo said. I mean, big words are nice and all, but they don't win battles. We could lose. I am right here, Erza snapped. No matter what, that thing will not escape. Now, if I have to tell you again to go do your jobs, I will make you sorry you were born. Go. Knowing better than to argue, but still hesitant to act, Ichigo looked up at the creature. Cousin Kurosaki, Uriah said. I have a plan of attack. Let's hear it. Ichigo mumbled, any sense of hostility washed away by fear, threatening to rise up in his gut and overwhelm him. His aunt expected him to take on that. Charge right in. Distract it. Oh, brilliant, I'm bait, Ichigo murmured. I can't even guarantee I'll be able to land a hit. You won't have to. Uriah said firmly. If you distract it, I'll have a better shot. It shouldn't take me long to find vulnerable spots. If it has any, Ichigo murmured. Trust me, cousin, Uriah said, there is no hollow that is invincible. Certainly not one of this caliber. Even if it takes a while, I know I'll be able to hurt it. Ichigo hesitated, took a breath, and then nodded. All right then. Go. Uriah said. Ichigo dashed away, up into the sky, and was surprised to see his cousin join him, sailing into the air on currents of Ryotsu. Son of a bitch. Masaki anxiously watched the two of them charge, and took a startled breath, best described as a gasp, when Ichigo locked blades with the hollow. Bone met metal, and two Ryotsu sources clashed, viciously struggling against each other. It was hard to see from down on the ground, but the energies painted a picture as clear as day. It's too strong. Masaki cried, grabbing at Erza's shoulder. This is too dangerous, Erza. No, and no. Erza said flatly. You want to protect your son, and that's all right, but look past it. Who, between the two of them, is stronger? Feel it. Strong as a wildfire, Ichigo's Ryotsu blazed, wastefully and in excess. He was tired, but the body of a Shinigami was durable, and he clashed with the hollow again and again, dodging one slash after another, parrying, striking, sometimes even driving it back. It's still dangerous. Masaki mumbled. Of course. Erza said. But this is nothing compared to what may come. He needs to learn, and learn fast. There was a rapid change in energies as Uriah fired his first arrow. It glanced off the hard, scaly back of the monster. Rapidly, Uriah fired arrow after arrow, a dozen, 2 dozen, in a matter of seconds. It seemed wasteful, but there was a method to it. Few even hit, most glancing, but a few buried themselves deep in its skin. Come on, cousin. Ichigo roared, just barely evading the hollow's claws, catching a powerful swing with his sword just in time. He could feel the sword, almost crying out in protest, as it strained against the monster's strength, and prayed he was strong enough. The monster was deceptively quick for its size, and its reach was long so far he hadn't been able to get close. Uriah did not respond verbally, but with an arrow, carefully drawn and empowered, slamming into the monster's shoulder. It roared and reeled, and Ichigo surged forward, adding 4 cuts to its chest, fast and hard. He dashed back, just in time to dodge its claws lashing out at him. He could feel the whiff of air as they missed, less than a centimeter from connecting. Tired and all, he felt the rush, the surge of adrenaline that came with such danger. It was an extreme, one he had started to enjoy far too much. Before he could lose himself in pondering, a second, third and fourth arrow slammed into the monster's neckline, each in a different spot. Ichigo could feel the monster's pain, reflected in the roar it let out, the Ryotsu that it exuded, and something deep inside him felt a pang of sympathy. It hadn't chosen this, after all, hadn't chosen to become a cannibalistic monster. But it didn't stop him from surging forward, dodging under a wild claw sweep, and cutting into the monster's paw, lopping off 3 clawed fingers in a single fierce blow. Not content, he continued his charge, sliding under the monster's belly, cutting as he went. Hot, dark blood dripped onto his head and back as he opened up its belly, ichor spewing out copiously. The monster screamed again, quickly turning around and reaching with its good paw, but 2 more arrows slammed into its shoulder, and the monster's attack fell short, its arm going half limp, wincing lamely. "Now, cousin!" Uriah cried out. Ichigo did not need to be told twice, and dashed back, slamming his sword against the hollow's mask. But the bone was thick and Ichigo's arm weary from 2 hours of intense fighting, and the sword bounced, leaving only a small crack. Jumping back, out of the hollow's striking range, he called. "Damn it! It's no good, it's too thick. Go again!" Uriah commanded. "Didn't work the first time," Ichigo said, drawing a couple of quick, deep breaths. "I'll help. Just trust me on this one," Uriah cried. Muttering a curse under his breath, Ichigo charged forward, sword raised high. 1 arrow, 2 arrows struck the monster's mask, deep cracks appearing as Ichigo's blade came down. Smashing through it like a hammer going through china, Ichigo let out a loud battle cry as his sword crushed the mask, cutting the hollow's head almost in half. The beast let out one final shriek, abruptly cut short as it began to evaporate, shattering into billions of tiny spirit particles into a matter of seconds. Ichigo breathed heavily, his shoulders heaving. He could feel his heart thumping, hammering like a piston, sweat and blood running down his forehead. It seemed he had got a small cut without noticing it, and it was somewhat miraculous that he had not been hurt worse. As he slowly descended toward the ground, towards his mother and his mentor, the adrenaline high slowly began to wear off. He felt like $1,000,000 at the moment, so alive, so strong and successful, although he knew there would be nausea coming before too long. Even so, even with the danger, with his cousin and that attitude problem of his, he felt satisfied. Who cared if he had won? They had just beat a huge hollow. As he landed he felt his knees almost giving in, and he slammed the tip of his blade into the ground, using it for support. This fight had taken more out of him than he had realized, and he needed a rest, badly. Even so, it was never done till Erza said so. Uriah, of course, landed gracefully, although his white suit was stained by blood and dirt, and Ichigo noted with some satisfaction that he looked nearly as worn as Ichigo felt. "It is done," his cousin said, attempting to carry himself with stoic dignity, but not quite succeeding. "So I saw," Erza said, and nodded approvingly. "Took you long enough." "You gotta be kidding me," Ichigo said, in between ragged breaths. "That thing was fucking crazy. The least I deserve is a pat on the back and hearing I did good, alright. What do you want, a medal?" Erza said dismissively. "This trial will seem like nothing compared to what may come." "Well, fuck me." Ichigo groaned. "Permission to go home and pass out, sensei?" Erza nodded, but was interrupted by Masaki, who practically slammed into Ichigo, catching him in a powerful hug. "You did great," she whispered into his ear, a fearful relief in her voice. "You did great, Ichigo. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Ichigo said quietly, not letting his mother know that her affectionate hug had caused him quite a bit of pain. "I'm fine, Mom. It's all right." "So?" Uriah said. "I suppose I'll just dash." "You come here," Masaka said, almost tearfully, and let go of Ichigo, who felt enough relief to feel guilty and went to give Uriah a hug, too. "Look at you boys, working together. You did great." "What are we, the Justice League?" Ichigo muttered, and glanced at Erza. "You will work together when necessary," Erza said simply. "Your training is important, but the safety of the people in the city is even more important." There was no room for disagreement in her voice, and Ichigo wouldn't have had the energy to protest anyhow. Exhaustedly, he simply shrugged. This was going to ache in the morning. 2 miles away, the two figures stood. It would have looked much better, objectively, if a strong breeze had made their cloaks flap in the wind, but you can't have everything. One was a blond man, looking young but with the eyes of an old man, wearing plate mail under a tabard with the insignia of the Knights of the Vandan. The second was a stern-looking Asian man, favoring a much lighter set of chain mail, wearing the insignia of his order at his sleeve rather than his chest. A neatly trimmed mustache framed his mouth and chin, his head was shaven save for a short tail at the back of his head, and he stared into the distance with a thoughtful expression. "Lord Subutai, there really was no need for you to come all the way out here yourself," Hashwald said, his tone mild, almost bemused. "The same could be said for you, Grand Master, Subutai said, keeping his eyes fixed on the horizon. They had both of them read the battle just concluding, drinking in each emission of spiritual energy, analyzing it quietly with the minds of trained warriors, foremost experts among their kin. Hashwald drew a sigh, and looked up at the sky. I am not terribly similar to Paladin Bambietta. You could say that. You could also say the sky is blue and the sea is wet. Subutai remarked dryly. Not terribly similar, but we share some core principles. Such as her belief that being cooped up in our castle, however magnificently built and hallowed, is not good in the long run. An errand like this is as good an excuse as any. You rarely go this far out though, Lord Commander. Not for two potentials. Potentials are rare these days. Subutai said. As His Majesty's first general, it is my responsibility to assess potential allies or enemies, who might bolster or threaten our cause. Hashwald nodded. And what is your assessment? Subutai finally looked away from the horizon, and turned his sharp gaze to his companion. Powerful. The Quincy pureblood is naturally talented and has not let it go to waste. His lack of proper mentorship has left his skills unrefined, and his temper unstable, but he would be a worthy addition, should he join. Perhaps even capable of reaching the rank of Paladin, with time. Hashwald nodded, he concurred with the Lord Commander's statement. And the other? Subutai made a face. The boy could certainly learn the arts, although he is utterly untrained. He wields the power of a Shinigami he is unlike any I have ever seen. He wields the skill of a wretched Shinigami, yet has the affinity for our arts. More importantly, he is powerful and headstrong. His mentor is stronger yet, although she does not show it. So what will you tell our Majesty? What I just told you. And perhaps that killing them both might be advisable, as they are both headstrong and powerful. Absolutely not. Hashwald said sharply. We are not like the dregs of the afterlife, murdering at our convenience. Subutai had not come from the upper class in Europe, like Hashwald, and had far less appreciation for nobility and chivalry. His prime directive was victory and power. Yes, I expected you would say that. Subutai said, and shrugged. There is no guarantee they will become our enemies, anyhow. They certainly have no reason to side with our ultimate enemy, nor do they have a stake in the conflict to come. Then again, there is no guarantee they won't. A river we will cross when we arrive there. Hashwald said firmly. His Majesty's decision, I believe. Subutai said, his tone neutral enough to border on apathy. Regardless, our business here is concluded. Let us return. Quite, Lord Commander, Hashwald said. He had seen these signatures years ago, when he had visited Japan to purge its pure-blood radicals, and he had always wondered how they would turn out. Hashwald was too old to be soft, but even so it excited him to see new potentials grow up and earn their strength, especially since new Quincy's were rare outside the Vandon. He sincerely hoped he would not have to kill them. Chapter 30, Justice in the Library. It was early Saturday, and Ichigo was just about ready for his daily spar. Early, of course, meant so early that you weren't sure if it was actually just very late. Ichigo had considered complaining about it, appealing to the common sense that if Saturdays were for anything, they were for sleeping in. Then he had decided he would rather not get a particularly savage beating, and kept his mouth shut. So there it was, the crack of dawn just having passed them, not that either could tell. The basement was in a state of constant daylight, as far as he could tell, his sword hanging over his back, just waiting for his aunt to draw hers so they could go through all the ways in which he was insufficient. Innumerable, he was sure. Erza walked up to him, standing at about 2 swords' length from him. So what are we doing today? Ichigo said. Swords again. Hand to hand. Ryutsu. He fervently hoped it was not the last one. He had some instinctive grasp on the subject, but understanding it and making it work was utterly obnoxious. No, Erza said, shaking her head. Today will be different. Theory. Oh, thank goodness, Ichigo murmured. He didn't mind the spars, not like he had when they first started, but a morning of not having your teeth kicked in by your godlike aunt was a nice change of pace. Erza gave him a look. We'll move back to physical later, she said, managing to make it sound like a threat. For now, you must learn about the most essential thing of Shinigamihood. Yeah. Ichigo said, and nodded. He couldn't act like he wasn't a little excited. The very concept of Shinigami was mystifying, intriguing, a great big secret finally looking to be unraveled just a little. Erza pulled her sword out and held it straight at him, the point stopping just an inch short of his nose, which, to Ichigo, was an inch or two too close. "What do you see?" she asked. "A pointy metal object that could poke my eye out," Ichigo said, his tone a mixture of snide and a little agitated. "What do you see?" Erza repeated, and Ichigo knew he could only push his luck so far. "A sword," he said irritably. "A sword, all right. Zanpakuto. You see, and you don't see. And, don't be cryptic." Ichigo shot back. "You're really good at scaring people, and kicking ass, but you're really bad at being mysterious and wise. I could still flatten your nose," Erza said sharply. "See? That's more like it." Erza shot him a glare. "This," she said, drawing the sword back, and holding it straight up, "is the Zanpakuto. The Shinigami's sword, her tool to purify wicked souls. This much, you know." Ichigo said. "Please flatten my nose or tell me what's special about it." "Oh, believe me," Erza muttered. "The Zanpakuto is not just a sword, but a piece of a Shinigami's soul. Now this was more like it. When we attend academy, a blank Zanpakuto, called an Asashi. As we learn the arts of Shinigami, we shape it and it shapes us. And once we have enough skill, we learn what its name is. You go around naming all of the swords once you graduate, or something. Like a tradition." Erza shook her head. "The swords name themselves. They are alive, Ichigo. Every Zanpakuto has a spirit, a name, and a special ability. It is a mark of skill to earn the right to know the name of your blade, and to synchronize with its personality and unlock more and more of its power. Many Shinigami never get this far, remaining low-ranked and weak. This is what you must do one day, Ichigo, to find a Zanpakuto of your own, and learn its name." A number of weeks ago, Ichigo would have blinked with surprise, confusion, and lack of understanding. Right now, he nodded. Names. Spirits. Personalities of their own. He stared into space thoughtfully. "Do these things talk to you? Like voices in your head?" "Sometimes they never shut up," Erza said with a hint of distaste. "They usually give you a hard time until you get to know what they want." "You speak from experience, huh? So, what's yours called?" "This is Tetsu no Tama," Erza said proudly. "I have progressed far down the path of harmony between weapon and user. Allow me to show you. I will make him manifest." Ichigo watched with anticipation. Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, Erza glared at the sword. The sword remained contemptuously inactive. Then she shook it, muttering under her breath. "Come out, you stubborn," she growled. Come on, come on. It's just a demonstration. No, I will not accept that sort of language, you arrogant little dash." For some time she stood there, arguing with seemingly nothing, and Ichigo started to feel awkward. "Look, mister, you are coming out here right now or I am not talking to you for a whole month." "Oh yes, I would do that. Read my mind where you live, mind you. Without paying rent, like a freeloader. Get out here, now." Just as Ichigo had started to nurture the growing suspicion that his aunt was actually a paranoid psychotic, there was a faint glow, and a tall man materialized next to her. He had blonde, spiky hair, which flew in the face of gravity by standing upright, and wore what looked like a set of golden full-plate mail, in Western style, with a velvet red cape extending down from his waistline. He looked haughty, like an avatar of arrogance, and looked at Ichigo like he was an ant. Ichigo had learned to take things in stride. The absurd had become the norm. But there were some things that were just too much, and that included gaudy, glimmering men appearing out of nowhere. "What are you?" Ichigo breathed, almost in awe of the sheer absurdity of the spectacle. "I am Tetsu no Tama, peasant," the Zanpakuta sneered. "Made manifest on the command of my fool master, who insists on using me like some spectacle for school children, rather than for noble combat, which is what I am intended for. thank you very much. You know, I give, and give and give, and it's never enough, Erza said, shooting the man a glare, although her tone suggested she wasn't nearly as upset as one might think. Well, I can relate to that. Ichigo mumbled. But, wow. This guy. You may bask in my glory. The Zanpakuto said, without a trace of irony. He looks like the living incarnation of a pride parade float. Ichigo said, feeling a snicker building in his chest. He looks like a fashion designer went insane and threw something together at the last moment before he was shipped to the asylum. He looks like a Fate Stay Night cosplayer threw up on a Super Saiyan. He looks like Dash. Silence, mongrel. The Zanpakuto sneered, and backhanded him across the face. This is for what you bring me, master. Ichigo reeled back, feeling the sting of the slap, but couldn't help himself from sniggering nonetheless. So he said, this is your sword. The spirit of my Zanpakuto made manifest. Erza said firmly. No two are alike. Tetsu no Tama drives me to be the best I can be, and asks the highest he can. As long as I perform, then in return I am granted his power. As well it should be. The Zanpakuto said, looking at Ichigo like he was something you scrape off the sole of your shoes. Need I stay in the presence of this low-born scum, master? His presence fills me with even more disgust than usual. Charmer. Ichigo said dryly. He is difficult. Erza admitted. But it is through him and only him I have come as far as I have. The relationship between us is a partnership, as it should be for everyone. Your Zanpakuto is not your slave, your pet, or your servant, but a partner and friend. Which is why I call her master, as friends and partner usually do. Tetsu no Tama said, and Ichigo noticed that he was not above having a sense of humor. We also do not always agree, Erza said through her teeth. You are dismissed for now, my sword. At last, the Zanpakuto said, shooting Ichigo one last death glare before dissipating, seemingly into nothingness. So, that was an experience. Ichigo mumbled. Are all of them that? He stopped, trying to think of an adjective that wasn't too insulting, and came out short. Erza shook her head. No. They are all different. Most of them take after their masters, representing an aspect of their personality. Ichigo nodded, almost excitably. As toxic as the spirit had been, this was still fascinating knowledge. So, you mentioned special abilities. Yes. As Zanpakuto and Shinigami bond in progress, as you learn its name, you unlock the first stage of power. It is called Shikai, and once you know the name of your blade, it will permit you to use its unique power. No two are alike. Mostly. What's yours? Ichigo said, restraining himself a little, so as to not sound too excitable. It's not very fancy, despite what impression he might have given you. Erza said, and held the sword out. You activate it by command. I have come far enough that I can do it by will alone, but I will show you. Strike, Tetsu no Tama. There was a faint pulse of energy, but the sword looked much the same. Is it working properly? Ichigo asked. It is not immediately apparent. I will demonstrate. Suddenly, she was holding two long, sleek katana, one in each hand. Balance. She declared. That is the name of this set. Speed, power, efficiency. The swords shimmered, disappeared, and a vicious-looking, sizable bearded axe, its blade a vicious dark gray, thick and heavy. Breaker. She declared. To put your strength into destroying what comes in your way. Ichigo gave a whistle. So you can change this into anything you like. No, Erza said, shaking her head. I have a limited arsenal. The axe shimmered, and dissipated. The next one, you have seen before. Render. The weapon reformed, in the shape of a huge, thick blade, as long as Erza herself. It was too large and blunt to really be called a sword, but Erza held it over her shoulder seemingly effortlessly. Yeah, that heavy thing. Ichigo mumbled, remembering its weight on top of Erza back when he had first done those push-ups. It looks nasty. And really heavy. A Zanpakuto is nearly weightless. Yet, this thing puts a drain on my Ryutsu, and expends a lot of it in its blade. It is heavy to use, but terrifyingly strong. The Zanpakuta shifted again, now taking the form of a shield and spear. It was an elegant look for her, rather like Pallas Athena, Ichigo thought. Sentinel. Defense and offense combined. Got any more? Ichigo said, unable to hide all the excitement this time. No, that is all. So far, at least, Erza said, and shrugged, as the sword returned to its original form. So. I get my own, learn its name, and I can do something like that. Ichigo said. Yes. But that is not all. There's more. The bond between Shinigami and Zanpakuto is paramount, Erza explained, her voice serious and firm. It takes not only energy to bond with it, but affinity. It is a learned skill. Some pick it up fast, others slower. It took me years to learn the name of mine. Many do not learn it at all. But there is one thing past Shikai, Ichigo. What's that? Bankai. The final stage of synchronization between weapon and Shinigami. It represents the most absolute power and finesse any Shinigami could aspire to. Huh. Ichigo said, a little dumbstruck. There was something in the voice of his aunt, wistful and serious, as if remembering days past. I will put it like this, there are billions of souls in the Soul Society. Out of them, a fraction have more than minimal spiritual power. Out of these people, only a handful have the skill to become Shinigami. Out of this distilled elite of the powerful and skilled, a few have the skill, power, and patience to become officers. Among the officers, a handful have the potential to develop Bankai. To own one is to become part of the absolute elite. To develop one is, in the grand perspective, legendary. It is the absolute pinnacle of Shinigami excellence. Do you have one? Ichigo asked, his mind ablaze with visions of excellent Shinigami, the creme de la creme of the highest society, having developed their skills the furthest possible. She simply nodded. I do. Ichigo gave a whistle. He knew his aunt was a big shot, but he had never imagined this. It takes a total of 10 years minimum to achieve it, if you have the skill, Erza said. Another 10 to master it. Today, I know of only 13 individuals capable of it, myself not included, the captains of the Godi I-13. To have one is a necessity for the highest rank of office. That's something. I believe one day, you can develop one of your own. Erza said bluntly. It is a hell of a thing to heap onto a fledgling Shinigami, but I do. You are strong and you are skilled. Just don't let that go to your head. If I did, I reckon you'd beat me senseless, Ichigo shot back. But, you really think I can? Decades from now, but yes. Erza said. I may have said too much, but it is what I believe. Well. Ichigo muttered. Him, rising to the highest level? A legend? That was, well, it would probably be huge if he had any idea what the scales looked like. Still. Cool. Pretty cool. Right? Come. Erza said. Training. The road to greatness is taken one step at a time. If you call that a platitude, I am going to knock one of your molars out. Yes, sir. Ichigo said, feeling a little overwhelmed. The highest height. He couldn't deny it sounded appealing. Tatsuki had had a good instructor. Great, even. For over 5 years, he had taught her, directed her, melded her and turned her from potential into a tournament-winning champion. He was an excellent karate practitioner, always able to show her some way she could improve. And he was nothing compared to the enigmatic, grinning woman known as Yoriyuki. It was hard to get over, really, how huge of a gap there was between a skilled veteran of karate and what was, functionally, a goddess of martial arts. She slowed herself for Tatsuki's sake, she could tell, and even then she was incredible. Every movement was smooth, calculated carefully in an instant, no energy wasted on imperfections. Or well, it might well have flaws, but if there were, then they existed on a level she could not even come close to reading. It was a privilege to spar with her, as she had done about 4 times so far. She could switch her style at the drop of a hat, seamlessly switching from offense to defense, from karate to judo to jujutsu, to foreign arts like taekwondo, kung fu, or even the ruthless, unrefined Krav Maga, each one reappropriated to suit her perfectly. Tatsuki took all of it in as best she could, drinking deep gulps from the painful chalice of knowledge. She took a few knocks here and there for it, which suited her just fine. No pain, no gain. It was all kicks, punches, jabs, always at a speed she couldn't really handle. There was no time to think, only to react if even that. Yuriyuki was skilled, but not necessarily very pedagogical. All right, Tatsuki said, taking a few steps back, her breath ragged. Break. I need 5. Already. Yuriyuki said, a small smirk plastered on her face as usual. Humans wear out so quick. Well, sorry for not being born into being some sort of demigod, Tatsuki muttered, forcing herself to stay on foot. Death god, Yuriyuki corrected her. Yeah, whatever, she grumbled. You used to be human too, didn't you? Isn't that how it works? For most people, Yuriyuki said cryptically. She was good at cryptic. Sometimes, Tatsuki suspected her mind built little crypts for her thoughts to live in. What, don't tell me there are people actually getting born inside the afterlife, Tatsuki said, somewhat in disbelief, although only as much as her sweaty, raggedly breathing body allowed. We're not all the same. You're kidding me? Tatsuki said flatly. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Did anybody ever call you a troll? Tatsuki said, only half sourly. Because you are. In the sense of living under bridges, being made of rocks and eating people, or posting inflammatory comments on online forums. Yuriyuki said, displaying a shocking level of knowledge of modern technology and culture. Forget it. Tatsuki mumbled. Yuriyuki laughed, once again walking the line just short of being irritating. But, she continued thoughtfully, I'm really learning a lot here. It hurts and it's exhausting, but I'm stronger. Faster. Or it's mostly in your head. Yuriyuki said lightheartedly, and once again Tatsuki couldn't be sure if she was making fun or not. I want you to teach me. Tatsuki said firmly. What have we been doing so far, then? Yuriyuki said, and this time she was sure it was sarcasm. Mostly. Not just sparring, Tatsuki said, shaking her head. I want to learn everything you can teach me. Could you please be my sensei, Miss Yuriyuki? She drew a sharp breath as she finished the words, feeling a sense of anxiousness and nervousness rising in her gut. She had asked, really asked, and she couldn't be sure if she had overstepped her bounds or not. Her saying yes would be brilliance. Her saying no, maybe even canceling these spars because she thought Tatsuki was getting clingy, would be a terrible loss. You want me to teach you? Her voice was flat, but Tatsuki thought she could hear the faintest bit of surprise. Yes. Tatsuki said firmly. She had already taken the plunge, might as well go all out. You're amazing, I've never seen anyone like you. I need somebody to teach me all of this, or I'll never catch up to Ichigo. Even when I can't magically give you powers like his. She sounded apprehensive, evasive even. You have to start somewhere. Tatsuki said resolutely. I'm not going to catch up by sitting on my ass. I need you. You're good at this. So. Desperately, she let her plea hang in the air, unspoken but thunderously loud, and every passing moment felt like a free fall off a cliff. I don't think I would be a very good teacher. Yuriyuki said, and the mirth was gone from her voice. I disagree. Tatsuki said emphatically. Just sparring with you, I am learning so much, like, you don't even know. Well, except you probably do, but you know. What I mean, that is. Stellar work, Tatsuki, she thought to herself. With arguments like those, of course she'll be convinced. I was Shinigami once, you guessed that much. Yuriyuki said, looking Tatsuki in the eyes. Yeah, Tatsuki said, nodding energetically. I wasn't just any Shinigami. I was a leader. Nobility. Born into great privilege, power, and responsibility, things that suited me way better than I ever liked. You see, I was good at what I did, but I had no passion for it. I'd rather have stayed in bed with a book all day if I could. Or a lover. I took all of 1 apprentices in all my time. That's something. Tatsuki said, not sure what the appropriate reaction to this was. Her tone quite serious, Yoriyuki fixed her gaze on Tatsuki. 1 apprentice. I failed her, and very badly at that. I may be able to teach you technical know-how, form, skill, but I don't think you can trust me to be what a sensei should be. I am not a reliable person. It was strange, hearing her say such self-deprecating things. She was not flippant or coy, nor was there any self-loathing in her voice, it was simply a neutral, factual statement. But more importantly, Tatsuki noticed, she had not said no yet. Hey, that's fine, she said eagerly. You're upfront about what I can expect. I can deal with that. No matter how it turns out, I can only get better. She stared back at Yoriyuki, her own eyes filled with determination. I need this. I can't spend my life being protected. I need to be my own. You can help me do that. Something passed across Yoriyuki's face, an odd look, almost wistful, almost impressed, almost appreciative, and entirely impossible to read with accuracy. See you later. She said simply, and turned around and walked. Hey, wait. Tatsuki cried. You have to listen dash. But in a blur, Yoriyuki was gone, as if vanished. Only the sight of her exiting the basement up the stairs let Tatsuki realize she had not magically disappeared. Sighing frustratedly, Tatsuki stamped her foot into the ground. Well, it looked like she had messed up now. It was late evening, and Erza had ordered some takeout for supper. Not that she couldn't cook, but between knocking Ichigo around all day, having a job to attend, and looking after Orium, her life could be quite draining. Some people were naturally good at domestic things. To Erza it was a forcefully learned skill that sometimes meant not cooking for yourself because you were left tired. Orium didn't mind, naturally, as the two of them chowed down their chicken noodle wok. So, how is school going? Erza asked, in between mouthfuls. Are your grades coming in soon? I'm 5th ranked in my class, Orium said cheerily. Goofy and ditzy as she was also deceivingly intelligent. I climbed up 2 ranks since last. Pretty neat. She said it like it were no big deal, because while most students were all but crushed under the weight of expectation, Orium couldn't care less. She did her best, and didn't let the pressure get to her. Erza admired that in her, and felt some measure of pride knowing she had contributed to it. That's good, Erza said, and nodded. Any boys I should worry about? The subject always was a bit awkward to broach, mostly because Erza had little experience, meaning none at all, with the subjects of love, romance, or sex. Not that there weren't proposals, decent or indecent, but she had never really felt the need, nor had much time for anything like it. Orium seemed to attract suitors like flies to sugar, particularly since her chest had grown out, and Erza had done her best to amplify her fearsome reputation. She was not a sexist or anything, but teenage boys full of hormones they hadn't learned to control could get up to all sorts of funny business. Besides, it came with mothering. Or something. Oh, none at all, Orium said cheerily, once again demonstrating her selective obliviousness to the world around her. Everyone's just really nice. That's good, Erza said, and nodded. Part of her knew that at some point, she probably would get a boyfriend, and that would be that, but she would make damn sure it was somebody decent, damn sure meaning threats, violence, and intimidation. She might not understand romance very well, but she understood fear. Which only went to show that neither of them were especially less oblivious than the other. They ate in silence for a while, before Orium asked. So how is Ichigo doing? He's coming along, Erza said, feeling a bit more enthusiastic. Domestic issues were a pain to understand, training less so. He's good. Unrefined and needing discipline, but good. So he'll be able to protect all of us, Orium said thoughtfully. This should have set off some warning bells in Erza's head, but enthusiastically, she continued her description. Oh yes. Give me a few years, and I'll have him at the skill of a basic Shinigami. Once he learns to control his power, we'll dash. I want to help too. Orium said firmly, and Erza stopped herself immediately. "Oh, crud, this discussion again. You know that dash," she began, but determinedly, Orium cut her off. "I can't just stand by and let everyone else do all the work, you know. I heard I should have power, too, so I should make something of it. To help. I don't want to be somebody's deadweight." "You're never deadweight," Erza said sharply. "If he's pulling the load by himself, then I think I am. He's a human who became a Shinigami. There are humans called Quincy's with power. If they can do it, then so could I." "You don't understand," Erza said firmly, fighting to keep a rational perspective on this. Just saying, "no, because I said so," would only make her more determined. "You haven't seen what I've seen. You don't know how dangerous it is, what kind of people could come looking for you. Just trust me on this, please dash." "You're fine doing that to him," Orium said stubbornly. "You of all people should know it's stupid to treat me like I'm weaker because I'm a girl, or something. I'm treating you like somebody weaker because you are weaker," Erza said bluntly. "You don't have a fraction of his strength or potential, and that's a fact. There's no shame in not being born into power. Let it go." The words were hard, a dampener on anybody's spirit, but Orium's spirit was unbroken. "You could train me," she insisted. "You're way more experienced than anybody else. Train me like you train him. Teach me how to fight, just so I can defend myself." "You wouldn't survive," Erza said, and if it were possible, her voice grew even blunter. "My lowest level of strength is so far above yours, I don't see the point. I don't know how to grow somebody's power. I only know how to develop what's already there. Orium, I can't help you, and you're better off letting go." Erza took a breath, hoping she hadn't been too harsh. "I still think I should learn to fight," Orium mumbled, and her dejected tone made Erza feel like she had just been stabbed. "It's not fair. I should be able to help him. Please, just let it go. You're better off staying out of this," Erza murmured. She was sure she was right, but somehow, this did not stop her from feeling like the Earth's biggest bastard who ate bastard pie for supper with a side helping of bastard sauce. They ate the rest of their meal in silence. When they were done, Orium left for her room, without so much as a word. Quietly, in frustration, Erza made a fist. She just wanted her to be safe. Orium had most certainly been somewhat dejected by last night's argument, but she was possessed of a cheer and optimism that surpassed that of all of her friends, and as such it was with cheer that she opened the door as it rang that morning, just after breakfast. "Hello," she said loudly, as she opened the door. It was Ichigo and Rukia, the former scowling even more firmly than usual, and the latter with a mischievous smile on her face. "Yo," Ichigo said, and his tone matched his face. "I've got about 5 minutes before Aunt Erza expects me down at that basement, so I thought I'd dump this midget here with you." "Oh Ichigo, I'm sure you could perform just fine with me watching," Rukia said with a snigger. "If you happen to fall flat, don't worry, it's perfectly normal, and can happen to just any Shinigami. See the crap I have to put up with," Ichigo said flatly. "A century and a half old, she claims, and she still acts like a teenager. Not growing up is the greatest advantage of immortality," Rukia said, nodding sapiently. "Besides, you make it so easy." Orium realized that this was probably one of those things that sailed over her head, because she couldn't quite see what was wrong with what either of them were doing, or why it should annoy them. As far as she was concerned, it seemed like the two of them were enjoying each other's company, albeit in their own particular way. "Well, you can't keep Erza waiting," she said cheerily. "Oh, and it's so nice to see you both. I'm glad to see you're getting along so well." "Getting along? Right," Ichigo said flatly. "I'm dumping her with you. You take her out. Go to a library. Get her to read some history or some crap like that, so she can actually pass for a human being, and not some sort of weirdo oddball freak." "I take offense to that," Rukia said sharply. "I can certainly pass for a human being." "Quick, who was the first man on the moon?" Ichigo said. "Who assassinated President Kennedy? What was the Cold War? Who unified Japan?" "Trivia," Rukia said dismissively. I don't have to actually be convincing so long as I seem convincing. That makes no sense. Ichigo said plainly. To a plebe like yourself. Rukia said haughtily. Well, I love libraries, Orium said, chipper. They all have this amazing smell, like all of that knowledge is just seeping out of the cracks, forming together, morphing into a giant blob of knowledge winess in the air. Loads of paper stacked does that. Ichigo said dryly. Anyhow, if I'm late, Erza will beat my ass even harder, so, you two play nice. Do that female bonding thing, or some crap. Rukia, the pinnacle of maturity, stuck her tongue out, as Ichigo wordlessly turned and left. So, Rukia said, libraries, eh? I'll teach you all about human history. Orium said. Just let me get my jacket. Wait, it's actually summer, no jacket, then. May want to get shoes, Rukia remarked. Ah, yes, those are useful, Orium said, acting like she hadn't forgotten. Now, the best place to start is at the beginning. Scientists estimate that 200,000 years ago, plus minus 20,000 odd years, the first Homo sapiens emerged on the plains of Africa, presumably after wrestling a bunch of cyborg monkeys to death because evolution is hardcore like that, and... So Orium launched into a brief history of mankind, half scientifically accurate and half laced with gratuitous robots, because history wasn't worth telling unless it involved carnivorous mechanical monstrosities from Mars, or Venus, or maybe even Jupiter. The two of them made their way to the Karakura library, Orium doing most of the talking, while Rukia kept an amused smile at her antics. Chizuru joined them on the way, insisting that she too loved libraries, especially if Orium did so. She was a kind and affectionate person, Orium had noted, one that wasn't afraid of physical contact. She wished more people were like her. The world would be a better place if people would just hug more. Granted, Chizuru was a bit odd about it, but Orium was not one to judge. Unbeknownst to Orium, Erza had had a talk with the young, red-headed lesbian mostly about lines and how some of them were not to be crossed on penalty of having a fist shoved down your throat by a larger, angrier redhead. This had held Chizuru back, but only to a bare minimum. So, Rukia said, idly flipping through the pages of a history book, Tokugawa Ieyasu unites the country, but only after Nobunaga and Hideyoshi do most of the work for him, and then there's an emperor but he's not really in charge, and there's a whole lot of murder, backstabbing, intrigue and more leading up to this, and this is the history the Japanese are proud of. Yup. Orium said cheerily, seated on a library couch opposite to Rukia. Every human history is grimy and dark, really, Chizuru said dismissively. Sitting next to Orium was nice, but it was hot in here literally, not in the good way, and she was starting to question whether it was worth it coming here. I don't think you can go anywhere on Earth without finding a story of King so-and-so betraying Lord this and that and killing his entire family and ruling like a dictator. Fascinating. Rukia said dryly. Muttering, she continued, with what I know about the afterlife, I'm starting to feel like that Game of Thrones series is more of a documentary than fiction. Thrones, Rukia, Orium said cheerily. Yeah, she murmured. Even so, it was rather fascinating to learn. Human history was complex and, somewhat surprisingly, strikingly similar to what she knew of the Godai. It shouldn't be, she supposed, but it was all too easy to think of Shinigami as somehow above humans. So this Hattori Hanzo fellow dash. Her train of thought was cut short, as she felt the familiar rumble, the sense of wrongness as reality ripped and tore. She was weak, nearly powerless still, but it was unmistakable. A hollow had manifested inside the building. Orium. She said sharply. I know, the girl said, nodding affirmatively with a determined look on her face. We have to get out of here, Rukia said. Well, that's sudden, Chizuru said leisurely. But I guess there are better places to spend a Sunday than your local library. That was right, Rukia realized she was a normal human, not in the know. We can't go yet. Orium said. There's a lot of people here. We can't just run and leave them to their fates. Rukia groaned. Orium was young, sweet, and worst of all, moral. She hadn't had the training of a soldier, hadn't learned the important realization that sometimes, you had to just retreat because dying helped nobody. There's no time. Rukia insisted. Go hit the fire alarm. It'll get people out. Orium said. Erza's not far away. She'll sense it, and she'll come. We just need a few minutes. We may not have a few minutes. Rukia said. Can somebody explain what's going on? Chizuru said confusedly. Rukia turned to look at her. There was no time for this. Chizuru, do as we say and I'll let you fondle me. She said bluntly. Well. Chizuru said, snapping to attention. Aggressive. I like it. Naturally, she would never have to make good on that promise. She still had the memory-altering device. Fire alarm. Now. I'll distract it. Orium said. Without waiting for Rukia, she hurried off, toward the source of Ryotsu. Rukia blinked. She had sensed it without even thinking, and run off doing even less thinking. She noticed Chizuru looking at her hopefully, groaned, and hurried to find a fire alarm whatever that was. Determinedly, Orium ran toward the energy. It wasn't hard to find, but it was odd how clearly she could feel it. Then again, the bookcase being knocked over was a pretty good tell. Turning around a corner, Orium saw it. The library was spacious, its roofs tall, leaving plenty of room. The hollow, though, was a fair bit smaller than any of the ones she had seen before, and quite different in shape. Essentially, it was a mask, thick, large and round, and a mass of short, stubby tentacles attached to it. Its mask had a beak-like protrusion, and its eyes glowed a malevolent yellow. Its tendrils had already wrapped around 3 people, whose eyes were going blank, when Orium put her hands to her mouth, and cried. Hey, you! The big, ugly one. The monster turned to look at her, like a wolf that only just spotted a juicy leg of lamb. Yes, you! Orium cried, her mind working overtime. Distracted sounded so simple in theory, but she really had no idea how to do it without getting killed. Improvisation, luckily, was one of her strong suits. I'm right here. And I'm like, way juicier than they are. I won't deny that. The hollow said, its voice a perverse cackle. I do not know what game you play, human, but I'll take you up on it. I'll make you scream. The tendrils loosened, but the people it had grabbed still looked dead in the eyes, like zombies, and Orium could see some sort of parasitic growths attached to each one of them. Not waiting for the hollow to charge, she turned her back and ran. Behind her, she could hear the rumbling of a bookcase being knocked over, as the hollow gave chase. Inwardly thankful that she kept fit, Orium ran as fast as her feet could carry her, feeling one of the tentacles grazing against the back of her head. As she ran, she heard the fire alarm go off, and saw people running toward the exits. Well, so far, so good. That, however, is a phrase anybody should be wary of uttering. Feeling a tentacle swiping at her, Orium threw herself forward, managing a clumsy action roll, just barely getting to her feet, running toward the exit. Where the hell was Erza? Come on. Then, as she ran, she felt a tentacle wrap around her wrist. Quickly she twisted, pulled hard, and managed to break free before it got hold of her, but lost her balance and tumbled across the floor. From behind a nearby bookcase, Rukia poked her head out, followed by Chizuru. Orium! She cried. Would you look at that, the hollow said gleefully. 2 juicy meals. And an aperitif. You're not so tough. Orium insisted, ignoring a pain in her ankle as she forced herself to stand up. The monster hovered over her, only a couple of yards away. It was terrifying up close, and she felt the urge to start running again, but what good would it do? Its arms would reach her before she would get anywhere. No, she had to talk, try, and keep it occupied. Spirit. The hollow cackled evilly. I like spirit. You'd like to try and break us first, wouldn't you? Orium said defiantly. Well, I'd like to see you try. You asked for it. The hollow said, raising a tentacle. You idiot. Rukia cried, and as if out of nowhere, she slammed into Orium, knocking them both out of the way. What is going on? Chizuru said anxiously. What the hell is that thing? Ah, loyalty, the hollow said appreciatively. I do love these weaknesses. Orium, get out. Rukia said, her tone almost desperate. "This isn't your fight. Run away. I'll think of something. I'm not leaving you behind," Orium said firmly. "Erza wouldn't do that. I won't either." Lazily, the hollow raised a tentacle, and brought it down. It was a measured blow, hard enough to really hurt, soft enough to not kill. Rukia steeled herself, and shoved Orium back. Jigai were only artificial bodies, but they could feel pain, and she winced as it hit, sending her tumbling over the floor. She moaned, and struggled to get to her feet. The hollow watched gleefully. "Rukia!" Orium cried, and hurried to her side. "Not your fight," Rukia said stubbornly. "You're not a Shinigami. You're not trained for this." "I'm making it my fight," Orium said. "Not that I really know how to fight, but that's beside the point. Did Erza teach you to die for no good reason?" Rukia snapped. "She taught me to stand up for my friends," Orium said determinedly. Rukia blinked. "Friends? Just like that? Look at the two of you, speaking as if you still had a chance," the hollow cackled. "I shall enjoy stripping hope from you before I eat." "Silence, fiend," Rukia snarled, facing it. "I have killed far worse than you. I may be powerless, but I am not afraid of you." The hollow let out a gleeful cackle. "I wonder if you will feel the same after I make the humans I controlled rape you all. The humiliation would be the sweetest tenderizer before I eat." "You're weak," Rukia said contemptuously. "The strong waste no time on eating to gain strength. You humiliate, torture and talk because you fear the strength of others. You little cretin." The hollow screeched and raised a tentacle, bringing it down hard. Time seemed to slow for Orium, as it came down. It was a large member, swung with force, and it would catch Rukia dead on. She had nowhere to run, no way to counter it. She had stood up for them both, bravely. It couldn't end like this. There was no explaining how it happened. No matter how much she thought about it later, Orium had no idea how it happened, or how she knew what to do, or from where it came. All she knew was that she raised her hands, defiantly staring back at the hollow, intent on protecting Rukia. Then, there it was. A gleaming, transparent golden barrier, roughly the shape of a triangle, large and broad. It blocked the hollow's blow, its tentacle bouncing off it as if it had struck steel. The hollow looked surprised, stunned, and banged against the shield once, twice, to no effect. Firmly, Orium glared at it, her brows furrowed in a way that would have made Ichigo proud. The shield disappeared, and somehow, Orium knew what to do next. It was primal, like a skill coming right from the backbone, like the instinct to fight or run, like fear, anger, excitement. It was the basest, most direct knowledge, beyond explanation. "I reject you," she said, loud and clear, and the golden light appeared again. There was a streak of red, and a forceful surge of power ran forward, slamming into the hollow's mask. Orium could feel it as it cracked the bone-white substance, as keenly as it had been her own hand, yet entirely different. Had she had the presence of mind, she would have asked herself if this was what Ichigo felt, what Erza felt, but her mind was focused the hollow. The beast wriggled and cried, thrashed in the air as it began to dissolve. For a second Orium stared at it, and felt something different, mostly adrenaline, actually, but something else, too. Something in between satisfaction, pride, relief, joy. Then she blinked. "Did I just do that?" she said, sounding baffled. The sensation was rapidly disappearing, with the immediate threat gone. "That was... I've never seen anything like it," Rukia said, looking almost as surprised as Orium. "What did you do?" "I have no idea," Orium said. Then, she cracked a smile. "But it was totally awesome." What the hell?" Chizuru mumbled, looking dumbfounded. "That reminds me," Rukia said, and pulled out a small device, looking rather like a Pez dispenser. She held it up to Chizuru's face, pressed a button, and the girl's face went blank. There was a sudden crash as part of the roof came tumbling down, and a distraught Erza landed on the floor, hard enough to leave visible cracks in it. Wildly, she looked around, first at where the hollow had been, then at the state of chaos the library was in, and finally, her eyes landed on Orium. Her face all worry, she hurried over to her, putting her hands on Orium's shoulder, rather harder than Orium thought necessary. "Are you okay?" she asked, her tone almost manic. "Are you hurt? Did the hollow get to you? Are you all right? Where is it?" Orium said, squirming a little, "Yes, no, yes, and it's already gone." "Gone?" Erza said with disbelief. "What do you mean, it's gone? Who got here first?" "It was Orium," Rukia said matter-of-factly. "She manifested some sort of power. Nothing like ours, but it was strong enough to vanquish the monster." "Oh, Lord help me," Erza mumbled, the worry on her face somehow intensifying. "I'm going to become a hero of justice," Orium said, her face all cheerful determination. "You'll give me a heart attack, that's what you'll do," Erza said. Without warning, she pulled Orium into a bear hug. "I'm just so glad you're okay, though. I came as soon as I felt it, and it turned out fine, Erza," Orium said, straining a little under her adoptive mother's enormous strength. "Really, it's fine. Now I can help." Rukia rubbed her arm, sore and throbbing with pain, as she watched Erza fuss over Orium. The traitor was, it turned out, quite human too. It was always difficult, reconciling these basic facts that even criminals have loved ones, even criminals were capable of decency. Somewhere in her mind, she had trouble thinking of her as a criminal, not when she saw the look on her face as she looked out for her adoptive daughter. "Yes, it's too late to turn back now, isn't it?" Erza murmured, acceptance beginning to slowly pierce the veil of stubbornness. It was a very tough, thick veil, though, and it would take some time for it to break down. I'll escort you back home. I want to go to the basement," Orium said firmly. "I want to train." "All right," Erza murmured. "Really?" Orium said, practically beaming. "I didn't think it would be that easy." "You'll be safer there, anyhow," Erza murmured. "But I'm keeping my eye on you, young lady." "Yes, sir," Orium said, snapping a salute. Erza rolled her eyes. Good grief, it was one headache after another. Ichigo was given something of a break after that, Erza wrapping training up early. Orium's new powers, whatever they were something she didn't understand, and even less so Orium. It was too distracting, and much as she hated to admit it, she would probably have to ask Urahara. In the end, she wound up training by herself, using the rigorous exercise to clear her mind. Well, one thing was for sure, Karakura was no great place to be a hollow these days. It was late at night when she stopped, slick with sweat, and she was alone save for the one presence, waiting near the foot of the ladder up. "Yuruaki." Erza almost passed her by, when the dark-skinned woman said something half-mumbled, but probably meant something along the lines of "Hey." "Yes," Erza said, stopping, and facing her. "Did you say something?" "Oh, nothing," Yuruaki said, and there was something different to her tone, a little moodier, compared to her usual, carefree self. "Well, if it's nothing. When people say it's nothing, they actually mean it's something, so ask about it, you know," Yuruaki said. "Or people could just say what they mean and not wrap their words up in unnecessary subtleties." Erza shot back. "So you have something to say. What is it?" "It's nothing, really," Yuruaki said, and she almost sounded frustrated. "A small thing. Tiny, really. Did you enjoy being a teacher? Do you enjoy teaching Ichigo?" Erza blinked. That came rather out of nowhere. "Do I enjoy it? I need to. But do you like to?" Yuruaki insisted. "Teaching people, is that satisfying?" "Yes," Erza said, and nodded affirmatively. "Guiding ignorant people and turning them into knowledgeable and capable individuals, that's a great thing. Yes, I enjoyed teaching, even though it wasn't my true calling in life. And I suppose I liked guiding Ichigo, too." Good, Yuruaki said, and nodded. She was quiet for a little while, so Erza said, You're asking for a reason, right? I'm not exactly in tune with the subtleties of human interaction, but it's not like you to ask about random trivia. Maybe. Yuruki said cryptically. It's about Tatsuki, isn't it? How would you know? Erza rolled her eyes. Yes, maybe it's about some other hand-to-hand talent that's been sparring with you recently. I thought you were not in tune with subtleties. Yuruki scoffed. I'm not. Which means you're being really obvious. Erza shot back. What happened? She wants me to teach her. Yuruki said simply. So teach her. It's not that simple. Yuruki shook her head. You never taught anybody before? Erza asked. She had her suspicions. In fact, she was all but certain of the answer, but she had never prodded Yuruki about it, because that was her business and she'd never seemed interested in talking about it. Once. Yuruki said. And did she turn out badly? No, she was talented. She bloomed. Yuruki said wistfully. What's the issue, then? Yuruki sat quiet for a little while, staring into space. I had one student, she said, not looking Erza in the eye, just the one. I let her down, and badly at that. Yuruki rarely talked about her past, although Erza had put together enough to know that she had left with Kisuke a long time ago, during that one incident. Who else would she refer to, but the captain of Division 2? Did you fail to teach her the right things? Erza said. Not so much that, no. Was your tutelage lacking? Did you lack the patience, the right mixture of encouragement and discipline? Were you inconsiderate or thoughtless? No, not per se, Yuruki murmured. Then what is the issue? She might be overstepping, she knew, but Yuruki had come to her with this. When it mattered the most, I left her. Yuruki said. I'm not good teacher material, I think. Really? Erza said. When you are honest with yourself, do you think you would do badly, teaching Tatsuki? Well. If you are honest. Erza said firmly. No excuses. Well, maybe I'd do all right, but Tatsuki is a big girl. She can take care of herself. Erza said. But she does need somebody. I'm not that somebody, but you could be. In fact, I can't think of anybody else who would. But this is your decision, Erza said bluntly, and I will not judge you, whichever way you choose to go. But it seems you're needed. Do you answer that call, or not? You're always so annoying, Yuruki murmured. So direct. No subtleties. Erza shrugged. You knew what you'd get when you asked. The decision is yours. I've said my piece. Help her be somebody better, or don't. She'd be better off, but you're not obligated. Your choice. All I know is that you wouldn't do badly. Thanks, Yuruki said. I'll see. Maybe. Erza nodded. Maybe's good enough for the time being. Just don't let it be a maybe for too long. Yuruki stuck out her tongue, and Erza grinned back, and headed toward the ladder. Orium, and now Tatsuki? Well, they might as well. No turning back for anybody, and all she could do was accept it. Move with the times, for they are a-changin'. Check the description for the links to the author.